Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I'm staying in the race!
What'd you drum up?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
Winter is coming.
He looks good. He looks good. And he looks hard.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Jesus, I say that.
I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
What'd you drum up?
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Cyclone Cheeto.
I see that you know your judo well. Welcome to the resistance.
Precision of language. Please.
Oh, it never occurred to me. Interesting. It's just crazy enough to work. Yeah.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich white man.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
What now?
Cow?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
China? China. I have to have my China.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
It's science.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Rid of the Second Amendment. Winter is coming.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, bitch.
Anti-Semitism.
Aren't I a good guy?
I got boxes full of Pepe.
Well, here we are again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. It's been an entire day since we've seen each other last, and there's a hell of a lot for us to talk about. So I guess we better get right to it, Space Fams. As always, buckle up those seatbelts. These little journeys that we take together are often filled with turbulence and danger. Good to see all of you in the chat already. Do some shoutouts: Aaron W, Obvious Books, and Jet123 in the YouTube chat. May Wormy, a close fourth. Sue Fairy Dust B as well. Look Bovine, Moa Noip, Hermit Horologist, Bob Carmody, Dirk Gently, Arvin Trevino, Orbidoslo, Antifa. We got, who else we got here? Lieutenant Aldo Rain, Mish, Magoggles, Eric121, Omega Star. My dogs are goth. My god, there's a lot of chatters in here already. Nightbot is here even. Geo Dragon, B-Cat. I think I got everybody. If I missed you, I'm sorry. There's a lot of you in here right now. Well, it's Sunday Funday, everybody, so we're going to do what we can to make that happen. I'm going to start a goal right now. I've decided to do it this way. I don't know why I've decided to do it this way. It was sort of on a whim. But we have a lot of regular stuff to get over, to get through today. So with that in mind, I'm going to make a goal for chat to hit. We will get all of the content, but this goal will be for us to switch from the regular content to watching that Sam Seder debate, which I know everybody wants to see, including myself. I haven't even seen the whole thing. I've only seen part of it. Had to stop, otherwise I was going to be late on the stream. So I'm hot off of watching part of it. So I guess we better start in the United States of America. Let's go here. Something the Trump administration has been doing on the internets, on the interwebs, with the old government websites. This is global news from 23 hours ago. Trump administration removes politically charged words. Quote unquote, politically charged. That's what we're going to call them now. Yeah, that's great. Relating to DEI from government sites.
Come on! Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
And our country will be woke no longer.
Immediately, if not sooner.
7 days since Donald Trump was sworn in as President of the United States, hundreds of words labeled under the moniker diversity, equity, and inclusion have been scrubbed from government websites. According to the New York Times, this list represents just some of the words agencies have been advised to either limit the use of or eliminate altogether from public-facing websites. Words like black, women, Native American, clean energy, hate speech, and Gulf of Mexico.
These are things that are truly terrifying because they lend themselves directly to what fascism is.
Take a look at this webpage commemorating Stonewall, the first national monument dedicated to LGBTQ+ rights. The original text includes the words transgender, queer, and LGBTQ.
Oh, not those words.
Now it only reads LGB. The
Trump
administration has villainized DEI initiatives
dude.
as disproportionately favoring minority communities for jobs and school admissions.
And they're, utilizing the word meritocracy.
Oh yeah,
that's
a good one.
As a veiled way of saying, "Hey, we want more white men in these
Give me
positions."
a joke.
The Pentagon is also under scrutiny, identifying some 26,000 so-called DEI images to be purged from military websites, according to a database obtained by the Associated Press. Some images have already been removed. The Defense Department has until Wednesday.
Was that Alphaba? Oh no, it's just face paint. Okay.
Some images have already been removed.
Content not found.
Illegal.
Seems kind of quiet. Oh, I see what I've done. I turned it down for the intro music as I always try to do. Okay, all right. Well, there's a great start to the stream. Yeah, we can't have any of those terrible DEI words on the websites.
China.
All right, let's talk about the response to all of this. Perhaps we'll go through some of the bad responses and the good responses. Let's see. Yeah, majority report. We'll start. See, you're gonna get some, Sam, even without having achieved a goal yet, which I haven't. Oh, I forgot to start it. God damn it. It's okay. Everything's fine. Wait, what just happened? This is in the wrong order now on this screen. Why is it in the right order over here? The wrong order over here. This is unacceptable. Who is in charge of this?
Come on!
Although, actually, I take it back. You're not really going to get Sam. You're just going to get the majority report. It's really the Emma-jority report. I think this is Emma and Binder.
There was a vote to censure Representative Al Green for having the temerity to stand up to Donald Trump and stand up for his constituents who will be harmed by the Republicans' efforts to cut Medicaid, but from the DOGE end and right now, the CBO just basically said, even though they're claiming publicly that they're not going to cut Medicare, that to achieve the goals that they're saying in terms of offsetting the tax cuts that they want to provide for the rich, they need to aggressively cut Medicaid and Medicare to make that work. There is no way around it. So they're lying as they're attempting to do this. So that's why Al Green stood up and showed some metal and stood in the middle of Donald Trump's address and said, you know, you have no right to cut Medicaid. And
absolutely. I mean, we've been talking about, I feel like we've been talking about this all week. So if anything, it's been effective messaging, right? Although you have, I was going to point out 40 likes. We've been on air for 18 minutes. 40? That's like more than 2 likes a minute. Wow. Here I was going to point out this great success of yours. You know, last night you hit 100 likes on the stream. I was giving you a rollover Gary. And then you tell me you got 40? Okay. All right then. I guess we won't even get into that right now. 1, 5, 2. Oh, okay. Really impressive. All of you. Truly. Hold on. I'm distracted. Let me go back 10 seconds.
Al Green stood up and showed some metal and stood in the middle of Donald Trump's address and said, you know, you have no right to cut Medicaid. And this has been met with like wide praise by the Democratic base, but not by guys like David Axelrod. The Obama guys really know how to empower Republicans despite being in the opposition party. Here is David Axelrod, formerly of the Obama campaign, but now he's basically a CNN contributor, speaking about how horrible it is that Al Green chose to stand up for his constituents and break decorum.
David, just one other thing he said towards the end. He said, talking about Butler, and he talked about Mark Fogel and his mother being there and how she'd come up at the rally, and that's why he had spent this time to free her son from prison. And then he said, I was saved by God, talking about being shot in Butler, to make America great again. I believe that. Now, the New York Times says at that moment, Nancy Pelosi leans over to Steny Hoyer and goes, oh my God. What is a moment?
Jesus Christ. Omegastar getting us started on the goal, breaking the ice. Next, left, go. I'm going to point out to everyone that it's a bigger goal than we've ever done before, and we're still going to get it eventually, all right? It's at the very end of the list right now. This is just to get it to immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
If you're feeling very antsy about it. But you will get it, and we will get all the content tonight. Sunday Funday. I would not deprive you all on this holy of days. Go Web go.
America great again. I believe that. Now, the New York Times says at that moment, Nancy Pelosi leans over to Steny Hoyer and goes, "Oh my God." What is a moment like that?
I'm sure that's an emotional moment that connected with a lot of people. I just want to, 160 years ago tonight, Abraham Lincoln gave his second inaugural address. He said, "With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds." What a different spirit that was. And that was after a civil war. So it's one thing to mine our differences. It's another thing to try and heal our differences. And that is, that's the difference between real leadership and political expediency.
Would it have been healing to stand for Mark Fogel? Might have been.
No, I agree. Look, you are absolutely right.
DJ Johnson.
I will do what you will not. I will say, I thought Democrats, I thought that was just, I think there were times when they should have risen. I think what Al Green did was...
Scott Jennings, dude. Would it be healing for the nation if maybe you stood for that guy that nobody knew Donald Trump is using as a pawn?
I thought that was just, I think there were times when they should have risen. I think what Al Green did was despicable. I liked Alyssa Slotkin's
despicable.
Speech. I think that's where Democrats should go. That doesn't obviate the fact that you shouldn't exploit our differences. You should try and solve problems and heal our differences. I don't see that inclination on the part of this president.
Okay. So he called Al Green's protests there despicable, and it's no shock that he liked Alyssa Slotkin's pro-Reagan, anti-Cold War speech, or whatever the hell she was talking about. I mean, which was a disaster. Holy moly. Can we pull up the names of the 10 Democrats that voted to censure Al Green in the House? Because this is who Al...
I mean, Alyssa Slotkin's speech was basically, we didn't do enough. We got Liz Cheney out there. We should have gotten Dick Cheney and George Bush and, all of the worst political people on the right back out of the grave. Reagan, and campaigned with them as well. That was her speech.
Roger's representing here. That's despicable. These are the folks that you need to be calling. Ami Bera I'm sorry, Binder. I want to read these. Ami Bera of California. Ed Case of Hawaii. Jim Costa of California. Laura Gillen of New York. Jim Himes of Connecticut. Chrissy Holohan of Pennsylvania. Marcy Kaptur of Ohio. Jared Moskowitz of Florida. Mary Glusenkamp Perez of Washington. And Tom Swazi of Long Island, New York. You could also call, if you want, Shamari Figures of Alabama, who just voted.
Look at these cowards. 2 people from New York. Unbelievable. This is gross. Remember these names. Write them down.
But the 10 Democrats that joined the Republicans to censure Al Green for protesting Donald Trump, they should be hearing from you. And some of them have town halls tonight, if I'm not mistaken. So here we go. Ami Bera, town hall tonight, a virtual one. My district office will be available to help people who need assistance with the federal government agencies, including backlogged veteran benefits, IRS refunds, issues with Social Security, and Medicare, and more. And then here's the number for the dial-in, 833-946-1558. And that's at 6 p.m. I'm not sure if it's Eastern time or probably Pacific for his constituents. So you can call in there. Hey, you can also call in here, especially if you're a constituent, to... where is it? It's right down there. How? Wait, can you say into the mic, Bradley? It's hard for me to see.
Just the number there is 855-731-4616.
For Houlihan.
For Houlihan's town
right.
hall, correct. In Pennsylvania.
So for her town hall in Pennsylvania, if you're a constituent, or call in there. Tell her, because how are we going to be supporting folks on Medicare and Social Security like that representative said, when you're shouting down the person who's actually doing politics to alert the country that Trump is doing that and cutting your Medicaid and trying to cut your Social Security and your Medicare. That is what doing politics is. You have to cut through the noise. You have to make a scene. You know, Al Green said this, and I'm paraphrasing, but when he was asked about his reaction, he said, Trump has been using his incivility against our civility this entire time. Are we serious? Trump called Elizabeth Warren for no reason Pocahontas while she was just sitting there in the middle of his address to Congress. He throws out slurs on the regular. He's tweeting out AI videos of colonizing Gaza.
People like that stuff.
But
not the content of it, but people like the lack of manners. Who gives a fuck about manners?
Because people hate the establishment of both parties. So when you look like you're standing up to either one of them, it actually gives you a benefit. But it's scary for guys like Axelrod because he prefers the Alyssa Slotkin thing.
Yep, absolutely.
They want to be maintenance people as opposed to...
Yeah, you know, David, he's got a nicely carved out place in all of this. And he's fine with, you know, literally complaining about, like, while Republicans burn down the government, complaining about decorum and about, you know, stuff that Republicans are literally throwing out themselves. But he's only able to cast his aspersions in this one direction. And it's really sort of pathetic.
Folks that actually change and rock the boat, but this is the consultant thing that we're hearing.
I mean, let's be clear. Right. The people like Axelrod and the Democrats, the 19 Democrat senators that voted for the crypto relaxation, they've already capitulated. They're ready to adjust to the next sort of political reality that comes after DOGE. They are ready for it. They're ready to sell it to their donors. They are preparing for it. And the only hope we have is to bump as many of them out as possible. And you know, I don't know if we can get Jeffries out, but we need to take some serious people down because they aren't, the reason they're not fighting it is because they've accepted it.
Yeah, and I just...
Okay. That's a good place to stop that video. Keep it moving. So there's a good example of what not to do right now in this moment. Be a David Axelrod, I would recommend against that. Maybe do some more constructive things. Perhaps protesting is something you're into. You could show your distaste in all of this, or your dissent, your sort of disapproval. Go to a Tesla store. You disrupt Elon Musk's business.
Now to Tesla turmoil. Stocks are down and Tesla car lots are under attack. As correspondent Nancy Liu reports, vandals are protesting Elon Musk's growing power in Washington since Trump returned to the White House.
Well, the violence comes as Tesla employees around the world are on higher alert due to the activities of company founder Elon Musk. Many dealerships have been picketed in recent weeks and even targeted with criminal attacks. The latest violence in Tigard, Oregon, just outside Portland, where police are investigating vandalism involving gunfire. On Wednesday, at least 7 bullets tore into a dealership in an overnight attack.
Now, I just want to make it clear. I'm not saying you should protest in this fashion. I feel like this is going too far. But, you know, you could... there's a happy medium in here somewhere. I'm sure of it.
Damaging 3 cars and shattering windows. No one was injured, and so far, no arrests. But in another Oregon incident, police have a 41-year-old man in custody. He allegedly targeted a dealership in Salem, causing major damage with Molotov cocktails in January, and then opening fire with an AR-15 style rifle last month. Oregon has been a hotbed for protest action against Elon Musk and Tesla, and there's a growing grassroots movement called Tesla Takedown. Lawful picketers are condemning any violence and vandalism.
You have a right to protest. We who served in the military said to give you that right, but not to up and destroy and shoot and burn and whatever. No, go protest. Stand up, scream and holler, get your bullhorn out, go do your thing, but no violence.
Protest actions in Boston and across the country in recent weeks have been largely peaceful, but there have been multiple arrests for vandalism and disorderly conduct. The anti-Elon movement also has people getting rid of their Teslas, including singer Sheryl Crow, who posted a video to social media
Cheryl.
announcing that proceeds from the sale of her car are going to NPR.
Well, first
now,
of all,
so far, no
some of the things that
public
I say will be
response
incorrect.
from Elon Musk to the stock drop of Tesla and also the ongoing protests. But on X, there are many posts in support of Musk and DOGE.
Probably bots. Probably those bots that Elon was talking about. Okay. Now here, I would say, I mean, this has nothing to. I'm going to say this, but this is sort of this is all sort of related, but like not in the way you think. This has to do with cars and dealerships, but it has nothing, at least to my understanding, has nothing to do with Elon Musk. But this was, I mean, this is insane. This is an example of when you get upset, don't do this. This is probably not an answer to anyone's problems. This is honest. I should stop laughing. This is honestly not funny.
Car shopping
But my understanding of this, I mean, this is one of the dumbest reasons well, not even that. It's hard to explain. But this is certainly on the list of dumbest reasons to do what has happened here, which is a tragedy. So I'm going to try to stop laughing because it's not funny. Yeah, sorry. Sunday FUNDAY just turned bad. Let's go to not Louisiana. This is in LA. In Inglewood. At a CarMax. Somebody went to get an appraisal on their vehicle. Did not like their appraisal. And then chose to do some really unfortunate things in the wake of that. Which have now led to multiple people being sent to the hospital.
Car shopping in Inglewood turning into chaos. Police say an angry customer crashed through this dealership. And tonight, NBC4 is keying in on who might have been behind the wheel. So we're thanking you for joining us tonight. I'm Kathy Vara.
And I'm Jonathan Gonzalez. We know that 8 people were injured in that crash in that CarMax. And in a bizarre twist, the driver turned himself in.
Let's go to NBC4's Tracy Leong. She is live in Inglewood. And Tracy, we understand you have an update on the investigation tonight.
Yeah, that's right. Jonathan and Kathy, I just spoke to Inglewood police. They tell me 25-year-old Andrew Arroyo intentionally slammed his car into the building right behind me after he got into
Oh my God, the sound is
dealership. Now,
so
we've
bad.
seen crews out here all night working to board up that area that he rammed his car into. Now, some of this incident was captured on video and posted to social media. Police told me they are using that as part of their investigation. 8 people, including customers and employees at the CarMax on South La Cienega Boulevard in Inglewood, were injured after 25-year-old Andrew Arroyo from the South Bay drove his car into the dealership Saturday afternoon. According to Inglewood police, Arroyo, who was a customer, left the store after getting into an argument and then deliberately rammed his car through the store, shattering the glass doors and crashing into furniture. Those injured were either hit by the car or debris flying from the car. In a statement, CarMax said the driver was a customer having his vehicle appraised, and they're currently working with the police on this investigation.
So, my understanding of this situation, this guy went to get his car appraised. He didn't like the appraisal or the offer and decided to go on a fucking a horrifying spree through the CarMax. And we've been seeing more of these types of attacks. People just taking their cars and ramming them through crowds, whether it's in the United States or abroad. We've seen at least 3 in Germany in the last, 6 months. 2 in China. I'm trying to think of all the ones because we've seen a bunch of these, incidents. And it's got to stop. Stop using your car as a weapon, please. Not what we need. If you have a problem with the capitalist system, start talking about socialism with me. How's that sound? Or luxury space communism. Coming to you soon.
Across the nation, thousands rallied and protested on this International Women's Day. As NBC Bay Area's Marianne Fava reports, hundreds gathered in San Francisco and San Jose to support women and push back against actions of the Trump administration.
Fired up and fighting back, hundreds of people descended on Union Square fighting for women's rights on many fronts.
We're at risk of losing every right that we've come up with in the last how many years, right? Roe v. Wade was sold.
Carrying signs and marching, some say they felt compelled to protest the swift changes President Trump is implementing.
It is frightening. It is absolutely frightening.
On this International Women's Day, activists joined women holding similar protests across the nation, embracing this year's theme, Unite and Resist.
I'm here trying to raise awareness and rally with people who are like me. Maybe they don't know that there are protests going on. Maybe they just need to see someone rising up because they feel so gaslit by what's going on right now.
Many say they're fighting for equality.
Women's health care deserves rights, and it deserves not to be something that's given permission, but something that is valued.
In San Jose, dozens gathered for a protest at St. James Park focused on government overreach, some calling for President Trump to be impeached and demanding a federal inquiry into Elon Musk's involvement in government. Featured speakers included Congressman Ro Khanna and Sam Liccardo.
Every corner of our community is somehow or another impacted. So this isn't a march about one issue. This is a protest about everything that this administration is doing that's unlawful and unconstitutional. And I think what we're standing up to say is we believe in the rule of law.
A day of action, hoping to...
There we go, a day of action. Across the Bay Area. That was on International Women's Day. If you missed yesterday's stream where we covered it more extensively, go back and watch that. Unless you're in Belarus or Russia, where the stream got copyright claimed. It's on like a country-by-country basis is how it works. Sometimes it's worldwide. But if you don't live there, you can watch that. Now let's go to this horrifying situation, which happened just shortly before the stream. But in Pennsylvania, another plane crash in a residential area has happened. In less than 2 months. 2 separate plane crashes. Same state. ABC News from 4 hours ago.
A small plane crashing into a parking lot in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. Obviously going up in flames. You see the pictures there. ABC's Alex Stone is on the phone now with more. Alex, what do you know?
Well, Phil, we know it was a small plane, a Beechcraft Bonanza, which is a single-engine, small aircraft, 5 people on board. We know the pilot had asked to return to the airport, reporting in that there was a door that was open, and then apparently had some kind of a problem in flight. The air traffic controller saying that the aircraft needed to pull up, that they were too low, and then the crash near a retirement community and the plane going down. The NTSB is on its way now, the FAA as well. They're going to investigate. You can see the fire in the area, but what made the plane go down, other than that report of a door being open, Phil, we don't know.
And Alex, you said 5 people on board. Do we know anything about injuries, fatalities? It looks like it landed near some sort of apartment.
I find it very hard to believe that anybody survived that. You see the amount of wreckage, like just in the the distance with which those parts have moved. The whole thing's on fire.
Yeah, outside of the building and around some
God.
vehicles as well. We don't know the condition of those who were on board, other than that there were 5 on board. Only a couple of weeks ago in Southern California, there was an aircraft that went down after that pilot reported a door that was open. That was an experimental aircraft. The NTSB in that one finding that the door had flown open and they were struggling to get back. That one went down, killing everybody on board that. This is a much more robust aircraft, a Beechcraft Bonanza, not an experimental aircraft, but what the door played in this, we don't know. They wouldn't have been pressurized at that altitude. They would have been much lower. But if the door had something to do with it, if they had another problem, we don't know.
All right, Alex Stone.
Yeesh, that is a tragedy. Unclear what the cause of this crash was. Dismantling the FAA may or may not have had a reason, any sort of involvement in this. Who's to say? Or Donald Trump's dismantling of important things related to transportation safety. Was it a DEI plane? Good question. We may never know. I'll try and keep you all updated on what the cause of that fucking crash was. Just utterly. I mean, how many times have we seen? How many plane crashes have there been this year? A lot. Or maybe we're just more focused on it. I don't know. Confirmation bias. Just seems like a lot. All right. Where am I? Lost my place. Oh. Okay. Yeah. This isn't the most fun story, not gonna lie. I mean, it's more fun than a, well, no, it's a different kind of non-fun, really. Let's go here. Talk about this very unfun topic. With Kyle Kulinski and what the Supreme Court has just made legal.
If it isn't shockingly obvious to you by now, the reality of this country is that it's been taken over by corporate interests and robber barons. From the 1970s and on, there were a number of Supreme Court decisions that basically said money in our political system equals free speech. So if there's some billionaire that wants to set up a super PAC and spend $80 million getting a candidate elected, they're allowed to do that, and that is not corruption. And they said it's not even the appearance of corruption.
I don't want reality.
So you could have a robber baron spend $80 million to get a politician elected, and then the politician can get in office and do everything that robber baron wants and ignore their own constituents. And the Supreme Court says, that's okay. That's fine. We're fine with that. That's democracy. That's how the system works. No, it's not. It's government of, by, and for the wealthy and the corporations, right? And that's at the heart of all of our problems in this country today. That's how we wound up where we are right now. Now, if you actually believe in that logic, it takes you to some really, really dark places. Our court system is stacked with Federalist Society thugs and goons. These people are doctrinaire, ideological right-wingers who believe to an absurd degree in anarcho-capitalism. The famous Reagan saying is the scariest words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help, right? And there's another one that they say that the government should be small enough to drown in the bathtub. This is who they are, right? So because of that philosophy, they feel like I'm against the entire regulatory state, the entire apparatus. If we have, like at the EPA, for example, experts in the environment that know, hey, this chemical leads to this pollution problem, which leads to this health problem. We're going to regulate this chemical to make sure people don't get sick. These people look at it and they go, we disagree. You should not be allowed to do regulations that help the people because this is unfairly taking away the rights of businesses to do their job without interference from the government. This is how they view it. I'm serious. This is how they think of it. Well, guess what? We have now taken that logic to its ultimate conclusion. And look at where we ended up, ladies and gentlemen. So this is from More Perfect Union. Breaking. The Supreme Court just weakened the Clean Water Act's limitations on raw sewage discharge into our water in a 5-4 ruling. You heard me right. The Supreme Court is greenlighting poop water. Feces drinking water.
What?
Holy shit. No pun intended. No pun intended. So let me tell you exactly what they said here. So again, 5-4 decision, which is so crazy. Here's what they say. The court's decision impacts how the EPA can regulate wastewater discharges under the Clean Water Act by mandating that permit conditions must be explicit and tailored to the source of pollution rather than setting general water quality standards.
That's efficient.
This ruling came in response to a case involving San Francisco, which challenged EPA's broader application of pollution discharge limits. So in other words, this is industry saying all these pesky regulations, these safe.
Yeah, and it also says like, you know what, maybe the poor people should have more poop in their water. You know, let the rich people have nicer water. We're going to tailor it. Or did we, you know, it's going to open up really horrifying opportunities for people to to repress us.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Gross. That's what we need. Poop in the water. Why have just a standard limit? Should be a standard limit of none, in my opinion. Somewhere around 0 to none. That's just me. Just an idea. Just an idea. All right. Where are we now? All right, let's try and forget about the fact that Supreme Court's trying to let our, you know, overlords put more poop in our water. Which is just really a way for big business to have less regulations and spend less money on making sure that your water is safe. But yeah, let's try and shake all that off. Although, I don't know how funny this next one is. Let's try and have fun, though. CNN's new sort of talk show format, hosted by one Roy Wood Jr. It's going to attempt some comedy with some people. Let's see how that goes. Here's CNN from 15 hours ago.
Welcome to Have I Got News for You. I'm Roy Wood Jr. In the news this week, Grandma asks if you want to watch Baby Girl with her.
No.
Would you drum up?
Next question.
Twitter users complain about the site being overrun by bots, and Elon responds.
Who's making this stuff?
Not me! Whoa. RFK Jr. unveils his latest strategy to combat the measles.
Heifer, you ain't got to do nothing.
On Epstein tonight, he's halfway to an EGOT, which is why he'll be taking over the role of Elphaba in Wicked Part 2. It's Alex Edelman.
Be a great Elphaba.
Michael, she's a comedian who you've
kind
seen
of DEI be
on
like.
Colin and Rachel Maddow, where Rachel famously waved her over to the couch. It's Lori Kilmartin. Now for the biggest stories of the week. Michael and Lori, I'm going to show you a clip. Watch the clip package and tell me what's the story.
That's the host of that game show. Yes. That's taking a wrecking ball to the world. And
that's rich people, wealthy,
we're happy about it.
Okay.
We love you. Is it about the town halls? Is it about people like maybe showing up or not showing up? Is that what it is? Something like that?
The story is President Trump's first big speech to Congress celebrated his first 43 days in office and set the agenda for a new golden age. And of course, the Democrats were not having any of it. Oh, wait, no. That's my bad. That's Serbia. That's They get down in Serbian parliament. They don't fool around. The New York Times called Trump's 99-minute address, quote, replete with familiar exaggerations and falsehoods.
So replete with lies and lies.
I think the best description of it was rich with showmanship, but at odds with reality.
I don't want reality.
Honestly, I watched this whole thing for you. I'm afraid the next 10 minutes are not any funnier. Yes, Dirk Gently, you're right. You're right about both of those things. You should like Roy Wood Jr., but you should also think this show is pretty awful. I've tried watching multiple episodes of it, and every time the cringe factor is... it's high. I won't try and quantify exactly where it is, but it's up there. I don't know why CNN is doing this. Maybe because they've just given up on doing the actual news entirely. It's too much work, I guess.
That's too much, man!
Okay. Well, guess what? Even though you haven't yet completed the goal, although I haven't checked Cash App or PayPal to see if anybody's donated over there yet, because that is going to be counted with these. Also, I'll be counting every two gifted memberships as one super chat or super sticker as well. So yeah, you have a lot of options here. Super stickers, super chats. You got every 2 memberships counts as one. You got Cash App and Pay. We got like 5 different ways right now that you could get us more Sam Cedar. The actual debate that we're all hoping to watch soon. But I got a little bit of another one here. This was on Piers Morgan earlier in the week, which I've honestly been holding off on watching this till today. Why? Because I have to. I have to try and make Sunday FUNDAY even more. My brain just broke. What was the word? More filled with valuetainment. Okay, that's the best way I can put it. So let's go to the majority report. Look at a little bit of this. Fascinating. Well, fascinating is the wrong word. Strange.
To that woman from The
Appearance
Biggest Loser,
on Piers Morgan.
who I was on Piers Morgan with the other day, who said this feeding the starving kids is, and I quote, a red herring. Go F yourself. Yes. Go take your maha and shove it up your ass.
Illegal.
You worried about people's health with the processed food? And you say that starving kids are a red herring? Go F yourself.
No, don't. Why?
I doubt she'll hear this or see this, but I felt like I had to say that.
We should clip it.
We should clip it. Let's clip it, and we'll play it at the end of the... we'll play it in the fun half.
Just tag her.
Honestly. Oh, you mean clip what I just said?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yes.
We should prop clip it.
We're prop clipping right now.
The other day we told you the story, and I think I first heard it by Greg Sargent in the New Republic, if I remember correctly. One of the USAID's programs provides essentially like, it's almost like it's not pre-digested food, but it's a peanut butter-based paste, protein paste that comes in tubes for children who are literally so malnourished that they cannot actually digest food because their systems have more or less shut down. I think like literally the technical term was like wasting away. And there were 2 factories in the country that had USAID contracts to provide this stuff. And hundreds of thousands, I don't remember what they call them, not ready-made meals, but some other technical term for it, were sitting in these factories unable to move anywhere because they couldn't reach anybody at USAID. The contract seems to have been canceled, et cetera, et cetera. The story, which I think first talked about maybe a week or so ago, again, I think it was from Greg Sargent over at the New Republic, migrated over to CNN. CNN covered the story over the weekend. Supposedly, the Fuhrer, Musk, saw it, and in his benevolence grace, decided to allow the contract to be fulfilled.
Oh,
and
our merciful king.
And yeah.
Has anyone figured out what prop clipping is? I believe prop clipping is, it's like a propeller, right? Prop propeller, right? You say one thing and it spins around on the other person, right? And then you can clip that for your YouTube channel, right? It's a prop and a clip. It's a prop clip. Really, I honestly don't know. It's not clear. It's never clear what Tim Pool means when he says things.
All glory. And so these kids are going to get the food. Now, they're very lucky that...
By the way, I just want to say something to chatters right now, because yesterday I had said something that was wrong.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
It's true. It's true. And it's because YouTube is always doing confusing, sort of unclear things on its end. And I believed that we were only a certain number of subs away from getting an emote, but I was wrong.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
And because of that, we're still some ways away from that 18th emote we've been talking about. We're only at 17 right now. And we will continue to be at 17, I think, for another 12 subs. Well, I'm going to double check this right now. But they're always doing confusing things over here. It's very rude. But it's just the reality of it. Like, and it's like it's not cumulative, right? Like, the current number of subs you have is the number, right? And if you lose a sub, oh, then you go down, right? It doesn't, you know, like, once you get the emote and you add it, okay, great. But if you don't even add, if you forget to add the emote, then suddenly you lose it. So they do a bunch of weird shit with this. I will double check the number where we're at right now for where I believe us to be. But the way that it keeps track of it is sort of convoluted and confusing. So I'm sorry for misleading people unintentionally on that situation. But it doesn't look like we don't have access to another emote right now, unfortunately. And I'm sorry.
Greg Sargent in the New Republic happened to write about this, and then somebody at CNN happened to read Greg Sargent and cover this. Because if it didn't happen, you would have 5,000, 10,000, 1,000, 50,000 kids just not have any food and die.
Well, they're ready to use therapeutic food sat in a warehouse.
Right. And this is the type of sort of fiat that government is being run by now. It's not even fiat, it's just the complete luck. I just want the lucky ones or the connected ones. That's it. I'll just put this up just beforehand. It says, if you can't read it, I'll read the title. Struggling with errors, DOGE deletes billions more from list of savings. Oh. Incidentally, I mean, so they erased another $4 billion in additional savings.
Oh.
The group had erased or altered more than 1,000 contracts it claimed to cancel, representing more than 40% of all the contracts listed on its site last week. The deleted list included 5 of the 7 largest savings that it had claimed for credit just last week. Come on! It was the second time in a week that DOGE had deleted some of its greatest claims of success. Early last week, it erased all 5 of the largest savings it had claimed, because these are contracts that have already been fulfilled or were canceled 15, 20 years ago. I mean, damn. Posted this morning, the $400 million contract for armored Teslas that DropSite News got canceled.
Yeah, and we talked about how there was cuts that they were taking claim for that were from the George W. Bush administration in the early 2000s, from 20 years ago. We like went down the list earlier. It's wild how many of these things they've had to take off of their website because of the massive incompetence, lack of merit that seems to be being displayed over at Dodgy Dodgers, the Dodgy Dodgers, the Dodgy Doge department.
Ranks as the single biggest savings made by Doge after correcting all of their others. Do you understand that the Trump administration came in and ordered $400 million of Musk Teslas, Tesla trucks, and now they've canceled it and said it was their biggest savings.
After they weren't able to get away with saying the Biden administration actually ordered it.
So I went on last Thursday, my day off. That was a huge mistake. On the Piers Morgan show. They send so many emails. I just thought it was going to be Piers Morgan and I know. I didn't know.
Oh God.
And I went back and went through the emails, and I think I found the email. I think originally it was supposed to be Anna Kasparin was supposed to be on there, but she must have had to get off early.
It's true.
Oh, yeah.
Because she was on in the segment before.
Oh, that's interesting.
And so I was on with Benny Johnson, who I realized afterwards was one of the guys from Tenet Media who got all that money, that Russian money.
Yep.
And then this woman, I had no idea who she was. So I had no idea, who she was or what she was going to have to say. And that's
seeing her face now, she's basically, I think she's a TERF, right? So she doesn't like trans people and thinks it takes away from feminism, and then is also a Maga person. So like, these are the folks that say they're independent, but they voted for Trump, and they're trying to find a new way to be on board the MAGA train.
I did not find this show particularly enjoyable or enlightening in any way. I got to be honest. But they had emailed me so many times in the past.
Sam never enjoys these things, yet he continues to do them.
And I
he's an eternal optimist. He's like, maybe this one will be semi-intellectual and productive. And then he goes to these things and he's like, who have you brought me? Who have you brought me to debate? This is a disgrace.
Have to leave my house.
Sam, let's talk for a moment about the other big thing that's going on, which is this whole DOGE stuff with Elon Musk. You, I think, posted that the idea that DOGE is in any way about efficiency is absolutely a joke. They're not doing an audit. They're destroying the apparatus of our government. What do you base that on?
Well, audits are done regularly of agencies by inspector generals. The first thing they did was to fire all those inspector generals and not replace them. A. B, audits that lead to firings within a couple of days are obviously not being done. Illegal. The notion that this is about efficiency when you're laying off thousands of IRS agents, when it is well known that every dollar spent at the IRS returns for the government $6 or $7. You're clearly not talking about efficiency here as measured in any other way other than allowing wealthy people to get away with cheating on their taxes. I mean, I could go on, but there's absolutely no evidence that there's a single audit going on. To the extent that they've saved any money, it has been largely dismissed as clerical errors on their part, and we still have no substantiation about it. So it's
hang on, that's not true. I mean, some of the stuff that came out about USAID, for example, some of the way that American taxpayers' money was being squandered on ridiculous projects.
Oh, wait a second.
And it wasn't insignificant sums of money.
Wait a second. You can determine that you can have an opinion that it's squandered. I can have an opinion that it's squandered, but it's been appropriated by the Congress. Exactly. And in America, we have actually both statutory, constitutional, and court cases that say the President of the United States and the executive branch cannot decide unilaterally that they're not going to appropriate money that Congress has appropriated. I mean, The line item video has been found to be unconstitutional. We have the Impoundment Control Act from 1974. We have Train v. New York City from 1974, which is a Supreme Court case which enforces that. What they're doing is fundamentally illegal. I mean, you may think that some of the spending is not worthy. I may think it's not worthy, but that's just not the way our government works.
Okay, Julian, you were shaking your head there.
Because it doesn't seem that the government is working. As a layman, when the USAID is exposed...
Pause, can we just say, like, as a layman, as somebody who, like, sells caffeine pills for diet, like, that's not a normal layman.
And what does that mean?
Exactly.
The government's not working. Like, what does that mean, the government's not working?
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Like, what is it that the government, thinks the government should be doing that's not working?
Yeah.
Like... The Postal Service is not working. The Social Security is not working. The IRS hadn't found billions more dollars. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau hadn't saved consumers billions of dollars.
$21 billion returned to consumers for an $800 million annual cost. That's called pretty efficiency, but a lot of efficiency, by the way. Hundreds, I think, or at least tens of millions of Americans receive those checks back from being scammed by our financial institutions.
I mean, she's not saying anything, and they're immediately going to go to essentially just bigotry and xenophobia with the USAID. They don't even have the wherewithal to, like, now, to her credit, at one point she does say, like, there are big payouts to corporations.
Why does Sam have so many pens in his hand?
In favor of them being genuinely
Why does Sam have so many pens in his hand right here? Wait, where'd they go? Where'd the pen? There's the, wait, where are the pens?
Now,
3 different pens. He's got 2 bright green Sharpies and a regular, I assume, ballpoint pen, perhaps. Why does he need the 2 Sharpies? Well, how is 1 green Sharpie not enough? I need to know why the second one, just in case the first one dies midstream.
To her credit, at one point she does say, like, there are big payouts to corporations, which I am all in favor of them being genuinely anti-corporate. Right. And I will guarantee you that will not be happening.
No, because they represent the private businesses that benefit from a healthcare system that isn't public. Alternative medicine is an industry, and it's not regulated.
100%.
And she's promoting it, and I just gotta say, it's very satisfying to hear you give all of the reasons that it's both, like, constitutionally reinforced that the Congress has the power of the purse, and then the executive branch has to faithfully execute that, and then give those examples and hear her admit, as a layman, but I'm just going to say the government doesn't work and use that as my hinge point, because
as a layman, I'm going to make an incredibly broad statement. The whole government doesn't work. Oh, thanks. And you said you had no real understanding of how the government works. Okay, thank you for your wild claims.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I just realized that they go right back.
Taxing the wealthy. So, but she just says it's broken. So, what's her explanation?
Would Medicare for All cover her caffeine pills?
Actually, that it has been, and all of a sudden we have this transparency that we've never had in my
sudden
life.
transparency.
At all.
I can see through the whole
government.
government.
Stuff was hidden at all. It's just
so you're telling me that the average American knew that we were funding?
Sam is right. It was all available.
It's hidden at all. It's just
she just needed Carolyn Levitt to come out with that list and Donald Trump to come out with that big list of theirs, to point out all these horrifying things that made up 0.0000001% of the budget, stuff like that.
Telling me that the average American knew that we were funding friggin' operas for trans people in who knows where?
I mean, interested
nobody
in what
knew this.
USAID was supporting.
Come on, man. Do you really believe that?
Come
You really believe that people knew this and this was common knowledge? And there's no question that some of this was a slush fund for the CIA.
Well, actually, you know what? The truth is, you can both be right.
Oh, you can both be right. Oh,
Sam
yeah.
is right that it was there to be found.
Yeah.
And Gillian's right that absolutely nobody told the American people about the specifics.
Nobody told the people.
You know what can happen in our process of government?
No, I understand. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying it
Nobody
wasn't
would
there.
tell
I'm
the
not saying
people
it
what's
wasn't
going
there to
on.
be found. But Benny, it was only when Elon Musk and his
Now, we looked into the transgender opera, right? And we did the math on this. And it was like, there was like $10,000 for one here and whatever it was, and $30,000 for another one, right? $40,000. $1,000 with a budget of $6.5 trillion. You do the math. Tell me what percentage of the budget that comes up with. Then multiply that percentage against the U.S. population. That'll tell you how much you paid. I'm going to tell you this. It's tiny. It's a tiny, tiny amount.
team.
Pause it.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
The American public is intimately aware of how the $900 billion annually is spent with the Defense Department.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, or oil lease giveaways, or I don't know, corn subsidies, or any other functioning. In fact, I don't think most Americans realize that their Medicaid is necessarily paid by the government, or Medicare Advantage. What a ripoff it is for Americans. There's a lot of things that dwarf the tens of millions of dollars that are spent on Sesame Street in Iraq, which, frankly, based upon what we did to that country, we should be putting a lot more into stuff like this. Or are we actually helping fund things in Afghanistan?
Oh, how dare we?
Yeah, maybe we promised that we would rebuild that country after we destroyed it.
There's been past studies that 1 in 4 Americans, it ranges on in the election cycle, don't even know who the vice president is. So if she's saying that, of course they don't know these very obscure line
I discovered
items.
who the vice president is. That's what I'm telling everybody.
The point is that we should be educating the public more about what
They wouldn't tell
our
the
government
people.
does. But all of this has been available because of the inspectors general and what they do through the normal functions of our government.
No, it's not
auditing
Inspector
these.
General. Listen, all this stuff that USAID did, except for maybe some of the covert stuff, is laid out on their website. We don't know anything that wasn't readily available before. Go ahead.
Benny, it was only when Elon Musk and his young team of guys with their sabers got into it, they found this stuff, right? And told people.
They didn't find it. They just they publicized it.
Well, exactly.
And,
but that's how the
publicize it with horrible context.
They found it.
They publicized it.
Well, exactly.
And,
but that's how the that's how the American.
The fact is, if they had been paying attention the whole time, they would have known about it the whole time. But in this moment where they are finally taking a look at things, right? Because the Republicans sign all sorts of stuff that they don't know what's in it, and then suddenly they're like, "Oh, gassed! Oh, what? Oh my God! What is in here? Oh."
That's how the American people found out about
authority to cut it. So Congress, Republicans control every house of Congress. They control the presidency. They could pass a bill tomorrow saying, we don't want to fund these things. But what's happening when they cut USAID is you've got literally 400,000.
60 likes, so live, reminding me that we are blasting through emotional support characters over here. 15, 20. Pink Panther. Buddy Jesus on a raptor with a pride flag.
Meals for children who are technically wasting away. It's in Africa. Maybe my guests don't care about that. But the fact is that they're sitting in warehouses in Rhode Island and in Georgia right now, food that can't is pre-digested practically because
Houston.
these kids are starving, and it's sitting in.
Yeah, we talked about a massive story. I mean, there was a bunch of stories about this, and we talked about one that was in Houston. I didn't even know about the ones on the East Coast that he's talking about right now.
Houses, it's going bad, and they have no way to ship it.
Okay.
Because USAID has been shut down.
All right, Benny.
I'm sorry,
Benny?
that's not constitutional or legal.
Okay, Benny.
It's incredible. So I've heard the Constitution thrown around a lot here. All right, let's talk about Article 2 of the Constitution. The executive branch has a clause called the vesting clause. The vesting clause makes one single man that is elected by the whole American people the only position in the federal government that has the entire whole of the country elect him is the president.
Pause it for a second. I just want to because I'm sitting here going I'm listening to this and I'm going wait, where is he going with this? Like the vesting clause. He's the only person to be where is he going with this?
Yeah, and it turns out he's going nowhere with it at all. Narwhal by nature letting us know Moen-Up has safely made it to her aunt's house, thank God. Thank you for using your galactic individual member benefit with your chat highlight to let us know. Very, very thoughtful of you. But yeah, the guy's going nowhere with it. And the fact is, every single office of elected office has a vesting clause in it, which essentially details what the responsibilities and powers essentially vested in that individual are. It's not exclusive to the executive branch, like this guy wants to suggest, as if it's some sort of inalienable right, it's exclusive to the president somehow. Vested. He's the only one with vestedness. Vestedness.
It's a half-baked theory. It's just absurd. Go ahead. Go back a little bit.
President of the United States, who is vested with the power to oversee the executive. And that includes congressional spending. That includes the functionaries of the government, including the commander-in-chief. There are appointed judges. There are elected at state and local levels, members of Congress, but only the president is elected by the whole American people. Now, I have a
that means nothing. There is a legislative vesting clause. There is an executive vesting clause. Yep. There is a judicial vesting clause in terms of what their enumerated powers are. It has nothing to do with how they are elected or why they are elected. It is the government was set up in this way, and it's just by sheer sort of talking like this, he thinks he's making a point.
And using the word vest, but we know that that is not one of the powers that is vested in that part of the Constitution.
What?
Yeah, Emma's right. Emma is right. And pissed off, it looks like. She's like, why are people so goddamn stupid? Yeah, it's okay. It's okay, Emma. 70 likes? My God. This is pretty unprecedented. You know, this number of likes this early in the stream. We're still, even an hour after the stream, basically doing 1 like per minute. Pretty incredible. Oh, that's a Gary. We already have Gary. Have a roll over Gary. I don't think we have Jessica Fletcher. We don't. Okay. Little Jessica Fletcher. Angela Lansbury.
The part that we're describing about having the power of the purse is vested to Congress.
The powers that we're talking about typically are like pardons and treaties.
Yes.
Not line item vetoes.
Right.
Only the president is elected by the whole American people. Now, I have a giant map in my studio. I don't know if you're
all right, pause it. Now, listen, this is where I made a huge mistake. This is where I made a huge mistake, and I'm going to own it.
I love this shot. I love how this guy has elected to have this map printed out in pretty... it seems like a lot of effort went into it. Money was clearly spent. And he believes that this map just proves some huge point. He's like so excited about it. He's like, look at this map I have. This map proves everything that you could ever want to know about America.
Because he's talking about this giant map in his studio. Continue. See if you can pick out what mistake I made at this point.
It is. This is what America decided in 2024 in a landslide and with the popular vote. The whole of the American people decided to vest a single man, Donald Trump, to hunt down waste, fraud, and abuse. Because while maybe there are some type of programs that you might view as just, what I view as just is feeding the American people. What I view as just is filling the potholes, educating, healthcare, and the capacity to serve Americans. And so, what America voted for was America first, and transgender operas in Chile isn't exactly America.
Transgender operas in Chile weren't even discussed during the fucking election. And I'm fairly certain that there was a myriad of reasons why people decided to vote for Trump. You know, to own the libs. To make racism great again. To do what I'm sure plenty of people had all sorts of different reasons. Doesn't make any of them valid or you know, that everybody all agreed somehow. We need and the fact is, if you look at the polls, people don't like it, including Republicans. Many Republicans are not enjoying what's going on. Not everybody. But it's clear that it's not, like he said. That's because he just literally claimed that the entirety of America just voted for it.
And transgender operas in Chile isn't exactly America first.
Oh, God.
And to say that USAID was
said a lot of words, but you've said nothing. You haven't addressed the Constitution, the Supreme Court cases, the Empowerment Control Act. None of that. You can
pause it. Okay, listen. Here is the mistake I made. When he pointed to his big map in his studio, I should have said...
Before he gets to that, this look on her face, I feel like while Sam is talking, you can see that she wants to do this sort of like the Tucker Carlson resting perplexed face thing, but she has no response to what Sam's saying, because she's beyond a layman, as she said. She doesn't seem to understand any of this.
None of that. You can
pause it. Okay, listen, here is the mistake I made. When he pointed to his big map in his studio, I should have said, did Russia pay for that? Because they did. He got millions of dollars from the Russian government. Now, he didn't know. He didn't know. He wasn't savvy enough to realize that Mr. Gregorian from Belgium wasn't real because, of course, of the one-page glossy CV that he got. But I should have asked at that point. So that's on me.
I made a huge tiny
people say, like, why didn't you refute the landslide thing? Because, first of all, whether he gets a landslide or not does not allow him to break the law, to controvert the Constitution, and go against Supreme Court precedent. All right, let's just play a little bit.
He didn't, for the record, under 50% at the end of the day.
And under 50%. You can't have a landslide.
With a plurality.
Cases, the Empowerment Control Act, none of that. You can say that you don't think it's the right to feed starving children in Africa. That's your prerogative.
Can we address the feed starving children?
Donald Trump, I can't believe you're going with the starving children. You're going with the starving children.
No, it does. I mean, it does other things that you don't like.
All right, let me.
It also does this.
Allow the lady.
How dare Sam Seder talk about starving children? How rude. It's incredibly obtuse of him to bring up starving children when we could be talking about transgender operas. Which one's more important? Come on.
Money spent.
Let Gillian have her say.
On feeding starving children or
guys,
in Ukraine in 2014.
Guys, let Gillian speak for a moment. Gillian.
The feeding starving children thing is such a freaking red herring. So first of all, the vast majority of you...
Here we go.
Ooh, this is a lot to take in right here.
You know who didn't think it was a red herring? Pop up that link I just put on there from CNN. USAID reinstates contracts for Georgia company that helps feed malnourished kids after Elon Musk responds to CNN reporting.
Well, first of all,
apparently it was not a red herring.
Will be incorrect.
Apparently, she just doesn't give a shit, a friggin' shit.
Don't care at all. Neither of these ghouls.
Don't care one iota. Now, again, that's their prerogative. It's just that the United States Congress in the past has deemed it in our nation's interest to make sure that if we have the ability to feed those children, we do.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a cynical interest.
I mean, yeah, it may be, but I mean, to refer to starving children as a red herring is utterly despicable. It is gross. Really, really gross. They don't even exist. Sam's just making them up to make you feel bad. There's no starving children in Africa. Truly gross. All right, I'm going to move ahead just a little bit.
It's just simply the reality. And the fascinating
That's what that's really about. And I've seen it firsthand when I went to South Sudan and stayed at a refugee camp. So don't play your starving children card. I can't.
Well, listen, it's not my card. It's just simply the reality. And the fascinating thing about
your card, though. Your game is like nobody's empathetic because children are starving. That's not what that's really about.
USAID is a percentage point, like literally less than 1% of the U.S. budget. But because there is this attitude amongst the, frankly, it's not just the USAID. I don't like them cutting the IRS. I don't like them cutting the EPA. I don't like them cutting Labor Department. I don't like them cutting the National Labor.
Wait, someone tell me what is going on in Benny Johnson's brain?
Right.
Like, he just sits there with this grin, and it's unclear to me, like, what it is that he thinks he's communicating. This is what they teach you in media training. If you smile, and again, you know, like, this is a point I make a lot about why Democrats should be doing stuff like protesting and avoiding the thing tonight and coming out and explaining to people why they should be upset, because it's always about the reaction shot, right? Like, people can tell, or are, I should say, steered towards how they should feel about things based upon the reaction shot. And so, you know, Benny's up there smiling because he wants to, like, project that, like, he's winning the argument in some way. But his facial tics are just so strange. It's almost distracting. But go ahead.
EPA. I don't like them cutting Labor Department. I don't like them cutting the National Labor Relations Board. I don't like them cutting the FDA.
If you like the level of debt your country's in.
I don't think it's as much of a problem as you do. But here we know the debt shot off like a rocket with the Bush tax cuts and then with the Trump tax cuts, and they want to extend those. And so,
yeah. And maybe if we were concerned about the debt, we shouldn't have bailed out all the big private banks when they failed. They made a bunch of big bets that didn't work out. Made a bunch of convoluted financial instruments to gain the market. Maybe we shouldn't have, done that. Or maybe we should change the tax system.
If we want to deal with the debt, and if that's a genuine concern, we can go back to the time in this country where we had the greatest economic expansion during the 50s and the 60s, when we had a top tax marginal rate of 90% of every dollar that would be earned over $470,000. Today, it would be $3 million. And if these guys are very concerned about the debt and deficit, we have a way of raising that money. We can go back to the greatest economic time of this country. So if that's genuinely their concern, we have that power to do it. I mean, we're not spending, as a function of GDP, we're not spending significantly more per capita than we were in those years. The problem is that we don't have the revenue. There's been huge tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires and presided over by two Republican administrations over the past 20 years.
Okay, Benny, on that point, respond.
Here's, I love it. I love it. This is my favorite argument I've ever heard on your show. I love it. Go to the American people. Sam, I beg of you, join the DNC, run for DNC chair. I'll do anything, okay?
Anything.
I want your ideas to be the ideas of Democrats.
Now, this is what you say when you have absolutely no response, literally no response. You spend your entire segment of talking in basically saying, I don't think that's politically palatable.
There you go.
Go ahead.
Anything, okay? I want your ideas to be the ideas that Democrats bring to the midterms and to the 2028 election. More IRS agents. Raise taxes to 90% of wages. I love it, Sam.
No,
How do I get you in the chair, man?
90%.
How do I do
every
it?
dollar.
How do I do it? Where can I donate, Sam?
Just send the money to me directly.
It's the greatest argument ever.
He's
You're
doing
right,
what Tim
Sam.
Pool
Just send it to me
the
directly.
Talk over
I love
he
that.
doesn't actually want you to have
Yeah.
a response here.
Also, I think it's because
And also understand, like that.
I don't think Benny actually understands taxes, right? I think he probably has an accountant who does his taxes for him, and probably, doesn't have any understanding of any of this. He's like, marginal what? I don't know what does that mean?
The argument that he's making, you could literally have that argument in any context and in any way. That's how generic he has to be with this. It's fascinating.
Yeah, because when you go and say, hey, I want you to take this to the streets right now, it's basically saying, there's nobody here to confirm that what I'm saying right now is true. But I believe everyone out there who's not here right now believes that what you're saying is crazy, rather than actually giving an opinion of your own, just sort of throwing it to the sort of proverbial people who are definitely not here to give their 2 cents on it. Nope, just got Piers Morgan and that crazy lady. Because he's afraid of taking a stance, because he has no understanding of what he's talking about. All right, well, there's a little bit of a beef there on Piers Morgan. Let's talk about a different beef. But this beef is very real, as you'll see here in this next video. NBC New York from 5 days ago. Beef between New York and Texas over the true name of the strip steak.
Well, have you heard about this one? What do you think?
Is it the New York strip steak? I always thought of it as the New York strip steak.
Well, have you heard about this one? What do you think? Texas's lieutenant governor wants to rename the New York strip steak the Texas strip steak.
Yeah, it's an idea that many New Yorkers can't really get behind, especially at the historic Manhattan restaurant where the strip got its name. News 4's Gus Rosendale weighs in from Delmonico's.
You could call it a New York and Texas beef over beef. And here at Delmonico's, New York is not backing down when it comes to the New York strip.
The name was coined here. This is a New York strip.
Dennis Tersinovich is an owner and managing partner of the storied restaurant near William and Beaver Streets in the financial district. And together we explored the cut that shares the name of the famous Chop House's hometown.
It's just not as tender, I would say, as a ribeye or a filet. It's just the
I feel like this is this is basically Texas getting an idea from Trump. They said, oh my God, we can rename things just sort of arbitrarily and randomly to sort of stoke our own egos. After they saw the Gulf of America thing, Gulf of Mexico thing happen, they're like, well, I mean, geez, let's name everything after Texas, I guess.
perfect meat combination.
President sitting back to Abraham Lincoln, and generations of Hollywood stars have dined here. And the New York
Arguably the
Strip
greatest
was
work of
always on
nonfiction
the
of the
menu
20th century.
because the name was first served up here.
Steak was very popular back in the day, and the New York Strip or the boneless ribeye or the bone-in ribeye were all staples on our menu.
Changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
But we live in an era of proposed name changes, and now Dan Patrick, the lieutenant governor of Texas, cites the large Texas cattle industry as a reason for changing the name of the popular cut to the Texas Strip. Patrick writing on social media, just because a New York restaurant named Texas Beef a New York Strip in the 19th century doesn't mean we need to keep doing that.
And for a little perspective,
I don't want reality.
These people are so easily triggered. And just like, they come up with the most random sort of cultural objections for no good reason. Aside from just like feeling like they've done something. Because they don't do shit. Aside from taking things away from the people. So they give them symbolic wins. They're like, all right, Texas, you know how we've been taking away your right to abortions and stripping people of important services? Well, guess what? You can at least go to sleep knowing that lib New York Strip is now going to be named Texas Strip Steak. That's going to make your life better. Don't you worry. Now remember, people, we're still trying to hit a goal right now. You can donate to it by doing $5 super chats and super stickers, as well as I'm also counting 2 memberships as gifted or started as one of those, and or donations on Cash App and PayPal. Get us closer to that Sam Cedar content, which is waiting for us at the very end of this stream. Who knows when that's going to be? Hours from now. Be wee hours of the morning. All right. Gonna transition a little bit. Talking about immigration quickly. This Hassan Theo Von collab from a couple of days ago. They had a little discussion about immigration.
For everyday people, it's f***ed up, and they recognize it, but they don't know who is responsible for it.
Man, it's interesting. I never really heard it put like that. Like, what do I want my life to be like day to day? Do I want it to be this constant or do I want to not think about those things and think that some of that's the government's responsibility? I do my best to elect and vote in a way that I think is meaningful and vote for the best person, and then I try to enjoy my life and take care of my family and my neighbor. I don't know. That's kind of how I think maybe I start to break it down in my head, you know?
Yeah. So what you were describing right there is basically the heart of, I wouldn't say the problem necessarily, but that is why a lot of people just like tune out, because they feel just powerless at the end of the day. You know, you got your protests, you vote, and then these guys do whatever the they want to do. What am I supposed to do is like the attitude that the average citizen has in this country. That's why things slowly but surely seemingly get worse year over year. Maybe not for you and I, because like, I mean, we're relatively successful, but for like average people, for everyday people, it's f***ed up, and they recognize it, but they don't know who is responsible for it. And they become so malleable and so open to responding to anybody that will recognize their frustration and say, it's actually because of this and that. And I think Trump tapped into that so perfectly. And that's why he won. That's why he defeated the Democrats so handily. Because he was like, yes, you're angry. I'm angry too. Why are you angry? Because woke libtards, because DEI, because trans people, because undocumented immigrants. Undocumented immigrants aren't your fucking landlord. They're not the one who's raising the price of rent. They don't own the mega corporations. They're not sitting at the board of BlackRock. You know what I mean? It's not a Guatemalan migrant that's sitting at the board of BlackRock.
I don't want reality.
Purchasing all the houses. They're not the real estate developers that refuse to add to the much needed supply of housing.
Yeah, and instead put a rag and bone in every town, dude.
There you go. Hassan explaining to Theo Von how immigration is, and the some other things are used as a pawn by Republicans to explain away all the bad things that they've done to repress people as the fake culprit of their problems. Stoking fear and anger against immigrants. PB gifting 5 Galactic News memberships. Amazing. Thank you so much, PB. Who got him? Meta Jetta, Chris Missile, Bad Lefty, BCat, Bloodstone by Stars. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. And we have 81 likes. Oh my god. So many things happening over here. All right. Now let's go from talking about immigrants to a different country in North America. Canada. If you didn't hear, the Prime Minister, the Liberal leadership race is over. I believe Mark Barney, whatever his name is. Mark Carney? I think he won the race. Although I don't have a story on that. However, one of Canada's provinces is going ahead with its own tariffs. So there's going to be countrywide tariffs, but also seemingly province by province tariffs, perhaps, as Ontario's Premier Doug Ford, unfortunate for Ontario, is going to be moving ahead with tariffs on the United States. Here's CBS News from yesterday. Did a little interview with Doug. We did say, I think it was yesterday, that we thought that Mark Carney was going to win. It's unfortunate because there was a better option.
Premier Ford, thank you for spending a few minutes with us. We appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much, Ed, for coming to our great city, Toronto.
What is your understanding of where things stand with this?
By the way, okay, so with that donation, I just want to keep everybody posted here and understand what's going on here. Now we're at 3.5. So we're only 6.5 away from immediately switching from whatever we're doing directly to
immediately, if not sooner.
And Sam Cedar Jubilee debate.
Tariff war.
Well, there's uncertainty right now. Nothing's worse than uncertainty for investors, for people, for the market. And all I believe is we should sit down and relook at the USMCA deal that, by the way, President Trump created, and he said it was the greatest deal ever. So let's fix it, and let's grow our economy together. Let's build an AMCAN fortress, and 2 greatest countries in the world to be stronger and richer and wealthier and more prosperous. That's what we need to do. And they're 2 greatest friends, greatest allies. I always start every interview. I love the Americans. I've spent 20 years of my life in the U.S., in Chicago and New Jersey. And I know all Canadians love Americans. I know Americans love Canadians. I've talked to many people, governors, senators, congressmen and women.
I do love Canadians. I don't love Doug Ford.
Behind closed doors.
I'm not going to lie. I know he's sort of not interested in it from Doug. Not a huge fan of his policies, honestly. He's sort of a neocon. His whole party is something of a strange dichotomy, sort of paradoxical in nature. The Progressive Conservative Party. It doesn't make sense. Say it to yourself right now. The Progressive Conservative Party. It doesn't make sense. No matter how many times. In fact, it makes less sense the more times you say it to yourself.
Are telling me this.
But I do love Canadians, just not Doug.
And they don't know which is the next move for President Trump. The only person that knows is President Trump.
Why are we lagging? What is happening? Sudden circle-y. Why? Why art thou doing this to me? To us, truly. Everyone is being horrifyingly repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
How rude.
We're back. Okay, we're back. Nice.
For anything that's manufactured and moved around under USMCA.
Yes.
That's virtually everything in Ontario, right?
For the most part, there are a few items, but again, he said that before, and he switched his mind a few days later or a week later. So once I touch a stove and I get burnt once, I don't touch that stove again. He needs to drop all tariffs. We need to sit down, all three countries, and work out the USMCA deal.
And somehow all Mexican goods, for now at least, are exempt. So Mexico's getting out.
How rude.
It's hilarious that he decided. I mean, he's right. He was right about that. May Wormy. With 2 different super stickers. Very, very cute pair. Aww. Thank you so much. That gets us to 4.5 now, meaning that we're only 5.5 away from just stopping what we're doing and going immediately to the Sam Seder Jubilee debate, getting closer and closer. Still got plenty of time to get this deal done, but the faster we get it done, the faster that content's gonna come. Oh, I haven't even been checking Cash App and PayPal. I could be checking those. Should be checking those things. Thank you, May. 1 blushing pair, 1 other pair with a fist and bump tattooed on its fingers. It's a very badass pair right there.
This?
Yes.
Canada isn't. Why do you think he's... What's he got against Canada?
I'm not too sure. You'd have to ask President Trump this, but I'll tell you, we're the #1 customer. We buy more goods than anyone in the world, more than Mexico. We buy over 400% more cars off the U.S. than Mexico, 200% more than any other country in the world. We're 2 of the greatest nations in the world. Let's build. I always say,
the greatest.
When it comes to the auto sector, you can't unscramble an egg that's been around since 1960, the auto pack. Let's create a larger omelet. That's what we need to do.
You had a conversation this week with the Commerce Secretary of the United
Yes.
States, Howard Lutnick.
Yes.
Our understanding is he got a little salty.
Well, I don't call it salty. First of all, Secretary Lutnick is an extremely smart individual.
Is he?
And
what? Really, Doug? Howard Lutnick is an extremely smart. He's an extremely wealthy individual. I don't know about smart. He doesn't seem very smart. Jubilee will strike my ass. They're gonna try and shut it down. They'll probably try and shut it down. It's true. We're gonna try our very best. We're gonna. Another super sticker from May Wormy. How's it going? It's going good. It's going pretty good. How's it going with you? That puts us up to 5.5? Wait. How many? 3, 4, 5. 5.5, right? I think we're only 4.5 away now. Am I doing the math right? I think I'm doing the math right.
Just, asked him, you've seen that the markets tumble. That's his area of expertise. We have to put an end to this. This is mass chaos right now around North America and actually around the world. Everyone's watching. The 2 closest friends and allies, have a trade war. It's unacceptable. So we need to get down to the brass tacks, sit down, and start hammering out this deal.
He asked you to basically call off all the retaliatory tariffs on the United States?
To a certain degree.
And you told him?
No.
And he didn't like that?
Whoa.
I can't really answer if he didn't like it.
I gotta pause this right now. Something just happened. I'm not going to dox you, but somebody in the chat right now, because I know who this is, just donated on Cash App, getting us across the line here. We're going to end this Doug Ford interview, which I was actually really hoping to end right now. I'm getting really tired of listening to Doug Ford. But guess what, people? Somebody just helped get us across the finish line. We have 82 likes. That's a lot of likes. Great job, everyone. Amazing job. Truly impressed. And I'm feeling the love. And truly appreciate each and every one of you who gave to this goal that we did. This is the biggest goal we ever tried to do. And we just did it in pretty amazing time, I think. Like an hour and a half to do to get through uncharted territory on this incredible adventure. All right, well, that's gonna immediately put us into a whole different realm of things here. Let me just switch up some stuff here. I'm gonna have to do this. It's gonna be way easier for me to do this on my phone. My list here, I can do from here. Yes, Narwhal by nature, it was you who gave that sweet, sweet Cash App donation. Got us over the line. Really appreciate you getting us this content, which we so deserve now that we've done this. I mean, we were gonna get it, but you know, I was bored from that Doug Ford interview. It's been a terrible week. We need some fun. We really do. Work appropriate with a $5 super chat. You watched the Jubilee video and you felt bad for Zam because he had to sit there and lose IQ points around so many clowns. Yeah, I watched like about half of it, I guess you might say. Maybe a little less. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, right. I'm rolling. Nope, I have that one too. We don't have that. It's perfect. Oh my god, the galactic gods. Gary is smiling upon us right now. Guess who we just got? Can anybody guess? I'll bet you know. I bet many people know who we just got and why I would laugh. Because we just got 18 on the D20. And that's going to be old Sam Seder over there in the right-hand corner. Stage left. Blam. The galactic star. The stars aligned. This is an alignment, if you will. Okay. What was I doing? I'm just thrilled that we got through that goal already. I wasn't sure how long it was going to take us. Because I'm stoked to watch this. I've been wanting to watch this whole thing super bad. I've only gotten to watch a small portion of it. Entitled One Progressive versus 20 Magas. 20 Trump supporters take on one progressive, feat Sam Seder. Surrounded series from Jubilee. Here it comes, people. Coming in hot.
That's hot.
So hot right now.
Mugatu and Paris Hilton are both right. Very hot right now. So hot. Let's do this. But yeah, just to wrap up that video before we get too far.
Trade war?
Settle down, Doug. That's not what I wanted. What was I saying? Right. I was just going to wrap up that Doug Ford video and just remind you all that over I think it's more than 2 billion. But there's some number, it might actually not even be a dollar amount. I can't remember this. Don't quote me on that dollar now. It might just be a tariff. Just a full-on tariff, not with no limits on it. I don't know the exact percentage that tariff is going to be, but Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, after the most recent election, is moving ahead with tariffs on the United States. This is in the wake of the United States tariffing Canada, removing tariffs from Canada, but removing tariffs from Canada, then putting them back on, putting them on Mexico as well. Recently, we saw how Canada has been tariffed now, not by the United States again, but by China. So the dumbest trade war in history continues. Now, let's get to that bonus content immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Here we go, people. Fingers crossed. Let's hope this works.
Like, what's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Don't you think
Yeah,
that's better for Americans
what's the problem
in
with
general?
that?
Like,
Xenophobic nationalism is better.
We should have a coherent culture.
Xenophobic nationalism. Does she understand the words that she just said? I mean, I know that she used fancy words, but she basically might as well have said
what's wrong with the Nazis, right? I mean, there's very little. I'm going to be pausing this a lot just because I'm concerned about getting in trouble for not commenting enough on this. But yeah, she basically just said, what's wrong with racism and cutting ourselves off from the entire world, the world that we have for so long been a huge part in. Sort of like what originally the Nazi Party had pitched until, eventually things changed a little bit. But yeah, let's go. It's a fascinating idea from her.
To choose what the culture is?
We already have a dominant culture.
Ew.
I mean, look, I got to be honest with
Don't
you.
be creepy.
You and I have a fundamental disagreement. We will never see eye to eye on this. Hi, I'm Sam Seder, host of the Majority Report, and today I am surrounded by 20 conservatives.
Wow, Bad Lefty is already MAGA now. It took how long? 28 seconds. Wow. That one conservative switched Bad Lefty's mind really fast, unexpectedly fast.
My first claim is Trump's attack on DEI hides his real goal, which is to give corporations more power.
Illegal.
All right.
Sorry, Sam.
No worries.
All right.
So sorry.
I think I have a slight issue with the back end of the premise, I guess.
The back end.
Trump's attacks on DEI being a real goal.
Before we get to that, just want to go back here. Where was it? The premise. We should have sat on this. Where is it? Trump's attacks on DEI hides his real goal, which is to give corporations more power. Which, I mean, yeah. I mean, that's pretty much what he's doing, right? He's blaming DEI for the government being, just terrible place for you to give money to. So we should dismantle the government and make private companies in charge of all of the different institutions, right? Place the EPA with some sort of private agency you can pay to do studies and sort of, what do you call it? Shift policies in your favor if you got enough money. Stuff like that.
I think I have a slight issue with the back end of the premise, I guess. Trump's attacks on DEI being a real goal to, give corporations more power. I'd rather center the conversation around the democratic, especially as conservatives, the issues that people have with DEI.
I love how this guy was so confident that he made it to the chair first, then got to the chair and said, I'd rather not talk about the thing that this question is about. And instead, I'm going to make my own question right now. I love this. This is great. It's a great start.
And why I believe Trump would, want to support the issues that, people are voting for him for.
I mean, I'm talking about his whole attack on DEI. It's actually DEIA, right? You know that.
Right.
In government agencies. The A being for accessibility.
Right. Yeah, and I think the attack on DEI isn't an attack on people's protections. It's on the other end of the spectrum. Right. Wanting to end DEI doesn't want to end protections for someone being disabled.
That is literally what DEI even is about. It has nothing to do with favoritism. It's about protections.
Being, inaccessible to get into a job. It rather wants to de-incentivize corporations to push them to hire these people on unfair bases, right?
But DEIA is not about quotas or anything like that. It is about protections for people within these organizations, or to make sure that you have different communities that have the opportunity to apply to these things.
Right.
So it can mean within government agencies.
You just got done saying.
Let's pay interns so that.
I love this. I love how this guy just got done saying that's not what it's for, and then when Sam starts saying it, like immediately switches. Like, right, yeah, that's exactly what it does. It's like, dude, didn't you just get done telling us that's not what it's for? I mean, make up your mind.
I don't want reality.
can mean within government agencies, it means things like, let's pay interns so that not only wealthy people can have their kids do internships in these agencies. Right. Or let's put out notices around different parts of town, metaphorically speaking, so that people know this job exists.
Right. This is where it begins, but this isn't the ultimate goal that conservatives have an issue with. Conservatives don't have an issue with trying to spread job applications to poorer communities.
Yeah, so then why rescind DEIA requirements in government agencies?
Because the problem with DEIA is there may not be like perceived actual number quotas, but that's what it devolves into, and especially with corporations,
do you have
it
the
devolves.
Evidence of that?
I mean, sure, we can look at corporations that are government agencies
we could look into them.
Not true.
We could look into them. I didn't look into it, but I could. I mean, but I've heard from people that maybe there are. Love that answer. Great answer.
Corporations that are government agencies that are hiring people on not true proper bases. We can even look at.
I mean,
we can even look at
would
the
you have
DNC's.
Keeps using the.
Yeah, even the DNC's nomination of Kamala as president this year. There was no reason to nominate Kamala as she wasn't democratically selected. She wasn't. She didn't go through a single primary. None of these things.
That's DEI.
Kamala was the vice president of the United States after the president drops out 2 months before the convention. You think that's a DEI?
She wasn't hired. Every presidential nominee is democratically selected to be the nominee for that party,
Do you realize
except
there were
for
not
Kamala
even
Harris.
primaries prior to 1972
well,
in
sure,
the Democratic Party?
But this isn't before 1972.
Well, I understand, but what did you think you were going to run primaries in those 2 months?
Well, sure,
I mean, Joe Biden should have dropped out even 3 years ago, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, sure, but even before, when Kamala was running in primaries, she didn't.
Right.
She wasn't the next man up.
She's the vice president, not the next.
She was the vice president.
Right,
yeah,
of course, but she wasn't in primaries.
But listen, aside from, I would have might have wanted a different candidate as well. But that has nothing to do with Trump rescinding orders that basically say you need to search for a wide range of candidates, not necessarily give any different benefits, but you need to make sure different communities have access to the awareness of this job. You need in your office accessibility for people who have physical handicaps.
Sure.
If you have folks who identify as as trans, you need to make it at least hospitable and not. This is all non-discriminatory stuff. That's what this is all
but you're
about.
The portions of DEI that.
What was that reaction from this kid just now? Did you see that? Why did he just go, fuck, to himself? What was that about?
Discriminatory stuff. That's what this is about.
What the fuck was that reaction about? Fuck. Oh, wow. I can't believe you said that just now, bro. Oh.
Portions of DEI that even conservatives don't have issues. Conservatives don't have issues with making workplaces.
The whole DEI apparatus within our government was a function of doing exactly what I said. Had nothing to do with quotas or
not unfortunate that those things get taken out, and there might not have been specific numerical quotas.
What else was he trying to take out?
It's trying to take out people getting jobs that don't deserve those jobs. People getting pushed into positions they have no qualification.
There is no evidence of what you just said happening.
That's not true at all. I mean, I'm not gonna. We're not allowed to sit here and have notes and numbers to pull up for.
I love how a lot of. I mean, I don't know this guy at all, but a lot of these people on these Jubilee debates are basically professional debaters. Okay, like it's their job to know these facts and figures. Yet, when pressed on having any of the facts and figures by Sam Seder in this moment, this kid is like. We could look it up and whatever else. I haven't done that. Okay, I'm just making an assertion without any facts or evidence. Okay, and it's unfair that you're asking me without a phone, without a computer, to be able to tell you things about the beliefs that I'm espousing right now. It's not fair.
How rude!
It's too much.
That's too much, man.
This is a fascinating debating style, I gotta say.
You can't.
Give me one example.
Give me one example. Yes, exactly, Sam. One example, please.
I mean, we're not allowed to sit here and have notes and numbers to pull up for you. You can't,
Give me one example.
You can't ask me to pull up numbers when I'm not able to sit here and look on a computer for you, but these are
Sorry,
you've been voted out. Please return to...
Yeah, that was definitely the place. I mean, it should have been a little bit back, but that was... Even the conservatives were like, do your own research, bro.
Sam. Thanks, man.
Ooh, spry.
See ya.
Spry. Basically skipping.
I think the roots issue with DEI isn't what the previous gentleman was trying to point. Conservatives aren't necessarily have issues with those things like accessibility to people who might need help. The issue is, and I kind of referred to this before, when you have agencies and systems, what tends to happen when you have government overreach, big government, is that agencies and systems get abused. And I think unequivocally, DEI was heavily abused in practice. It was great in theory. It's idealistic, which is sure is fine, that a lot of people can get behind, but it was abused in a lot of ways. When you have actors, like we're in California right now, when you have actors, white male actors who are being told, we do not want white men, we're not going to cast any white men, we only want this particular kind of gender, race, right? That is an abuse of a system. It's no longer fair, but more about just
It's literally, this doesn't exist. This is not a thing. Okay, maybe for certain roles, right? But like just across the board, there is no like, oh, we want no white male actors in this movie, in this TV show, right? It's insane. This is the most. I mean, this is just so easily provable with like a Netflix account. All you need is like one. Like not, you don't even need a streaming service. You know, YouTube's got free movies now. You just go there, and that'll clear things up real fast for you. But that just doesn't exist. I love that though. I love that.
Is an abuse of a system. It's no longer fair, but more about just perpetuating one aspect of, visual compelling aspects. Because at the end of the day, what's going to happen is companies are going to say, well, we want to look the most diverse. Okay, and what that is it's moral grandstanding. It's saying because we have more black women, we sell better soda. Like that. I got you. That is not.
I would point out that what he's talking about right now is not a government, like he's trying to frame it as such, but even if let's just pretend, like play devil's advocate. Let's pretend like what he's talking about exists, which it doesn't, but let's just pretend that it does, okay? If in fact businesses were doing such a thing, right, that would be a private business decision regulated by the government. Right, but there is no like such policy from the government saying, "Hey, you have to do this." Right, that just doesn't exist. You have to not hire white men anymore. That's just not there is no legislation as such, right? But this guy's trying to frame it like that is the case, even though what he's talking about just doesn't exist, regardless, one way or the other. He's just wrong.
Because we have more black women, we sell better soda, like that. I got you. That is not.
Well, that's getting a little far afield from what Trump's DEI orders are. But I can tell you, as somebody who was a sitcom actor in the 90s, I would walk into a room and everybody I would see would look like me. And I was doing a second position, which doesn't even exist anymore, where you do 2 pilots a year. And I was looking around basically every part of television when I was a kid. I was centered in some fashion. It was either this is about my mother, or this is about my father, or someone like me was centered. So, we can argue as to whether or not Hollywood is overcorrected in some fashion. But on a governmental level, the DEIA directives that agencies were following for the past 4 years, there's nothing, I don't know what you mean by abuse on it, but there is no evidence that it was an affirmative action program in those instances.
Yeah.
It was about anti-discrimination. You cannot discriminate against these people, and you want to open up opportunities for a broad swath of people. Again, the internship is like one of the most material things that exist there, where the idea that you need to pay interns. And that's important because you want low-income people to have the same sort of like opportunities to see these things.
Exactly. Because if your family isn't full of money and able to house you throughout an internship after having already gone through college, you know, into your mid-20s, late 20s perhaps, depending on how long these internships go, if you can't forego being paid for work experience, well then all of a sudden you're losing opportunity, you know, because work experience is important. So if you make it paid so that everybody can do it, like Sam's saying, it doesn't make these jobs based upon class and circumstance.
You want low-income people to have the same sort of like opportunities to see these things as wealthy people. You know, my kids can maybe afford to do an internship for the summer instead of going to get a job.
I think what's happening is we're talking about two different things. Because again,
I'm talking about Trump's DEIA rescission is a way of basically driving people out of these agencies, making it
you're saying Trump specifically, and I understand why you're saying Trump, but I think the American people as a whole.
You're talking about Trump because that's what we were just talking about. Is Trump's has he forgotten the premise of the question? We're talking about Trump's attack. Look, it's up here. It's really easy. It's actually hidden right up here. See? Trump's attack. Trump's attacks.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
That guy.
Illegal.
On DEI hides his real goal, which is to give corporations more power. 100 likes? Is that possible right now? Do we have 100 likes already?
Kind of
2 hours into this. Is that a joke, Jerry? Are you joking me? Are you pulling my leg right now? It's not possible.
Specifically, and I understand why you're saying Trump, but I think the American people as a whole have kind of, and I won't say whole because obviously it's not 100%, but a majority
it's not even
of
close,
American people
actually.
have kind of rejected DEI because
Less than 50%.
We're talking about what DEIA is.
That may be the case, but again, my point is we're talking about abuse of a system. What you're talking about is not necessarily what was happening. What people were seeing.
It's not necessarily what was happening, but it was what was happening. It didn't have to happen that way, but it did. Wow, we really got 100 likes. That's incredible. That's a record. Only 2 hours into a stream with 100 likes. That is unprecedented around here. I mean, we saw 100 likes on yesterday's stream, but the 2 hours in, yesterday was like 8 hours in. 2? That's too much.
That's too much, man.
Wait, how many do you even have right now? Hold on, I gotta count. Jesus Christ, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Which really means it's only 8 because Gary's a rollover. 2. We have both of those. And that one. We have so many of these. No, it's literally, I just rolled 2 of the same number in a row. Okay. I don't think we have either of those. Wow. Okay, yeah. And where's... Yeah. All right, incredible on this Sunday Fun Day. All of you showing your love so many different beautiful ways.
Were, hey, because you're white, you can't do this, and liberals like to do this thing where they create
Nobody is. I love
they created the whole idea of
I love that. I love that pan. It wasn't really a pan. It was just a cut to that other camera, but it was hilarious.
This and liberals like to do this thing where they create systems.
He says white people aren't being allowed to do certain things, and then you get the pastiest white guy on the planet nodding, yes, I can't do anything.
What you're talking about is not necessarily what was happening. What people were seeing were, hey, because you're white, you can't do this. And liberals like to do this thing where they create systems, and then they created the whole idea of woke, and then they backed away, and then conservatives say
created
woke,
it,
and then they're like, we don't know what woke is. They created DEI. Biden literally said,
I mean, woke. The idea of woke goes back like, what is it, like 60 years, like to the 60s? But it got like appropriated by the right as a way to demonize people and to avoid saying certain words that they learned that they weren't allowed to say. But yeah, I mean, when were we talking? When did who started and when? What are we talking about here?
Kamala Harris is being chosen because she is a black woman, and then all of a sudden, Democrats for the rest after that said that's not why she was chosen, even though Biden literally said that. And then we have this cognitive dissonance as if we're not living in reality.
Biden wanted to make sure that there was that there was an opportunity for a black woman to be his vice president. Without a doubt.
So why did Democrats move away from that and say no, it wasn't because she was a black woman? My point is
it's not because she's a black woman.
But that's what they said. I can agree
that is not what they
it's
said.
not because she's a black woman, but
Who
that's
said
what
that?
they said. Why did they?
They said. He's saying that's what they said. That's what they said. This. I mean, what is he talking about? Who said this? We around here were watching constantly all of the news. Who was saying that? I can't think of a single person who said that as like an actual reasoning for why Kamala was chosen. Anybody?
But that's what they said. I can agree that it's not because she's a black woman, but that's what they said. Why did they say that then?
No, because there are plenty of black women, right? Like, he could have picked anybody, but he picked specifically her. You're positing the idea that there wasn't a black woman who would have been qualified for that position.
No,
and I don't believe that.
No, that's not what conservatives aren't saying, that there aren't, because again, even in the Republican Party right now and in Trump's cabinet, there are people of color that Democrats pretend don't exist, like J.D. Vance's wife, and
J.D. Vance's wife is not a government official. She's just the second lady. What are you talking about? He's gonna use Usha Vance in this moment to be like, can't you see? Can't you? God, J.D. Vance is willing to fuck a brown woman. Look, he had 2 kids with her. Look how unracist. Look at the DEI happening in the bedrooms of of the White House.
Wife is not in the cabinet.
No, but
she's
if J.D. Vance was a
J.D. Vance
Democrat,
dies,
his wife would be lauded all over.
Huh? Well, I mean, they're not. Republicans don't want to talk about her because they don't like her because she's brown. Weird. This is a weird vibe. I mean, he could have talked about Scott Turner. I mean, I think he's a horrible guy, but that would have been a better example. He's the new HUD director. I'm just trying to think of who else he could be talking about. It's mostly white people.
I'm not, listen, I'm not here to defend the Democratic,
I guess Marco Rubio's kind of
choice on every policy.
I guess,
but there
he's
is
Cuban,
one
right?
Party in this country that is identitarian. There is one party that is represented and it is homogenous, and it is the Republican Party. 85% of Republicans are white. That's just the reality. Some people don't necessarily have a problem with that.
But here's the thing. You said even if let's just say, okay, that's true. 80% of Republicans are white. Does that mean that they're less moral? That they can't run an effective government? What does race have to do? What does race have to do? Hold on. What does
Donald Trump didn't have to say,
what does race
my
have
vice president's
to
do?
Or Cash App Patel. Good point. Cash App. He's the new FBI director. But yeah, trying to think who else is in there. There's so many people. It's mostly old white guys. But yeah, good reminder. And also, you can also show your support for the Galactic News Network on Cash App. Every time I say Cash App, I have to also plug the Galactic Cash App.
white male.
No.
Because they all knew it was going to be.
No, this is the premise of DEI. What does race have to do with running an effective government? What does race have to do? If let's say DEI on the micro level.
I will tell you right now.
DEI on the micro level at McDonald's.
I'll tell you.
Am I going to get better nuggets?
Listen.
If the cashier is black or white, what does that have to do with anything?
I'll tell you what it is. First of all, DEIA means that if you come into this agency or corporation, you're not going to be discriminated against because you don't look like everybody else, or you don't have the same like physical abilities as everybody else, or you may require handles on the bathroom or whatever it is. That's what DEIA does. But does it make a government better if there's a broad representation of the people it's supposed to govern? Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction
regardless
of the
of
20th
DEI,
century.
don't we already have things in our Constitution that protect people's rights, protects people?
No.
No.
We don't?
No.
Do we or do we not?
No, you
we
don't.
do not.
No, you don't. That's the thing. The people seem to miss all of this DEIA stuff was a result of having to ensure what was written into the the Bill of Rights, into the Constitution, right after the fact, 19th Amendment, right? And wait, oh, my brain just broke. Is it 19th? Oh God, I'm thinking about too many things at once. But the existence of DEI was the solution to trying to make some sort of effort at ensuring that those protections exist. And he seems to have completely missed this somehow. I don't know how, but he did.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, you're wrong.
Regardless of DEI, don't we already have things in our Constitution that protects people's rights, protects people?
No.
We don't?
No.
Do we or do we not?
No, we do not. Tell me what protects people from discrimination in housing and in work and hiring or getting loans. It's all statutes. It's all statutes. And in these government agencies, there was nothing except for that order. That's why Trump just rescinded it.
Illegal.
I'm gonna tap out. Because I think someone else has a better can defend that point specifically.
Oh my God, this guy came in here with such vigor. We were talking about he was sprightly. He shot straight to the chair, skipping the excitement. So much confidence. He came in here trying to say, Sam, we already have protections that protect us. We don't need DEI. And Sam's like, actually, you're wrong. And he's like, actually, I'm sorry. I don't think I researched this enough. I need someone else. He didn't even get voted off. Dude didn't even get voted off. Just gave up. Dude just surrendered to Sam. He was like, I'm sorry, Sam. I didn't mean to say stupid things. I'm a dummy.
Better than me.
All right, please return to your seat.
So sad. One thing I noticed, because I watched part of this so far, one thing I've noticed is that Sam is sitting here, he's talking like a lot, right? And he is the opposing side, but there's, even while the opponents sit there saying almost nothing, letting Sam talk, seemingly respecting what Sam has to say. No, there's very few votes are coming up, like the little flag waving, right? That's how they decide who gets to talk next. If you're just getting familiarized with this format, I just find it fascinating because usually, they're usually ruthless with the flags, right? But in this moment, they're just sort of all like, do I have anything to refute this, right? I don't know. Maybe they're not shaking in their boots, but I feel like they might be shaking in their space boots. Floating through the ether, not knowing what to do. Oh my God, super chats, super stickers going through the chat. PB with the very cute mic drop. I have never seen that one. I love that. I love that. Narwhal by nature with the super chat. I don't know how far in you got, but one of these guys will use some language that may trigger anyone sensitive to conversion therapy. Oh, great. Is that a kind of warning, or am I? No, it's fine. No, I mean, some people might be disturbed by that kind of talk, and I haven't seen that far into it, so appreciate the forewarning. But yeah, no, I find that, I mean, they seem to be holding off on those flags more than usual. I could be wrong. Sam might be doing some converting right now.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Okay, when it comes to DEI, essentially, if a person was not racist, he would hire someone regardless, right? So why would we need a policy to protect a person if we've moved past racism?
We've moved past it?
So would you consider yourself racist?
Wait, are you suggesting we've moved past racism?
He is.
Would you consider yourself racist?
I love how he refuses to just repeat his own statement. He literally just I love this form of debate. I pose to you a question. I will not be taking any more questions. Please respond. What is this? The Senate or something? My God, pal, settle it down. Pretty sure you just claimed something that was wild.
I don't want reality.
That's it. That's right, America. No more racism. It's over.
Are you suggesting we've moved past racism?
Would you consider yourself racist?
I consider myself, and sometimes I think we all practice like some form of, white supremacy. I think actually like we all do to some degree.
Well, I'm glad that you're saying that. So I guess going to the LGBT topic, it seems like it's very prevalent for you as an issue.
Well, it seems like a big issue. I mean, the Republican Party spent literally hundreds of millions of dollars demonizing trans people.
Well, the reason why they've done something like that, and I think you're misconstruing the narrative.
Misconstruing.
They haven't demonized them. They simply
what is
want
misconstruing?
protections back for their own children.
Can somebody give me a definition for misconstruing? I know what misconstruing is, but what's misconstruing? Is that some sort of extrusion? What does that mean? Very confused.
Children are being stripped away from
Who's
their
their
parents.
own children? Wait, children are being stripped away from their parents?
Yes, due to AB 954, they've now included gender identity as a premise to remove and strip parental rights for children who maybe they are rejecting their gender ideology.
So, but you'd be okay with parents who agree with their children's doctors to provide gender-affirming care?
I do not agree with that. Do you?
I believe that parents and doctors can make those decisions with the kids.
If a child can't smoke, drink, or have sex before the age of 18, they should not be able to consent to a sex change. Now, in terms of a DEI initiative, the reason why there's military bans on trans women and trans men is because they do not have the ability to cooperate at a mental capacity when they're constantly undergoing hormone treatment, as well as depression pills, as well as different mood stabilizer pills. And so when you go out to combat, do you really think you're going to bring an ice cooler pack with your whether that be hormone, estrogen, or whatever it may be, while you're about to shoot someone of the opposing
misconstruing?
The executive orders that Trump gave were
misconstruing. That one broke me. Yep. Okay. So it is. Chat's confirming misconstrue plus extrusion equals misconstruing. That makes sense. It makes a lot of sense.
CIA orders that had to do with agencies that have nothing to do with the military.
Yes, they do.
Huh?
Yes, they absolutely do.
The FDA.
The FDA?
They just revoked the ability of the Air Force to teach Air Force members about the Tuskegee Airmen.
Well, we're not.
Come on! To teach Air Force members about the Tuskegee Airmen.
Well,
what are we talking about here?
Okay, well,
honestly, like they're rewriting history.
Well, that's your perspective, right?
That's
but at
her
the end
perspective.
Of the day, if a person,
I mean, it's history.
Airmen, we can all agree existed, right?
Just listen to this. If you were,
this kid is completely incapable of responding to anything Sam says. He just keeps saying things that he's memorized, just sort of throwing them out. randomly at will whenever he's like, let's stop talking about this. Let's move to this thing that maybe I know something about. I don't know. Let's just try that out. But we just it's wild. This kid he's like he suggests that there's no more racism in the United States. We've moved past racism entirely. There's no more racists, and then won't even respond to Sam when he asks, "Do you believe that we are past racism?" Even though he made it like the central premise. He started it all. Oh my God. We've done it. We did it. It happened. No. Just sitting here talking. This is incredibly rude.
Come on!
Well, I guess this is... Okay, I'm back. Well, that's unfortunate. I was concerned this would happen. It's happened in the past when we tried watching Jubilee videos. Sometimes we get away with more than other days. But they seem to just not want anybody to watch their videos unless it's directly on their channel. Commenting on the video, that's not acceptable, I guess. But, there we go. Unfortunately, I think we're gonna have to take a hiatus from watching this. Maybe we'll try, I don't know, maybe we'll try and watch it later. I really feel shitty about this, because I was like, just fingers crossed about this, like, dude, let's just do this. Jubilee cannot keep just holding everybody back from watching their content. But as it turns out, they can. And it sucks. I'm kind of pissed. I was really stoked about watching this with everyone. Like this, you know, like on Friday, remember on Friday we like watched Sam talk about it on his show on the Majority Report. You know, we were talking about it as something to look forward to for Sunday. I was like, dude, Sunday we're gonna get to watch this. I think everyone was excited, including myself. We were all enjoying this. Now we've been struck down in our prime, and we have to try and regather ourselves, continue the stream, continue to try and have a fun Sunday, regardless of being repressed by Jubilee.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I'd like to think we'll be able to maybe watch a snippet of it later, but I guess maybe watching it, I don't know. What Power Report watched it? Did they watch the whole thing? Dan from the internet was watching it earlier without a strike? Then why did we get struck? What did we do differently and wrong, so wrongly? We got like 30 minutes out of it. We did it right after the break. Right? We only got like 15 minutes through because I was talking for half the time. And I'm honestly confused then. Why, if Dan from the internet got to watch it, then why don't we get to watch it? I don't understand. What did we do wrong? I was talking a lot, doing sound shots all over that puppy, altering the content, contributing my whatever's 5 strikes. Is that a real thing? Dan from the internet got 5 strikes for it? Is that possible? Are you making this up, BCat? You making that up? Dan got 4 or 5. He got 4 or 5 strikes. What, you mean this like midstream, like he got shut down like 4 or 5 times? They don't go after the big creators. I guess we got to be bigger. Maybe they won't come after us. They just want the little guy getting a leg up from all of their hard work over there. Okay, so you meant like midstream takedowns. Okay, all right, good to know. Well, we'll take a pause. We'll come back to it. See if we see what more we can get out of it. So sorry. We're gonna have to sort of pepper it in, I guess. Just because I don't want to keep getting taken down. It's super annoying. I'll put it here. Put it mid environmental half. We're already at the environmental half. So let's get to that. Let's go to a place we don't go to. I don't think I've ever gone to before, but it was recommended in the Discord. Gutsick Gibbon 4 days ago. It is up to us to save science in America.
It's science.
Hello, my gentle and of course very modern apes. My name is Erica. I am a 4th year PhD candidate in biological anthropology, and I am a science communicator here on YouTube. Today, I want to
Was it a takedown or a strike? I don't actually know what it's called when that happens. It's a suspension. It's like a midstream suspension. I think it's actually the better way to put it. Because there's strikes, there's a takedown of your whole channel, and there's copyright claims, which don't actually strike your channel. It's a complicated fucking system. It's kind of annoying to try and keep up with all of it. It is apt to change at will sometimes over there at Ubel or GoogTube.
to you guys a little bit about the war on science. Normally what I do here is I debunk pseudoscience, or I talk about the latest cool finds in paleoanthropology or primatology or evolutionary biology generally, or some other such cool discoveries, but I can't do that today. I have a much larger responsibility right now. It's tough to know where to begin with all of this stuff, so I will start as bluntly as I possibly can. Science, big S science, like the enterprise of human understanding, is under attack here in the United States. Right now I'm writing a pretty big script on the history of evolutionary theory and creationism, both in the United States and abroad. So obviously that involves a lot of reading about legislature and court battles and proposed bills and funding going to and then being pulled from science or the NSF or specific projects like the space race here in the US. And it's with that knowledge that I say, I think that what we're looking at right now is unprecedented. There is nothing to compare it to. We have never seen anything like what we're living through right now with regard to attacks on big S science. Why am I specifying big S science here? The reason is because it's all of it. All of science is being affected.
What now?
Like I said, I've been doing a script on the history of the evolution and creation controversies here in the US. So we've seen fluctuations in certain branches of science before. Funding has been given to research on evolutionary biology and then taken away. Funding has been given to organizations like NASA for the space race, and then it's been reduced after we landed on the moon. That kind of stuff is, relatively speaking, normal. But what we're seeing right now, well, like I said, I think it's unprecedented. I don't think anything like this has ever happened in the history of this country or in the history of any Western nation. But okay, maybe all of that just sounds like standard fear-mongering you might hear from legacy media. What is actually happening? Historically speaking, the United States is the biggest producer of scientific research in the entire world. We'll come back to that historically speaking later, but as of 2020, my country was absolutely killing it when it came to scientific publications. America was leading the world when it came to research and doing it with just a tiny percent of the budget. Let's back it up just a little bit. Research generally comes in two flavors. The first is basic research, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's researching basic concepts in various different fields. And the second is applied research, which is taking basic research and applying it, turning it into some kind of product or medication or weapon. Not all basic research eventually becomes applied research and results in some kind of wonderful innovation, but all wonderful innovations are preceded by basic research. Classic examples include decades of research on E. coli, resulting in CRISPR-Cas gene editing technology, or research on Gia monster venom, which is a type of lizard, resulting in Ozempic. For obvious reasons, then, most basic research is not done by private companies because it's rarely immediately financially viable. Now, mind you, that does not stop them from swooping in and using basic research that's been carried out by public institutions to innovate in their own way and then make money off of those innovations, but they don't perform that basic research themselves. That's your government. Around 50% of all basic research in the United States, again, historically the biggest producer of basic research and scientific research generally in the entire world, comes from governmental agencies like NASA, NOAA, and the EPA. The next approximately 45% also comes from the government, but in a slightly different way. It comes from the government's funding of academia. Private companies account for the remaining few percents or portions of percents. So to sum it up so far, nearly all of the basic research that comes out of the United States, remember, basic research necessarily precedes applied or experimental research, comes from government-funded projects.
Yeah, and we've been talking about for weeks now, ever since Donald Trump started cutting off all federal funds to all agencies, that this is a huge problem in this exact arena, which Gut-Sick Gibbon in here is talking about right now. Many, like all these colleges and institutions that he's been taking money away from also do science and medical research, right? We talked about how colleges all across the nation had, different sorts of research vehicles, whatever it might have been. Studies going on, grants being given to do some sort of scientific research, all being put on hold. People who worked at these places who had been, intrinsically involved in these experiments just suddenly losing their jobs because they were considered to be DEI hires, or they were probationary employees, or maybe Elon or one of the big balls didn't like the look of your name. Maybe it was too Asian looking or whatever else. Remember that? He's the guy who said he wanted to make Asian hate normal again, right? And this is what we got. And then of course Big H history is also under attack. Government trying to change history. Ministry of Truth is trying to amend all the bad parts out that she doesn't like. Being Caroline Leavitt, of course, Donald Trump has, I mean, a very basic, not even basic understanding of history, so it's got to be her, Stephen Miller, or somebody who's making all those decisions.
These projects produced a lot of products that we use in our everyday life that you might have heard of, including things like GPS, Doppler radar, MRI technology, countless medications, including vaccines, microchips, the internet. Now, many of these innovations came from specific government agencies, right? Research in NASA is what led to getting humans on the moon, for example. But a whole lot of things that we enjoy come from academia. So how does the government fund academia, and how much does it cost? Perhaps unsurprisingly, the majority of the biomedical research that comes from the United States comes from the academia portion, specifically being funded by the NIH, or National Institute of Health. Virtually the rest of academic research that isn't biomedical falls under the purview of the NSF, or the National Science Foundation. Scientists, research groups, or universities can apply to the NSF or the NIH with a grant proposal. This is basically them saying, here's my project idea, here's why it's worth funding, and here's how much I'm asking for. And then these organizations will hold committee hearings to see which projects they're going to fund and which projects should perhaps reapply. And not every project is the same. You would apply for a different type of grant if you were a graduate student than you would if you were postdoctoral or early career or mid-career or late career or whatever. There are different types of grants that you apply for given the stipulations of the project and where you're at in your academic journey. And
okay, there's Gutsig Gibbon really laying it out for us. The negative effects of these cuts in funds. It's going to affect every corner of scientific research, putting you and society in danger on multiple levels, right? People will not be stopped from making unscientific claims with regards to health. But there will also be less people working on coming up with cures for this or that thing. There'll be less people trying to make sure that your makeup is free of chemicals, and it's a huge list of things. Stuff that's all really intended to make society better. That's all not going to be happening now. That's not great. Should we try and go? I feel like we should try and go back at this, but you know what? I'm going to give it a couple more videos before we do that. Get a little bit into the environmental videos, then we'll try and we're going to try and get as much of this Jubilee thing in as we can. But, you know, they keep trying to gatekeep this important political conversation. Now, Sam isn't an actual politician, but, I mean, Benny Johnson just said that Sam should run for the DNC, so in a way he is. Meaning that they're gatekeeping history right now. Just going to point that out for everybody.
How rude. Illegal.
All right, let's, before we talk environment in full, before we talk technology and, actually, wait, health was supposed to have one more, sorry, I fucked up. How did I do this? How did I do this?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Hold on. Going to technology after we do health. Let's go here. Thank you. That's much better. Let's talk about Ozempic, something which was mentioned by Gutsick Gibbon just now in that previous video. Something which wouldn't exist without government research. And there's a dirty, dirty secret about it you may not have heard about. Let's go here to More Perfect Union. Talk a little bit about Ozempic. And something that gives me real Twilight Zone vibes.
There's a looming fiscal crisis in America. It threatens to destabilize almost everything.
In fact, it's going to bankrupt Medicare.
over a drug so revolutionary that it could solve a generation's worth of health problems.
They're seeing a positive side effect of those weight loss drugs like Ozempic and Wegovy, and that's a diminished craving for alcohol.
We're now learning they may have cardiovascular benefits, maybe mental health benefits, and now the latest is anti-cancer benefits.
Let me show you something interesting. These are $50 bills. Here's how much a month of Ozempic cost in the UK. And here's how much it costs in Denmark, where Novo Nordisk, the company behind it all, is headquartered. Now here's how much that same list price is in America.
Jesus Christ.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Its sister drug, Wegovy, has similar prices. So do all the GLP-1 drugs.
This is disgusting.
And this disparity has massive repercussions.
If half of the adults in our country with obesity took...
I want everybody to continue to remember throughout this, keep reminding yourself that this drug, which is being profited on by these manufacturers, right? This particular gene, whatever you call it, in Ozempic, right? That was discovered through government research, or not? It was like just keep telling yourself that this was all paid for by your tax dollars, and that somehow they're managing to do this to you. This is wild.
Wegovy and the other new weight loss drugs. It would cost us $411 billion every year. That is $5 billion more than what Americans spent on all prescription drugs at the pharmacy counter in 2022.
The company behind this revolution is called Novo Nordisk. And this year, Novo became more valuable than the entire economy of its home country. We spoke to politicians, drug pricing experts, and policy advocates to understand who is currently benefiting from this revolution and who's paying the price. We found a story of a miracle drug, its eye-watering price tag, and the unlikely alliance trying to make it accessible for all Americans.
Our office has never questioned the effectiveness of these drugs. We're simply questioning what we're having to pay for them.
That's Dale Falwell. He's the state treasurer of North Carolina. He oversees North Carolina's public employee health plan, which covers almost 750,000 firefighters, teachers, and public servants.
Our state health plan's under siege because of the high cost of these weight loss drugs.
In 2021, 2,800 North Carolina public employees were prescribed GLP-1 drugs for weight loss. And then the drugs went viral.
Ozempic, and Wegovy. Popular weight loss drug, Wegovy.
We were looking at potentially spending $170 million on this weight loss drug for about 25,000 users. So I think it's really important for your viewers to think about the context of what $170 million is.
Earlier this year, North Carolina gave 250,000 public retirees a one-time 4% bonus. The cost was roughly the same.
In my tenure as the state treasurer of North Carolina, I've never seen something come on this strong and this quickly in terms of the expense.
North Carolina's crisis, it's a gold mine for Novo Nordisk. They have a patent or a legal monopoly on the drug. And being the only company that can sell a revolutionary drug turned Novo from an afterthought into a global titan. Just look at these numbers. 10 years back, it had $4 billion in profit. Last year, over $12 billion. Since launch, Novo has sold nearly $38 billion worth of the drugs, which has helped fund the same amount in dividends and stock buybacks for shareholders.
It's estimated that last year, 2.6% of the profits on this drug for Novo Nordisk came from our state health plan. Not from our state health plan specifically.
Falwell tried to negotiate with Novo and the state's pharmacy benefit manager around the price of the drugs.
When you're trying to negotiate with someone who is consistently putting profits over patients, you can see how those negotiations can break down very quickly.
And so,
yeah. So yeah, I just want everybody to think about that right now. We're not able to, in this moment, get these drugs for the same amount of money as other countries in the country that funded the creation of this drug. And that the money to pay for this drug is getting funneled out of the state healthcare plans, bankrupting them faster than you can imagine. Not good. Not good at all. Something needs to be done about this. This is why we need single payer, so we can have just the government do all of the negotiating. All the negotiating. Okay. I think actually... Let's go here real quick, do a technology story, and then we're going to go back. Try and watch Sammy again. Let's talk about a little technological... Well, I don't know if it's a breakthrough. It's something that's been going on for a while, but the technology is improving. That being 3D printed homes. Apparently, at this point, robots are now building full-scale 3D printed small homes, tiny homes, in 24 hours.
It has been 2 months since thousands of homes and entire communities were largely wiped off the map by wildfires that devastated Southern California. Rebuilding will be time-consuming and costly, of course. A CBS News analysis found the cost of construction supplies across the country has increased by 47% since 2016. Well, now a Los Angeles company wants its technology to help speed up the recovery. Here's CBS's Danya Backus.
One thing I want to point out to everybody is that during that time, there was a huge spike in commodity costs, and then they came way the fuck down. Labor costs did not increase by 40%. And so a lot of that either has A, to do with the tariffs, or B, to do with greed and profit taking. Just want to point that out. Because, yeah, it's very frustrating to me. Not enough context is given on some of these things.
Speed up the recovery. Here's CBS's Danya Backus.
The traditional sounds of home building are being replaced with the steady hum of a gigantic robotic arm.
It's printing a 180 square foot unit. So we print the units on their side.
At Azure Printed Homes in Gardena, California, a 3D printer squeezes out a steady stream of melted materials made of mostly recycled plastic to build the walls.
We use the equivalent of around 100,000 plastic bottles.
Tariff, such a beautiful word. So true, Bob. So true. But yeah, I just want to make this clear, because the cost of building materials have been going up since like the end, quote unquote, of the pandemic. Say like 2021. But during that time, the actual cost of commodities plummeted. Okay, they hit record highs in many cases, whatever it might have been, right? Lumber, coal, steel, aluminum, and then they tanked. They tanked down, and over the last 4 years or so, they've come down almost to where they were at pre-pandemic. But there has been some increased costs, like labor has gone up slightly. But when you look at the actual increase in the prices versus the actual increase in the labor cost, you're talking about, 40, 50, 60% on one side, and then like maybe 10% on the other side, 15%. And so there's a gap there, right? Now, more recently, within the last couple of months with the tariffs, right? And sort of like the short period of time leading up to Donald Trump coming into office, there was also some sort of movement in prices. I think in preparation for all this, everybody knew the tariffs were going to come. And so, even before they existed, businesses were just raising prices almost arbitrarily, or well, at least not necessarily arbitrarily. They had a purpose to it. It was to maybe get you used to the higher prices even more when they came, or maybe to just start taking more profits earlier. But much of that is from profit taking, right? And it's not from the tariffs. I mean, now that the tariffs are actually in place, there has been an increase. Depending on where you're looking, there's definitely been an increase. But even that increase has varied and fluctuated between different goods. So it can't be explained away for the whole thing.
Into each one of these 180 square foot prints.
Ross McGuire is the company's CEO and co-founder.
How many homes can you print in a day?
One printer can print one module per day. Off of 3, we can get 540 square feet a day.
McGuire says automation is 70% faster than traditional construction. The efficiency appealed to Bogdan Popa and his growing family.
This is a very quick process.
Customers pick the exterior and interior features, which all must meet construction and zoning standards. Once the foundation is set, the unit is delivered.
The unit just came, and within a couple of hours, it was lifted over the house and in this place.
How did you guys make sure that this is a product that will last?
That's the beauty of it being relatively automated from the beginning, is that we kind of have to perfect it once, and then we know that it can just repeat with that same precision.
From California to New York, several companies are now building full-scale 3D printed homes. Azur's average tiny home costs about $35,000. And without it seams, the structures are leak-proof and insect-proof.
It's so well made that
$35,000 for that shed.
And these printed homes.
Wow, that's expensive. 35 grand for that box. All right, let's try and do it. Let's try and do it, people. We're going back. See if we can talk about this. I mean, my understanding of this YouTube system of copyright is that if you do substantial,
the Air Force,
if you watch video for commentary purposes, you should be allowed to watch it. But Jubilee is, I think, abusing the system a little bit. But whatever. All right. Yeah. Back to it.
To teach Air Force members about the Tuskegee Airmen.
Well,
what are we talking about here?
I don't want reality.
Well, honestly, like they're rewriting history.
Well, that's your perspective, right?
That's your perspective.
At the end of the day, if a person
Tuskegee Airmen, we can all agree existed, right?
Just listen to this. If you were racist,
I don't think he knows
you were
what
an employer, and if you,
I don't think he knows what Sam is talking about right now. I really don't. It's kind of amazing. But this kid, every time that a point is put to him, every time he just moves on to something else. He's like, well, let me talk about something else, because I have no fucking clue what you're saying. And it's not an opinion. They are rewriting history. It's literally what's happening. I mean, like, day one of being SecDef, what's his name, came in and tried, I mean, that's not really the important part, but like, oh god. Like, Department of Education is now trying to rewrite history, to remove all, like, mentions of, like, anything that could be perceived as anti-American. I mean, what are we talking about here? It's not an opinion.
wanted to absolutely be racist and exercise that, you would. I think DEI sort of prevents people from seeing the reality.
If you were racist,
if a person
you would
truly
do it?
wanted to hire you based on your intellect, based on your skill set, they would. DEI essentially provides tax cuts for the end of...
What is this guy saying? I don't think he knows what he's even saying right now. He's just saying words. He's like, maybe these words will make sense to Sam. I don't know. Or someone, somewhere.
Here, when you create your tax...
That's a great question. What is the screening process here? Do you just have to have a pulse? Some sweet frames?
they give you a tax credit for hiring someone who is black or a person of color. I don't know if you knew that.
In these agencies?
In agencies and private
in government
businesses.
agencies, they don't get tax cuts for hiring people of color.
And the other thing I wanted
this is to protect people from discrimination.
The other thing I want to kind of state here is that I've realized that a lot of the times with the liberals is that you guys push for example, for DEI. And
now, we already talked about this because this was from the clip that Sam, the Majority Report, posted that we watched on Friday in preparation for this debate that we were planning on enjoying together here today. But the government agencies don't pay tax, so there's no tax cut, and it has nothing to do with hiring policies. It's just because they're part of the government, and it would be sort of what do you call it? Pointless. There'd be literally no reason to do such a thing. Why would you tax a government agency funded by government dollars? You just cycle some money back into the system that you already doled out for a purpose. That doesn't make sense, stupid.
People of Latino or Hispanic descent. And a lot of the times what you don't realize is you're actually doing more harm than good by putting them in positions where you make them believe that it's based on the color of their skin. It's based on...
DEIA does not... is not...
It's based on merit. DEI emphasizes color, skin color.
Oh my God.
It says that...
Oh my God.
The people
this kid does
who
not
work in
understand
your
what he's
agency,
talking about.
It's about anti-discrimination.
Discrimination against what?
Against people who may have different...
Yeah, what do you mean? What kind of question is that? It's in the name. Like, it's very clear. It's very, very clear. Oh my God, it took 10 seconds this time. Oh boy, I guess we're not going to be allowed to do this at all. Wow. What was that, a minute? Was that a minute? How long did that take? That's incredibly rude.
How rude.
All right, I give up. I give up. That's it. I'm sorry, people. We're not going to be able to watch it together because Jubilee doesn't want anybody to watch this video. Probably not even hearing this right now. Okay, chat, I'm back. Looks like we're back. I'm incredibly sorry. You know, maybe I was too optimistic about making this work. Jubilee seems to be uninterested in us watching that content outside of their little bubble. Commenting on it seems to be a no-go. For a place all about, what's it, free speech or something? And discourse? Discourse is not allowed. Now, their discourse is allowed, but we can't discourse. We're not allowed to have our own discourse around their discourse. That's too much.
That's too much.
Too much discourse, Jubilee. They own They own it. Okay, they own the discourse. All right.
Illegal.
God, how rude of me.
How rude.
Try and, fairly use, as they say, content for purposes of discourse. It's my bad. I made a huge tiny mistake.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
And I'm sorry.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
Very sad. I could try on a little screen. I mean, is this not already... I mean, this is already pretty obscured, I feel like. It's cutting off corners of it and whatever else. It's smaller than the full screen. But I don't want to play games with this. I really don't. I've already tried it. Like, we've tried multiple times. That first time we got like 15 minutes of the video in. That time we got less than 2. We got 1:40 past where we were already at. You know, I feel like somebody's just literally watching this stream right now from Jubilee, trying to make sure that we are good little boys and girls. We don't watch Jubilee off of their channel.
Illegal.
And we're probably just gonna get struck immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I just don't want to play that game. Just don't want to play it anymore. This is what they're gonna do. I hear bigger channels don't get struck. Maybe we won't if we get big one day, but I feel like I've disappointed you. I know that I've disappointed myself with this. I'm also disappointed by Jubilee and their unwillingness to allow their content to be used anywhere else. I feel like it's sort of against what much of YouTube is about. People and like all of these sort of things, YouTube and Twitch, is like people doing content about other people's content. It's kind of a thing. It's not my it's not my fault that they copyright struck me, but I did start a goal for it, and we blasted that goal out of the water, right? And now I'm just like, dude, that was something we were doing. Oh, that's very frustrating. We got some of it. So, silver linings, I guess. All right, back to talking environmental stuff. Go back to that. How's that sound? Where are we at right now? 3 hours in, 15 minutes in. Let's go here. This is Forbes breaking news from 20 hours ago. Representative Sarah Elfrith was in the House. How was this committee? Fuck, I can't remember. But she spoke about the importance for protections on the seabed. Let's go here.
Consumed to the gentlelady from Maryland, Representative Elfrith.
That wasn't the committee. This was in the House. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member Huffman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to SJ Res 11. As been said, historic artifacts serve as evidence of ancient civilizations. They teach us about the development of science and trade, transportation, and culture. So many of these artifacts are buried on the seafloor, from shipwrecks and storms to indigenous artifacts.
I'll give you more, Sam.
And when that seabed is disturbed, these priceless pieces of history get damaged or destroyed, and more importantly, cost the companies seeking to do this work more money when they disturb these artifacts and are faced with fines and cleanup. Like the Micah shipwreck, which was bisected by a pipeline in 2001, it cost ExxonMobil $250,000 in fees to mitigate the damage it caused that could have been found from the beginning had there been a consistent survey. Again, saving that company money. This is not new. The Bureau of Ocean Energy Management has had guidelines on marine archaeology since 1982, and since have been updated during administrations from both parties to create greater consistency and predictability for everyone involved. These rules have stood for 40 years because they protect artifacts and protect the oil and gas companies from the liability of unknowingly destroying irreplaceable pieces of history. Each update to the rules have served to codify industry practice, use the best available science, and ensure compliance with the National Historic Preservation Act. Each update has provided oil and gas companies with more clarity and consistency. SJ Res 11 seeks not only to undo all of that work that has been done, but it will prohibit such a rule from ever being enacted in the future. And counter to some arguments, this rule is not financially burdensome. BOEM reports that the total...
Yeah, so if you're not picking up what's happening right now, Republican members of the House are trying to pass legislation to make protections for the environment illegal. Like you can't make like you can't protect the it's illegal to protect the environment, basically. I mean, maybe I'm being a little bit exaggerating, exaggeratory. What's the word? I can't think of the word. Is that right? But yeah, I may be going a little bit, but like that's basically what they're doing. I mean, I'm not really taking it that much further. That's basically what they're suggesting right now. It's insane.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Like, why you would do such a thing? Like, it's just sort of like it's another one of these sort of like childish, like temper tantrums that I feel like they're doing. Hyperbolic. That's yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying, right? For what I was trying to say, yeah. Hyperbolic, that's the better word. I wasn't being sarcastic. I wasn't being facetious. Also, I don't think I think it's a T, F-A-E-C-E-T-I-O-U-S, I think. Facetious. Right? But yeah, there was Representative Sarah Elfrith from, where is she from? Ohio or New York or something? Can't remember. I don't think it's Ohio. I think it's got to be like Maryland, maybe. Oh, it is Maryland. I was right. Okay. All right. All right. Yeah, was that a great suggestion from who was it? Omega Star, with the fantastic suggestion, sort of in lieu of us being able to watch the Sam Seder Jubilee debate versus 20 Republicans. We're going to watch some Majority Report clips because we did achieve a goal, and I do feel like you're losing content right now that you deserve, which you supported the channel. You know, you achieved that incredible goal, a larger goal than we've ever achieved, 10 super chats rather than 5, which is the usual amount. And it just feels wrong not to be doing something like this. So let's do it. These are the three of the most recent clips. I skipped one because we already watched one of them in chat. So let's do this. Hold on, let me refresh this. Hold on. Just added these in. This is a great idea. I really appreciate your input there. It's a great alternative. Logan Hill, thank you for the super chat. You just started the stream, but if you can answer if federal departments pay taxes, I'll give you $10. Oh crap, did it in the wrong order. You win this time. I am happy. Thank you. Appreciate that. That long-winded joke. Really set yourself up for that one. I'll give you credit for it. I appreciate you. I am happy. Very happy. Both with that entire thing, as well as your generosity. It's given me all sorts of great feelings inside. Appreciate you all. All right, to Sam Seder, the Majority Report. This is one of the more recent videos. This is from 9 hours ago. Resistant slibs at it again.
I'm staying in the race.
Don't even play.
Hey, Sam, this is Josh. I'm from Texas, but live in San Diego these days.
Josh from Texas, living in San Diego. What's on your mind?
Hey, man, yeah, so what's really on my mind is sort of, I think about my family a lot these days, and they're more on the left wing, but they're sort of consider themselves moderate, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of times they sort of have this perception that the left is sort of the issue with this last election. And I'm really trying to shake them of that sort of view. And I sort of wanted your thoughts on sort of how to convince these folks that really do have good intentions, that we need to look more as become more a progressive party, I guess, pushing the Democrats for more.
Well, are you saying that they blame the left for Donald Trump?
Essentially, yeah. They're sort of going into this idea of like it's trans people's fault. It's sort of these social issues that are sort of eroding our ability to get back into power.
Oh, okay. So they're not saying they're mad because the left didn't vote.
They're watching way too much CNN. What's her name? What's that woman's name? The former Democratic strategist, the woman who came out like immediately after the end of the election to blame trans people, pronouns, the woke left is all our fault.
Harris, they're saying that the left has pushed the party to the left too much, and that's alienating
Julie Roginski.
People in the middle.
Right, Julie Roginski, and that like Democratic senator from, or no, representative from Connecticut, from that really, really affluent district in Connecticut, both came out to tell us about how the woke left had ruined the party. They gave us Trump.
Yeah, that's sort of their perception, and I really tried to push that. It's sort of these fundamental economic issues that the Democratic Party can sort of focus on too, and that is sort of intersectional, right? Like if we push for more economic justices, that's going to help out the most marginalized in our society, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, but the question is really just like specifically, how do you address this with your family? And I would say the answer is A, with polls, because the reality is that while anti-trans stuff plays with Republican base, it doesn't play with centrists. People don't. That's just fundamentally just don't care. I think, at least in the center there.
It's way too loud.
So polling is your friend in that argument, and then the real issue is like who stayed home, and because people who vote for Donald Trump and Mitt Romney and John McCain and Sarah Palin or whomever it is, they're not going to vote for a Democrat anyways. And so the bottom line is like it's less shedding positions, support for trans people, let's say, and more about like providing a vision, like you say, which is, a strong economic message.
Now, one thing I would say about that is, at this point, like one reason for why that is the case is because Democrats have failed to, speak to people's economic issues. I will say that much, right? You know, and the fact is that has changed basically in the time, slightly longer, but in the time that the what do you call it? The Citizens United decision happened, right? Like once corporate money was allowed into politics, right? That slide, you know, from the purple states to being fully red states, right? Whatever it might be, your West Virginias, your Ohio, you know, places like that. They used to vote blue sometimes vote red. Now seem to go red every election, and it's really been all during that era of money in politics. So I think there is something to the need to speak to that, and that is, like he was saying, I guess, intersectional, or whatever you want to call it. It's class politics, is what it is. But you know, this in this particular election, there was so much they could have done differently. Not, you know, you don't have to always speak about things historically.
Also, a lot of research, academic research, about why authoritarians come to power. And it is basically because they have a very specific ideology that can translate into a lot of different sort of issue sectors, right? Like, you know, America first, ethno-nationalism. And then all of a sudden it works for, you know, how do we deal with immigrants? We have an answer for that, because that's part of, like, we protect Americans, right? And, you know, Americans in quotes. And how do we do that? Tariffs. How do we do that? Right. You know, build a wall. How do we do that?
Immediately, it's not sooner.
You know, more cops. How do we do that? We keep government from impacting Americans, right? Like, that is. And so I think,
100%.
you know, polling will be your friend here. But in terms of where to go forward, I think the argument that Democrats need to have a specific plan and a national, you know, people get worried about the word ideology, but really it's like.
And I mean, in the context of this election, they continued to play the same playbook that they had played for 3 elections in a row, that had only worked one time with Joe Biden, right? Basically just continued to talk about how bad Trump is. And not that he wasn't bad, but it wasn't new to people, and people need something to, and it's not just about newness. It wasn't a message, right? People knew how bad Donald Trump was. They needed to know what Democrats were going to do. And that lack of coherent message, right, bringing out Republicans and billionaires and whomever else to speak for Democrats, celebrities, rather than, you know, more Bernie, more, you know, actually speaking to the issues of, you know, the regular people, and having that lack of cohesive message in this election really gave people nothing to hold on to amidst the U.S., which Kamala was completely tied to. The funding of the genocide in Gaza, which was also incredibly unpopular, and still is, right? Still going on.
That's the overarching theme about being a Democrat. You know, it's another way of saying ideology, I think, at least in the context of the conversation that you're having, which is like, okay, we're going to expand economic opportunity and benefit for as many people as possible. Well, if that's the premise, then there's a whole host of ideas that come from that. Single payer health care, redistribution in, you know, not up but down, higher taxes, protection for, you know, marginalized people. I mean, that's what liberal democracy was really all about, right? Majority will, protection of minority rights. And so that's, you know, that's what I would tell you.
Thank you, Sam. He really is sort of like the uncle of the internet. Like, like people calling, he's like, I need some advice, Sam. Like, what's going on, kid? What do you got? Give the old Uncle Sam here. Let me explain. Explain some stuff. That's the funny thing about that Jubilee thing, is that's the vibe I felt like was going on there. There's a bunch of people, I mean, not entirely, but people really seem to be giving him a lot of time to talk. Not everybody, but you know, he knows stuff about things. He's a guy that's actually spent the time researching, actually researching. Not just checking the latest Ben Shabibo video or whatever else. Although he does do that too. Somehow he finds the time. I don't know how. I mean, he does have a whole team of people, but you know. God, now I'm just thinking about Ben Shabibo. All right, continuing with Majority Report. Bonus content, people. We're doing it right now. Doing it
immediately, if not sooner.
Let's talk about the double standard in the Democratic Party right now, because it is kind of fascinating that this guy is not getting more pushback in this moment. This is this dude who literally just left one office and is now trying to get back into office. One accused sexual harasser Andrew Cuomo, who I think paid I could be wrong on this one. I could have sworn that he paid like kind of a big sort of hush money settle. Not a hush. All right, maybe I'm going too far, being hyperbolic. I think he paid like a settlement recently over those harassment allegations, but he thinks it's a good time. We've been keeping up with this a little bit, because I mean he's in the mayor's race now for New York City. Whatever reason, 110 likes. Is that a joke? Is that a joke?
Give me a joke.
Is that, what are you saying? What are you saying? It's a funny one. 110. That's groundbreaking. That's historic. That is unprecedented. 110 likes on a stream? Only 3.5 hours in. How is that possible? It's impossible. That's what it is. That's what I say. It's not. It's just wrong.
That's too much, man.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Somehow landed on a character we didn't have. Got lucky there, because at this point, it's more likely that we would land on something than we wouldn't. With how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 emotional support characters. This TV is getting a little heavy. Omega Star with the Twitch applause. I guess I don't have to do it now. It's the same soundtrack that I use on my soundboard. I only have 866 subscribers on YouTube. I know, it's true. I know, we're breaking the algorithm right now. What were we doing? Oh right, exposing the double standard. With support for Andrew Cuomo, or lack of criticism.
Let me take you back to the 2020 primary when there was a senator from New York who thought maybe she could be the nominee for president, or at the very least she would run for office and it would raise her profile. Her name is Kirsten Gillibrand.
Oh.
I
remember her.
People may forget this. It's like kind of like the Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham once ran for president against Donald Trump in 2016 and called him a xenophobe. Oh,
I remember that.
Kirsten Gillibrand ran for president in 2020, and she was really running as the Me Too candidate. This was her brand. She led the charge to oust Al Franken from the Senate. Now, I'm of the opinion that Al Franken made some mistakes. I think he should apologize for those mistakes. I think he has, right? And I believe that people can be rehabilitated if the crimes that he's being accused of aren't things like, I don't know, approaching the Harvey Weinstein or forcible rape or things like that, where I'm like, that's beyond the pale, forcible sexual assault. When folks show that they can they've apologized. I mean, I think about Andrew Callahan, right, who's apologized. They should have a path. This is just a journalist, but they should have a path forward to redemption. I really believe that as someone on the left. But the hypocrisy of running as the Me Too candidate and saying we have to get rid of Al Franken, and then to hear this from Kirsten Gillibrand, when Andrew Cuomo did way, way worse. It's unimaginable.
Multiple women accused him of sexual harassment over a range of things. He denied, deflected, blamed it on being Italian. His current lawyer is literally currently out there defending their actions that are still ongoing, where they're looking to get the gynecologist reports on one of his accusers to prove that he didn't do something.
Don't be creepy.
I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Yep. And
there's been no attempt at redemption. There's been no culpability, nothing.
Nope. And here's Kirsten Gillibrand being asked about Andrew Cuomo announcing that he's officially running for mayor.
Given the work that you've done on the Me Too front, Andrew Cuomo is now in the mayor's race. Do you think that's good for New York? Would you support him if he's the nominee?
Look, I've known Andrew Cuomo for decades.
Oh boy,
and he
here
has
we
a lot
go.
of talent as an executive. He's been a very strong governor and done very good things for New York. But he has admitted and he has said he's made mistakes, and mistakes that he regrets, and serious mistakes. So it's really up to the voters. This is a country that believes in second chances. So it's up to New York voters to decide if he should get a second chance to serve.
What would your recommendation be to those voters?
It's up to New York voters. It's not up to me.
Given
Wow.
Oh, it's not up to you. It
Won't
was
even
up
give
to
a
her about
recommendation.
the whole Al Franken thing, by
Wow.
the way. People should look
I
up.
wonder what he thinks of all this.
So
I mean,
brave.
amazing.
I'm sure he's enraged. I mean, she was a complete opportunist on that front. And I think it's actually pretty gross, because I don't think that sexual assault should be used as a cheap political tactic, frankly. It should be a principle for somebody like herself, especially who stuck her neck out there. But people should look up Lindsey Boylan, who is one of the accusers, has been doing an interviews publicly about what she went through. And I mean, to have her own senator, Kirsten Gillibrand, who says this is an issue that she cares deeply about, deflect on this question, it's just outrageous. But right. Cuomo's tentacles are all over the state, right? Like, this was part of what was so intractable about him, is that he had a bunch of corrupt cronies, including some who got actually indicted on corruption charges, who he self-dealt with. He also did backroom deals with the IDC and fostered this kind of independent Democratic caucus that functioned as Republicans, which killed legislation, that progressive legislation throughout his tenure as governor, because there were voters that were going to the ballot box voting for their state representative and voting for somebody that had a D next to their name, but who would always vote with Republicans.
Yeah, and I mean, we watched ABC 7 New York video, I think it was. There was one guy who was supporting Cuomo, and he said, well, hey, you know, Cuomo, I mean, well, he might have done some bad stuff, you know, but yeah, I mean, we got Donald Trump in office now, and well, he did a bunch of bad stuff too. So hey, maybe it's fine, actually. I mean, you know, like, grab by the pussy and get him, blah blah blah, basically. And it's like, dude, but I mean, this is basically the thing. It's like, hey, it's fine now, actually. Trump's in office. Anybody can be in charge. And it's a weird vibe. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. It's bad for the country if we use Donald Trump as a bar for anything. Okay? If you're like, if the president, no, that should never be the conversation, especially with Donald Trump of all people. But that's basically the bar people are now using. He is in the highest office of the land, after all. Just model ourselves after the president. What could be wrong with that? Guess we could watch a little bit more of this. I don't know why I switched to the screens.
Andrew Cuomo created that situation.
That's what's so frustrating is, look, I think he shouldn't, he's a pig who should probably in jail for being abusive to people. The IDC thing, like that Gillibrand can say he did a lot of good for people in the state of New York. No, he was anti-pre-K. He was so horrible, and the IDC is the perfect embodiment of that sort of corruption, which is the entire...
Seriously, Cuomo was corrupt back when he was governor. And yeah, he enriched a bunch of his buddies and himself. He, you know, got rid of a lot of important programs in New York. I mean, did he sign off on maybe a few good things here and there? Sure. But in New York, of all places, we should have a more progressive person to get behind than fucking Andrew Cuomo. I mean, good God.
A corruption that has the Democrats below the Republicans in approval rate.
One thing I'm thinking about right now is, like, you know, like how could we replace Eric Adams with Andrew Cuomo? Like, it would just be like getting the same sort of corrupt dick in charge. You know, maybe some slight variances in there, but nothing of importance.
Now, because they are secret fucking Republicans. Gillibrand voted alongside every Republican senator and like 18 more of her colleagues to weaken rules about crypto.
She's been leading the way on crypto. It was yesterday. Right. She is so in bed with really like this is a huge problem in New York and New Jersey because it's proximity to Wall Street, which has all of these kind of financial entanglements with cryptocurrency right now. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Binder, but can you think of one Democratic senator who's been more pro-crypto than Kirsten Gillibrand?
In terms of policy, probably not. In terms of vocally, Richie Torres is up there.
Well, he's in the House. He's in the House. But in terms of our senators, but he's Senate, also from New York.
No, Booker, the same thing. But Booker's another guy. Booker was floating crypto as good for unbanked minority communities. Right. Like, these people are absolute fucking jokes.
Insane.
Yeah. They don't know. They don't even know anything about it. They're just following what.
Yeah, hold on, let Bender
talk. We've heard from lobbyists who claim this is the future.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's the same.
Exactly.
It's very.
They haven't delved into what any of this is actually about. They've just heard from people whose interests are aligned with this, who paid money to get to some fundraiser or called one of them up after having made a donation and said, "Hey, well, you know, I gave you all this money for this dinner. Let's have a real quick conversation about how great crypto is going to be. Blah, blah, blah. It's the future of finance. Forget the US dollar. You should have wildcat banks on your phone. Meme coins and the like are going to change finance forever. Get involved in this scam." And they say, "Oh, great. Great. Thanks for the donation." And they don't look into it any further.
Similar to what you see right now, where everyone's like, "Oh, you listen to all these, all these tech geniuses to warn you about the dangers of AI, and we need to prepare." And they're like, "Why isn't anyone taking this seriously?" Well, it's because most people remember what we heard all the other times these tech losers said to, focus all your energy on this because this is the future. It's just them trying to sell their product to enrich themselves. It's all bullshit.
And I mean,
and here's something important. All of the touting about cryptocurrency that has been going on by either Donald Trump or any of the other people in government right now, that has happened since Donald Trump became president, right? Anybody who has bought crypto in that time has lost money, right? The people who made money during that time are the people who are selling at the very peaks that happened basically right before Donald Trump took presidency. Right? And it started moving down. GNN coin? Galactic coin. Yeah. You think I should make my own crypto? If I made my own crypto, it'd be like, hey, this is a scam. This is a pyramid scheme. This is basically a multi-level marketing scheme. You are going to buy these coins. You're going to go tell people about those coins, and hopefully you'll be able to sell it to those people for more money than you bought them. Right? That would be our white paper. Galactic white paper. Hey, this is a scam. Enjoy trying to scam other people now. That's your new job. What was I saying? I got distracted by that comment. I felt like I had a point, and now I've forgotten all of it. Okay, let's go to the next one. We got more bonus content to look through. Let's, wait, what time is it? How are we doing? Oh god, we're getting close to the second break of the stream. How many halves will we get today? Well, we'll find out, I suppose. Probably slightly less than we would have had we watched that whole Jubilee video and commented on it as much as I was planning to. But I have added in a few bonus stories since we achieved that goal. I still feel bad about us not. Honestly, it's not even just about that. It's also like I personally wanted to watch it, and it was going to be more fun to watch it with you than to do it by myself. But they will get more views if they force all of us to go watch it, I suppose. StreamLord, the MLM Hun of space. That's me. That's me. I'm coming for you. Galactic coin to the moon. Okay, what's next? Got another bonus vid. Oh, Comer. Comer's losing his mind. Oh no, not Jim Comer. That big head's gonna explode.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
At least we have some Democrats doing something. Ayanna Pressley and the rest of the squad are a part of the Democrats who are actually deciding to fight right now. There was a hearing of the House Oversight Committee, which AOC should be leading, but alas, we have Jerry Connolly in there instead. She's still on this committee, and we'll play her questioning of Eric Adams later, which was just hilarious. If you know, Olayemi and AOC both did expert jobs with this guy. But
science.
There was a hearing called by the Republicans over the, they called 4 big city mayors for questioning all Democrats. Eric Adams is technically a Democrat. Brandon Johnson, Mayor of Chicago, Boston Mayor Michelle Wu, and Denver Mayor Mike Johnston. And they were called to testify over the fact that they are using their rights or their powers provided that they were voted on to execute on the state level or on the city level, that the Trump administration is saying is basically completely illegal and immoral. Because apparently, I remember back in the day, Republicans used to talk about states' rights. No longer. Now it's the federal government trying to impose their ICE detainer requests on these cities who have laws that they have to abide by that contradict these kinds of things.
Yep.
Like, for example, cities provide legal aid to folks, which the Trump administration is upset about. They may restrict local law enforcement from sharing the immigration status of someone who is detained with the federal government, or they may not detain them for an extended period to allow for ICE to come and grab them, because for, say, like a petty crime or a violation that is not violent, right? They may not be forced to detain these people. But the federal government under Trump and their...
One other thing that Emma didn't mention there, but any Fourth Amendment violations that occur, the liability is with, and this is completely perverse. I don't know why this is the case, but these cities are responsible, right, for any liability with regards to Fourth Amendment violations, not ICE. So if somebody tries to sue the government for those Fourth Amendment violations that ICE may or may not be, well, they definitely have been doing some of those, but, you know, at whatever time, right, that they may have violated, ICE will not have to defend themselves in court. ICE will not have to pay out some sort of summation, like some sort of judgment that might be awarded, right? It will be the fucking cities themselves, right? So when ICE does this, they're potentially bankrupting cities one by one, depending on if there will be grounds for Fourth Amendment violations, lawsuits, essentially.
You know, ICE immigration officials, they want to supersede local and state laws on this front so that they can round up a bunch of immigrants. So Ayanna Pressley here in this hearing attempted to submit evidence, an article, under unanimous consent into the record during this hearing. And here James Comer repeatedly tries to stop her and threatens to remove her from the committee for trying to introduce evidence into the record.
Chair recognizes
Mr. Chairman, I have unanimous consent request. Mr. Chairman, I have unanimous consent request.
Oh, it's this one. See,
I'd like to seek unanimous consent to enter.
Just so you know, I haven't watched any of these yet. We watched, I think we watched this one earlier, which is fine. I'm fine with watching it again. But we watched this yesterday. But since we weren't able to watch the Sam Seder versus 20 Republicans on Jubilee, we're getting bonus content right now in the form of the latest posted Majority Report clips, which I haven't managed to watch yet. This is all from like a few hours ago. Basically, while I was already deep into my already planned stream stuff. So it came out during that time. So like I haven't seen any of this. All right, let's go.
To the record, this article, and I'll do this as a survivor of sexual violence myself. This is from Courts, March 2018.
Without objection, so ordered.
Data from Texas shows that U.S.-born...
Without objection, so ordered.
Oh my God, shut up.
Put it in the record.
I haven't entered it.
You have what?
She hasn't entered it yet.
I have several...
Jim really doesn't want to hear this one. It's been entered. Can we not? I don't want to hear you say words right now.
This shows that U.S.-born...
Without objection, so ordered. We've put it in the record.
I haven't entered it.
You have what?
You have what?
I have several articles.
I
need to enter them. Let me just go ahead with what the articles are. What they speak to.
What's the next article?
Let me proceed. Data from Texas shows that U.S.-born Americans commit more rape and murder than immigrants.
Listen, this trend of you all trying to get thrown out of committee so you can get on MSNBC is going to end. We're not going to put up with it.
This is my procedural right as a member of this committee.
You can go with Mr. Frost and Mr. Green.
I'm reclaiming my time.
That's what you want. No. Ms. President,
wow.
Say something here.
Wow.
The whole your prop clipping objection, you're just trying to get out of MSNBC. This would not be a clip if you just let her read the news article into the record.
Exactly. You know,
Instead he
Republicans never
screams
tried
at
to get on
a
MS or to get on
member.
Fox News or something like that with their stunts. I mean, are you kidding me? Nancy Mace has made basically her entire career out of trying to get on cable news. She gave her staff quotas that she had to be on the news.
Yeah, Republicans are always trying to get themselves on Fox. It's constant. MTG, Lauren Boebert. And the Republicans are pretending like they care about decorum and precedent right now. And it's insane. While they try and just dissolve all the rest of the decorum and precedent in government, they're trying to hold on to these little slivers of decorum that keep them from having to hear things that are inconvenient to their own narratives and shit. It is out of control, dude. It is out of control.
Single day or going out to news outlets to put her on air.
MSNBC wasn't going to play just her reading a news article into the
maybe we would.
Into the record.
We did.
No.
It wouldn't have been newsworthy, except he throws this fit.
Right.
Comer also literally was on
like every second for the Hunter Biden stuff.
Oh, right.
Like he is like, it's crazy coming from like one of the thirstiest members of Congress for attention.
Yeah, and he's also, the idea that MSNBC is more favorable to a representative like Ayanna Pressley than any of the 10 Democrats that I just listed who voted to censure Al Green for protesting Trump is ridiculous. Later in the show, we'll play David Axelrod saying that it was horrible that Al Green dared
we just got
to
done watching
interrupt
that one.
the president here.
Watched
I
that in
mean,
order.
Folks like Ayanna Pressley are not aligned really with what MSNBC is doing, specifically the direction they're taking now, which has been just to sideline or outright fire, really, the most progressive voices on their network, and there were very few and far between at the beginning. To start.
I have been very accommodating to you, Mr.
Very
Superman.
accommodating to you.
As a survivor of sexual violence, I will insert into the record. This is my right. Thank you.
No.
Jesus.
Mr. Superman.
I am having a governmental tantrum right now.
Consent. You are not recognized.
I have several articles to enter into the record.
Mr. Superman, if you don't go, we're going to recognize Mr. Timmons.
So he's really threatened. I know, right? Hall monitor. Yeah, you're not abiding by the rules.
I mean, she was abiding by the rules. She had the time. She had the floor, right? She mentioned both things. He basically circumvented normal procedure, not to be subjected to hearing discussions of sexual violence.
That's too much, man!
It's the same thing that Speaker Johnson did, which got thunderous applause with the Al Green thing. We're gonna remove you. I mean, this is how they get off with their kind of fascism. It's the using the power of the state to silence people. Because why is that such a threat for that to be entered into the record? The fact that undocumented immigrants or immigrants in general commit less sexual assault on average than natural-born Americans, or just the Wall Street Journal, crazy lefty publication, had an article out this morning, and I quote, "Decades of research have found that immigrants are less likely than native-born Americans to commit crimes and that neighborhoods with greater concentrations of immigrants have lower rates of crime and violence." This is established by all of the academia on this front, but Comer is threatened by the idea that this would be entered into the record because...
Yeah, because it goes against the Republican Party's entire narrative, not just James Comer's narrative. It just completely just pops the bubble of all of that quite expertly, I would say. But it's been pointed out time and time again, right? But the fact is most Republicans, especially Republican voters, not Republican senators, I think they live in less of a bubble. They're the ones, they're the purveyors of the bubble, right? I think they know, generally speaking, most of them at least. Some of them are a little extra dumb, but you know, it completely disproves their entire narrative. And it's been pointed out, certainly on this channel on multiple occasions, certainly on the Majority Report multiple occasions, and yet somehow that message has not gotten to the people it needs to get to. Unfortunately, the fact is, it's just an incredibly useful talking point for Republicans to scaremonger about immigrants, brown people, you know, especially the poor ones. Oh shit. We almost went past the second break. We're 1 minute and 1 second away. Let's get this going. Alright, chat, we made it through 4 hours of content, which means we need to take a second break. If you haven't already, remember to be sure to have already liked and subscribed to the stream. Both very important things to do. Now, we did hit record numbers on the likes, so really just hit that subscribe button if anything you're going to do with your fingers right now. Because we're still trying to get to 1,000 subs. Still short by like 130 something at this time. Help us get to 1,000, please. You're our only hope. Also, do consider, if you're enjoying the show, to contribute to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, Twitch, bits and subscriptions, Cash App and PayPal if you want to avoid giving YouTube and Twitch money and you just want to give it directly to your pal StreamLord. Make sure I've got food to eat here on the Galactic Space Station. But the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars in the entire Milky Way galaxy is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic patron. That's right, only a few US dollars a month. You can get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by most people, not all. And yeah, I would direct you to the website to check out what those benefits are. The link is in my bio on YouTube and Twitch, as well as in the YouTube chat, thanks to Monope, one of our lovely mods. Alright, chat, enjoy this short space break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Well, chat, you know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the galactic content, of which there is truly a bounty for us to still get through. Better get back to those seed space fams. Otherwise, you're gonna miss it. What's going on here? What happened? Do please work. There we go. Wait, nope, still not working. Why are you doing this? What is this about? La 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 la. Really? What? I've never... Sorry, chat, there's something that's going wrong. I'm trying to figure out what it is. Hello? Something's wrong with my device right now. Oh my god. Please hold. Okay, sorry for the slight hiccup of getting us started there. Somehow my audio got switched around. The microphone input so fucked up. Alright, we're back. We are back and we're getting back to the content. Let's talk about Donald Trump a little bit and what it is that's been going on with him and the economy. The Majority Report had on economist Richard, what's this guy's? No, Hal Singer. This was a few days ago. Actually, yeah, I think it was Friday.
We are back, and we are joined once again by Hal Singer, economics professor at the University of Utah. Hal, thanks so much for coming on the show today.
Thanks for having me, Emma.
Yeah, it's good to see you. And I'm happy to have you here to break down, I guess, the past month and change of Trump's presidency and the real kind of just incredible economic turmoil that we're seeing. I mean, the markets opened very, I guess, low today. Since he announced those tariffs, there's been a total contraction and a bit of panic on Wall Street. What do you make of the past 5 or 6 weeks and what is Trump's goal here?
Yeah, let's talk, the goal is hard, but let's talk about the effects anyway. I mean, I think if there's one word to sum it up, I would say chaos. I think that we're just living in a time where it's impossible to know what the pathway is going to look like, not just for consumers, but for workers and for firms. And so, we start with the layoffs in the public sector, the federal layoffs, And it's not just the count of bodies that have been taken out. It's the anxiety among all the current federal employees who think that tomorrow could be their day. And then those are in the millions. Then when you add on top of that, the millions more of federal contractors who think that they could be let go. It has a pernicious effect on the economy because everyone starts to save and stop spending. And that's kind of feeding into this downward spiral.
People start looking over their shoulders. We've been talking about this, right? The sort of uncertainty of all of this is created with Donald Trump's erratic trade policies and actions, sort of, haphazard decisions that change from day to day. It gives people a lack of certainty about the future, a lack of ability to imagine what it's going to be like tomorrow, a week from now, a month from now, a year from now. And they just start freaking out, right? Businesses start saying, well, we can't make a decision. We can't build a new factory right now. We can't invest in this or that thing. We can't get new workers right now because we don't know what's going to happen a month from now. And it's troubling.
The Atlanta Fed is projecting a contraction now in the first quarter of 2025. So it's pretty grim looks. And then you add on top the tariff war that's coming. It's like it's one shock to the system after the next. And it's kind of scary.
When you say the shock, I mean, this just...
Yeah, before he gets too far, we go back 5 seconds so we can start that sentence again. But we were just talking about yesterday. How, I think it was yesterday. Or was it the day before? God damn. I've streamed so many days in a row right now. How many days is this? I think we do Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Or did we do Wednesday too? I think we skipped Wednesday. But, man, like we talked about this very recently. Like how Donald Trump had the CEO of TSMC. I think this had to have been yesterday. He talked about how he had the CEO of TSMC, right, earlier in the week, or maybe it was last week, who said that he was going to invest $100 billion in the United States to build out more factories for chips. And then literally in the last 2 days, like I think it was on Friday, where he said that he wanted to get rid of the CHIPS Act, something which TSMC had benefited from for ever since Biden got it in. And it's just like this vengeful, insane sort of lashing out from Donald Trump, but with policy, with U.S. trade policy. And then suddenly you got TSMC in a position where they're like, okay, wait, we just said we were going to invest $100 billion into this country of yours. And now you're telling us you want to take away legislation which was benefiting us? Well, that changes the math, doesn't it? If you're a business owner, suddenly, I mean, it's not like Donald Trump can indict. It's not illegal for a business to choose not to do something, and I feel like doing something like that could cause TSMC to second guess investing in the United States, and that's what all this is going to do, right? The flippant back and forth of tariffs is going to put so much uncertainty in the market. Nobody's going to even build these factories of Donald Trump's because they're not going to know whether or not the tariff that's potentially going to affect their business will be around in 6 months. And by the way, it takes longer than, a few months to build out an entire factory, right? A modern chips factory, for instance, like that's intense stuff. You have to, you have to import a bunch of stuff in that case, right? Because most of that stuff is already made somewhere else, in China specifically, or Taiwan. That's where all of the chips stuff is at. They're going to have to order that stuff. It'll take time because plenty of people want all that equipment, and it's actually really hard to get a hold of, apparently.
Next, and it's kind of scary.
When you say the shock, I mean, this just kind of motivates me to look into their reasoning. I mean, that's like, I think the federal workforce part, it's clear that this is the privatization presidency, right? Where they don't want the most of the media, I think, focuses on the authoritarian nature of this, where when Trump removes these federal workers, it consolidates his power and he can more adequately implement unitary executive theory, right? And that's a piece of it. But the other piece that needs to be discussed more is like, if these federal workers are not working for the public sector, well, they have to go into the private sector, and that's fundamentally what they believe in.
Well, Elon, who might be driving the bus, just doesn't think there is a role for federal workers or federal government generally, right? They just kind of want.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Workers or federal government generally, right? They just kind of want lawlessness, kind of whatever the oligarchy dictates. And so we're in a scary state. I think that what they're doing, we've had Republican administrations come in before and effectively neuter an agency, right? You can think about non-enforcement, antitrust, an area that I work in. But I think what's different here and what might be motivating them, because it seems like that's something you want to get at, is they want to permanently incapacitate. They want to impair the capacity of the agencies to perform, even after they leave office. Imagine trying to put back together the CFPB on day one under a new Democratic administration. You might not have an office.
Yep,
you might
exactly.
Not have workers. You might not have a.
Exactly. That's what they're trying to do. Is even if Democrats come back to power, be left with just untenable, left with an untenable place to start from, right? Because they've been talking about getting rid of millions and millions, tens of millions of square feet of federal real estate, right? Stuff that would cost an incredible amount to try and rebuy on an open market. Stuff that's been in the government portfolio, if you will, being used by this or that agency for decades, if not longer, much longer. And it's insane to think about trying to, go and buy back City Hall or whatever else, somewhere. It's what? First off, how are you even supposed to? But that's the whole point, right? How are you supposed to facilitate government? You're not. That's exactly what they want. They don't want regulation on capitalism, on businesses, whether or not it's them poisoning you or preventing you from forming a union or charging you bank fees, which you were being protected from by the people like the CFPB. It's horrifying.
Computer system. It just seems like what they're doing is way more violent and more pernicious than any prior kind of laissez-faire or conservative administration has ever done.
Left my tea back
they just
there.
kind of the former ones have just kind of turned down the lights, right? But here, I think what they're trying to do is permanently impair the capacity of those agencies on a going forward basis, even if they were to ever lose power.
And can you talk about those effects on the economy? It affects it going forward, obviously, if the Republicans plan to stay in power. But
okay, I'm back.
What does it do, I guess, to destabilize these agencies that have a role in the market, even though they're not, explicitly private? This is an important element to making our society function, and the economy is obviously a part of that.
Yeah, well, just to pick on the CFPB, because that's one that's clearly in their crosshairs, right? What was the CFPB doing before? It was looking out for scams in the credit card and banking industry. And so now I feel like the message, you saw how they just one after another, they shut down and terminated investigations of Capital One and myriad other companies. What they're basically telling those firms to do is, whatever you can get away with, right? You can do, right? If you want to inject hidden fees and credit cards or late fees or otherwise exploit, the vulnerable segments of the population, go ahead and do it. There's not really going to be a policeman watching any longer. So, that's where I think what they're trying to do is basically create a world in which, the powerful can basically just do whatever they want and get away with whatever they want.
And so I guess the tariffs piece is something that we can turn to here. Trump, more chaos. This is so basically, since this week started, Trump announced 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada, and additional 10% tariffs on top of the 10% that he already issued on China. Now, he's walking a lot of these back at the very least. He's already walked back after meeting with the big three, the auto tariffs, although it's still going to have an effect on the economy just because he made this announcement. And it seems like they're also in talks with Canada right now over potash, which is a really important material export from Canada that our farmers need because it's in agricultural fertilizer. So, I mean, is this just kind of, he issues these blanket tariffs and then is gonna walk it back in a way that, like, will any of the tariffs remain? I mean, what does this mean right now?
Yeah, I think this is his form of, to put it charitably, this is his form of negotiating. Now, there's another way to do this with a company, right? Suppose you want to induce a car maker who's set up a plant in Mexico to maybe consider instead, relocating that plant back to the U.S. It seems like there's a way to go about this. It's not easy, and I don't want to suggest, that you can just wave a wand and make it happen. But there's a set of carrots and sticks that you could offer to that car maker to say, hey, if you come back and you employ 10,000 people, here in the United States, we want to do something for you. But if you don't, this could happen instead.
But Donald Trump is not about diplomacy. He's about threats. He's not about concessions. He's about getting his own way, like a stubborn child. So he does these public and policy things, right? Incredibly erratic, without having spoken to anybody about perhaps doing things like what he's talking about, investing in America, like he supposedly wants. And we're left, with this horrifying, collapse, sort of this House of Cards situation.
And then you'd want...
It almost feels like it's in slow motion right now, as we watch it go down. But right now, that's basically what's happening slowly. Is the more and more that this war goes on, the more that this or that sort of tiny market implodes, starts to affect other markets next to it. God, not good.
Sign off from that company, and then you, I think, want to make an announcement, right? That this company, as a result of this package, carrots and...
Kowalski should be chief of staff? Well, in this current administration? I mean, he did run as a Republican in Kansas, didn't he? Or whatever he is. Is that enough? I mean, I know he's got progressive policies in mind, but he ran as a Republican. Is that good enough to get him in there?
Right? Maybe we'll never have learned to...
Also, won't he be taking Stephen Miller's job? Or wait, who's chief of staff now? I'm trying to remember.
Sticks that you were threatening them with, but at the end of that negotiation, it'd be nice to make that announcement. What he's doing instead, he's saying, here are the sticks, right? And now you come see if you can negotiate something better for me. What I'm nervous about is that we're going to get higher prices no matter what. I mean, everyone says this. The companies are going to raise their prices in response to these tariffs, which raise their costs, right? They're just going to pass it through to consumers. Some of them, if you follow Isabella Weber, are going to exploit the situation, even raise the prices by more than the increase.
Exactly.
Cost, right?
Yep.
You'd be willing to do...
That's what we've been saying around here. I mean, I don't know when I first started saying that, but it was weeks ago. I've been saying this over and over again. They are not just going to pass on the tariff to you, okay? They're going to increase the price, right? They are going to use this because people are going to be confused. They're not going to understand necessarily where the extra cost is coming from. That's what they're banking on. And they're going to, capitalize on the moment.
If you thought there was a chance that you could induce some of these companies maybe to come back, but there's so much chaos in the way that Trump is, unveiling the plan.
Nebraska.
I can't imagine that any firm would have the confidence to make a long-run investment in the U.S. under these chaotic circumstances. So I feel like all we're going to get is the downside, which is higher prices, and we're not going to get any upside in the form of more investment in the United States or more jobs coming back here.
I mean, I think that you pointing out the fact that tariffs can have some sort of utility when they are thought out and when it's about a specific industry or sector, like say we want to boost the, domestic manufacturing of X product, it would make sense to put tariffs on a Chinese product that would be imported here so that we can gain some sort of competitive advantage. And this is how this has been done. But it's in concert also with the companies that are affected, as you say.
Camera so bad
because
right now?
It's not, Trump is seeing it as a way to a negotiating tactic, as you say, completely misleadingly so, but also as a way to generate revenue, as opposed to what the most effective use of tariffs is, which is kind of what we're talking about here, making it very targeted to help an industry get an advantage domestically.
Yeah, and it's strange that he wants to raise revenue for the government while also saying that he wants to destroy the government that collects taxes, as well as destroying all the reasons why we even collect taxes in the first place, like getting government services done. Like he's talking about raising revenue in the government while also saying we don't need the government for all these things that we pay for. It doesn't make any sense. Now this is a late-breaking piece of news. Well, it's actually not late-breaking. I just missed it. And none of, for whatever reason, none of what I could see, none of the outlets covered it. Or I just didn't get recommended it. But here's BBC News. This is from 15 hours ago. Apparently, an armed man outside of the White House was shot by Secret Service. Just going to throw this in here before we go back to talking environmental news and stuff.
The US Secret Service says one of its agents shot an armed man near the White House late on Saturday night. This is the live scene in Washington, D.C. No one else was hurt, and President Trump was not in the building at the time. He's spending the weekend at Mar-a-Lago in Florida. We have had a statement from the Secret Service. It says that an adult male was shot by Secret Service personnel following an armed confrontation with law enforcement in Washington, D.C. Earlier on Sunday, it says local police shared information about a suicidal individual who may be traveling to Washington from Indiana. Around midnight, members of the Secret Service encountered the individual's parked vehicle near 17th and F Streets Northwest. That's close to the White House. They also saw an individual on foot matching the description nearby.
Well, there we go. Somebody was caught with a weapon who I guess they had a warning about ahead of time. Not entirely clear what this person's motives were, but is still alive and I'm in the hospital right now. So we may get more information on this later. All right. Where are we? Okay, yeah, let's go to the environmental news. Start off with KTLA 5 Festival of Whales underway in Dana Point. What's a Festival of Whales, you may ask? Let's find out.
Excitement at the 54th annual Dana Point Festival of Whales.
She was fishing, catching, and releasing hours ago. KTLA's very own whale-tastic Aaron Myers. You are now where? In Dana Point, obviously.
Wow.
For what this morning? Please tell.
Hi, we are at Dana Point Harbor, and the Festival of Whales is getting underway. They are celebrating the migration of California gray whales here. But look at how beautiful it is right now. This is the nicest I've ever seen it for the Festival of Whales. So they are ready to have a great time, and part of that great time includes the Cardboard Classic and the Dinghy Dash. We've got Team Dinghy Destroyers here. They are getting ready. We will talk to them in just a moment, but I want to actually bring in Donna, first of all, to fill us in on all of this. Now, Festival of Whales, 54 years. What can everybody see and do while they're here over the next couple days?
So we're so excited because it's our 54th annual Festival of Whales, and we have the best weather we've had. I don't even know how long. So let's start with the sun. It is so beautiful. I just am so excited. We are packed full of fun activities all weekend long. Starting right now with the Dinghy Dash, the Chowder Cook-Off.
The Dinghy Dash. And we have to get,
so many things going on. So come on down to the Festival of Whales. Okay.
I'll be real. From what I can tell, I watched this video before. From what I can tell, the Dinghy Dash is, in fact, the best part of this whole thing, which we will be getting into. We'll have a breakdown from one of the pilots, maybe the co-pilot, certainly one of the builders.
In a little bit on the Dinghy Dash, because we have teams all over the sand here. They are making their boats out of cardboard, and a lot of these, they do float. They do not sink.
Really?
Yes. Well, sometimes.
Sometimes, she says.
Sometimes that sinks. But yes, it's been going on for 8 years. And if you pan out all of these cardboard boats made with cardboard and duct tape are going to go right out here and going to try to compete to see if they can make it around the buoys. It's pretty amazing. Only cardboard and duct tape. Right, guys? Yep.
And then whale watching, we had a big sighting this morning.
We did. So we saw a pod of 6 gray whales. The gray whales are making their way back north, back to Alaska, and they just passed Dana Point 6 gray whales this morning to kick off the festival. They know there's a party here and they want to be here.
I know. Where is
so
Narwhal?
Beautiful when you see them. I was at a restaurant once on the coast and people just went silent.
Where is Narwhal? Whale Festival? This is right up Narwhal's alley.
They're so beautiful when you see them. I was at a restaurant once on the coast and people just went silent and just watched. And it was the quietest I'd ever seen that many people all at once. But talk about that magic of seeing these whales.
It's very magical. Like when you see a gray whale, it will change your life. The spout, the fluke, everybody wants a gray whale to fluke. They're just magical. The migration is magical. So we just hope that everybody comes down. Come for the whales and stay for the fun on the land.
Come for the whales, stay for the
right
fun.
here with Nash and his crew, the dinghy.
This is the leading dinghy building team.
There's a water bottle that we taped on at the bottom.
Oh, that's sure to work.
And we think that's going to help it float because if the front stays out of the water and we're moving fast enough, hopefully the back will stay out of the water.
Right.
You come up with this? Who did that?
I thought of it, and Evan and Max and these two, all of us. It was
These
a
two
team
guys,
effort.
I don't know
It
their
was
names.
I love that. Well, we'll put the details up on the screen if you would like to come check out the Festival of Whales. It's happening today and tomorrow here at the Dana Point.
All right. There we go. Festival of Whales. And little children building boats of cardboard and duct tape. I'm not sure how it's relevant to whales, but hey, I think it's fun. It looks fun. I kind of wish I could make my own cardboard boat right now. Oh, that's a good point, Albert. See, you thought it was cardboard and duct tape only. They've cheated. They have cheated. Oh my god.
Illegal.
Broken. News broken. These young men have committed the crime of using something other than cardboard or duct tape for their dinghy in the Whale Festival dinghy race.
Illegal.
Oh my god. Broken wide open. A scandal of the ages. The dinghy race will never be the same ever again after this horrifying, lurid scandal. Jesus. Oh, God. That was supposed to be one of the Sunday FUNDAY stories. Just took a real hard right turn there. Shocking. Unexpected. Let's try and get over that. This might break us out of our shock. Not an actual explosion, but a 4.1 magnitude earthquake rattled Westlake Village, north of LA.
Right now at 6, a 4.1 earthquake shakes LA County, Ventura County, and beyond. Hello, and thanks for joining us. I'm Kathy Vara.
And I'm Jonathan Gonzalez. We both felt it. That earthquake's epicenter was in Westlake Village, but people felt it as far as Goleta and Redlands.
Our coverage begins with meteorologist Stephanie Olmo tracking the aftershock. Stephanie.
Oh, yeah, we felt it. It happened around.
Exactly. I'm trying to get us past this story because it's very, I mean, it was, oh God, it was supposed to be fun. But yeah, banned for life from future whale festivals.
Illegal.
I'm sure some sort of a convening of judges will be held. And that young man and his team, after all of that efforting, ruined it for themselves and their future yachting careers. Cut down in their prime. It's a sad story in the end.
103 earlier this afternoon, just 7 miles northwest of Malibu. And since then, we've had numerous aftershocks. We had a 3.0 aftershock and a couple of 2s, and of course, below that. All right, when we talk about a 4.1 quake, it's considered a light quake. We get 6,200 of these light quakes per year worldwide, 17 of a 4-point magnitude here in California. So when we talk about the magnitude, that number does not vary if you live further out. The number is the number. It's a measurement of the energy release. The more energy released, the further it travels. The intensity is the...
Here they have a faucet. The mayor of Los Angeles turned the faucet on because of the fish. They call it the fish of the earth. Turned on, turned off, earthquake created by man. No more federal funds till the earthquake stops. That's right.
Illegal.
So yeah, intense earthquake felt north of LA. And in parts of LA, technically, but mostly in northern sort of places. Like Ventura was mentioned in there. I assume Malibu felt some of it, which is right next door. All right, let's get into more environmental issues, and we're going to stay in LA, talk about the LA fire. But since it's Sunday Fun Day, we're not going to talk about the fire itself. No. We're going to talk about the efforts being done all around California, attempting to fundraise for the wildfire victims. All sorts of stuff being done. Start in LA itself. Fundraising dinner held at Rose Bowl Stadium, home of the Clams. Actually, don't know who's at the Rose Bowl Stadium. I think the Dodgers, maybe? Actually, don't know. For the wildfire victims.
Now at 6, making a difference in the lives of the victims of the devastating Eden and Palisades wildfires. A massive fundraiser is underway tonight to help people look toward a brighter future.
Yeah, it features a 1,000-person communal table for farm-to-table meals prepared by top Southern California chefs.
Actually, maybe it's
Rachel
college
Menitoff
football?
has more details from Pasadena.
Karine MB, that's exactly right. This fundraiser is all about small local business owners coming together, using their culinary talents to support and...
Now that I'm thinking about Rose Bowl Stadium, I think that's got to be college football. Maybe this is like UCLA or something?
Lift first responders and people who lost their homes in the January fires. You can see the large group that's gathered and seated here on the field at the Rose Bowl. One of the organizers himself is a fire survivor and says he wants to make sure critical funding is getting into the hands of those who need it the most. As you mentioned, there is a 1,000-person table here, which from a bird's eye view spells out the word love. Then some of the celebrity chefs cooking tonight's gourmet meal include Jose Andres' group, Curtis Stone, and Giada De Laurentiis. There's also a live auction with prizes from local sports teams, artists, and movie studios. And we spoke to 2 couples tonight who have been neighbors in the Palisades for the last 20 years. They are among the many people here tonight. They say it's a good distraction and a meaningful way to see the community rally together in this way.
All right, there we go. And I just looked it up. It's an NCAA stadium, but it doesn't appear to be affiliated with any particular college. I think it might just be a state stadium, I guess. It's used for all sorts of different events, including this one that's happening right now, attempting to fundraise for the wildfire victims. People who are still, in many cases, living out of suitcases, out of hotels, off of people's couches, family and friends, or are in some cases homeless. All right, let's go here now. Now, one thing I'd like to point out is, Donald Trump has been cutting off funds that should be getting used for stuff like this. So, how many options are there in this moment? It's a question I keep asking myself. I mean, I'm not a huge fan the old fundraiser, if you will. But in this moment, I feel like it's got to be done. Donald Trump doing all sorts of horrifying things with federal funds. Let's go to San Francisco now, where the San Francisco Symphony is hosting a benefit concert for LA fire relief. Here's NBC Bay Area from 23 hours ago. This is why people hate libs. Settle down, we're trying to have fun.
An idea dreamt up by a few musicians came to life tonight in the city. The San Francisco Symphony led a benefit concert to offer relief for those impacted by the LA fires. NBC Bay Area's Alyssa Gord brings us a glimpse of the performance and why San Franciscans felt it was an important moment to drum up support.
We had what was going to be a dark week at the San Francisco Symphony, and a bunch of us musicians were talking, and we were thinking, we got to do something.
For musicians at the San Francisco Symphony, the toll of the devastating fires in Southern California struck a chord. With some quick coordination with the chorus, the Conservatory of Music, and others, they pulled together a benefit show at Davies Symphony Hall.
This concert came together in about 4 weeks, and that's kind of amazing because big orchestral concerts like this one usually take over a year to plan.
It's not clear yet how much was raised, but the net proceeds of all tickets will be split evenly between Habitat for Humanity and the Entertainment Community Fund.
And the
All right, there we go. Musicians, not even in LA, just fellow Californians doing what they can to help victims in LA. Okay. Drum up support. I missed that pun. Did they say drum up support? My God. My God, that's too much.
That's too much, man!
Okay. Now let's go to Colorado. Talk about some stuff there. Since it's Sunday Funday, I've been holding on to this video for about 5 days. Nobody else has watched it. I mean, pretty much nobody. So it's basically just going to be us that watch this video. Let's go to CBS Colorado here. Go behind the scenes. Find out how First Alert weather is made. Ooh, behind the scenes. That sounds like a Sunday Funday type of video.
Well, this week we are kicking off our month-long Girls in Science event. It's a chance for girls and their families to explore STEM careers.
Yeah, one of our scientists, First Alert meteorologist Lauren Whitney, teamed up with our technical crew director, Jen Cedillo, to take us behind the scenes of our AR/VR set.
First Alert, just Lauren Whitney here in our new virtual reality set. I'm also joined by Jennifer Cedillo. She's one of our directors here at CBS Colorado, another girl in science. We are in this incredible room that you've seen on TV. This is what it looks like on TV, but this is what it looks like for us when we are standing in this gigantic green screen kind of U-shaped that we have here.
Yeah, this place is massive. It almost takes up a whole studio.
Yes, and tell us about some of the technology for folks at home who don't know how a green screen works.
Yeah, so essentially we have gaming engineering that uses the cameras to track us, and then as it's tracking us, we code it to create the actual virtual reality that you see on TV.
Yes, and tell us, why is it green?
It's green because green, we could use any color actually, but green is the most unlikely color to show up in your skin tone.
Yes, so I can't wear green because of that, or I would completely disappear except for my head in my hand. So that would look a little funny on TV.
A little fun.
Yes, but here in this amazing room, we can show you a hyper-local forecast down to your neighborhood with our special weather graphics. So we build all kinds of graphics behind the scenes on computers that have all the latest weather technology, so we can zoom you right on into your neighborhood. And we can also show you what's happening across Colorado on the floor. We have our topography map as well, so we are able to show you all sorts of great things that are happening across Colorado. And it's not just Colorado, Jennifer. This is one of the coolest things we can do. We can also show you what's happening across the globe. We can show you what's happening across the world. So it's not just hyper-local in Colorado. We can bring you into where these systems are coming in all the way from the Gulf of Alaska, moving into Colorado. Sometimes cool things are happening across the world, and we can really show you what's happening in those areas. All right, Jennifer, tell us a little bit.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
What you do as a director here at CBS
Look at all these
Colorado.
screens.
Yeah, so essentially, I'm behind the scenes, and I'm always behind
Transition
the camera. And
decks.
I code the shows, and I'm the one that's
Joysticks.
executing them. So whatever you guys see on TV, I'm the one executing it.
Wow.
Yeah, so you make sure we
Incredible.
get from on this green screen wall all the way to your television at home. Now, there's a few other people behind.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we got 20-year-old hand-me-down. Hey, settle down. Some of that is old. Some of it's fancy and new. But you're right. Some of it is old. But it's cool. Come on, it's Sunday Fun Day. Gotta delve into how it all works. Constantly watching news, constantly watching these people giving us weather and things like that. Interesting to see how it all works. All right, now let's stay in Colorado. Talk about something maybe kind of fun, although it's being ruined by a little company called Vail. That being skiing, and how Vail has ruined it for everyone. Come on! Let's go to More Perfect Union from 2 days ago.
As a business, the ski industry continues to hit new heights. Resorts have seen record numbers of skiers in recent years. Revenue is streaming in.
Oh my God.
And there's growing frustration on the mountain.
Yo, what the fuck?
Skiing is becoming increasingly expensive, inconvenient, and out of reach.
Tickets can cost almost $300 for just 1 day at that resort.
Families can't afford it, locals are pushed out of town, ski areas are overcrowded and understaffed.
Park City ski patrollers are officially on strike.
And there's a lot of anger at the $6 billion company at the center of the ski resort industry.
An online petition from Vail Resort's customers frustrated by unopened terrain and long lift lines is gaining steam. Vail Park Mountains and nothing more is the same. Fuck Vail!
Vail Resorts, along with Alterra, are the two dominant forces in the ski industry, and together reshaped ski resort culture and the mountain communities that built it through expansion, skyrocketing costs, and business strategies that have sparked intense debate.
We made a conscious decision to essentially decide, we're going to increase our profits at the expense of people's happiness.
Their influence has changed the experience of resort skiing and snowboarding over the past decade and a half, leaving many to wonder, did it have to get this bad? Is there a way out?
Or is resort skiing going to continue in this direction? Follow me to find out.
It wasn't all that long ago that skiing was much more affordable. In 1999, there were 509 ski areas operating in the United States, and many were battling to charge the lowest price for a lift ticket.
America's West, America's best, America's own.
A daily ticket ranged from $35 to $60, and there were some popular areas with even lower prices. It was also around that time that
It's crazy how in 30 years, prices for these tickets have gone up tenfold. Unbelievable. There's literally no way that there's anything that justifies that, aside from greed.
last major government antitrust action hit the industry, forcing Vail to divest one of its properties. With more competition, a hotspot like Park City, Utah had 3 mountain resorts run by 3 different companies.
America, you are gonna love it.
My friends used to live there.
Julia McCarrier moved to Park City, Utah in 2013 and began working for the Ski Patrol at the Canyons, one of the 3 resorts before Vail entered the picture.
If I remember correctly, that house was passed down essentially from ski patroller to ski patroller to ski patroller for a long time.
Vail began acquiring ski mountains in 1996, but it wasn't until around 2010 that it really hit its stride.
Breaking news coming out of Park City today. Vail Resorts has just purchased Park.
And what happened around 2020? Sorry, 2010? Things like, not exactly, but like around that time, you know, things like Citizens United was happening. Things like, you know, the sort of collapse of antitrust law, at least the enforcement of it, and stuff like that. Big mergers and acquisitions, you know, rather than keeping competition going. It was all about, you know, on Wall Street, just let everyone merge, because this was also in the collapse. This is the wake of the collapse of the housing market, you know, the Great Recession and all this other stuff. You know, and there was a lot of opportunism happening in the streets and on the mountains.
City Mountain Resort for $182.5 million in cash. Park City Mountain and Canyons will be combined for the 2015-2016 season.
I would say when Park City and Canyons merged, that was when there was a really distinct shift.
Everything that we can see is the Canyons ski resort. This is about half of Park City Mountain Resort. What up, dude? How's it going?
Lou Chiappetta is another member of the ski patrol at Vail's Park City Mountain Resort.
There are a lot of different demographics represented in Park City, from liberal all the way across to conservative. Not many of them are big fans of Vail as a corporation.
Vail picked up 3 existing ski resorts in 2012, 9 between 2013 and 2018, and a whopping 18 in 2019 alone, after it purchased publicly traded company Peak Resorts.
Today, Vail and its rival company Alterra own over 50 major ski resorts.
It's almost like a concentration of power in markets is bad for people. In the same time that prices on the mountain went up tenfold, Vail and this other company, Alterra, bought up everything. It became a duopoly.
Illegal.
Should be illegal, but no one's stopping it. Because who's enforcing antitrust law now? You know, I'm sure Lena Khan would have gotten to this at some point. But unfortunately, she's gone now. She would have been the one, essentially, to go after this. And now, who's replacing Lena over there? I cannot remember.
And have control of over half of the entire U.S. ski market.
They are the most powerful names in the industry, and together, they are simply known as the duopoly.
Well, a duopoly is 2 firms kind of running the show, and here we have 2 firms, Vail and Alterra, who have gone around the country rolling up ski slopes and ski resorts one after another.
Hal Singer is an economist and antitrust expert at the University of Utah. He's also an avid skier.
What independent ownership does is it creates really strong and I would submit healthy incentives for the owner to treat its customers and its workers well. But once these firms get rolled up by these kind of faceless private equity firms, it's really no longer anyone's responsibility.
The food increased. The cost of a day ticket went through the roof. There became a greater influence and a greater perspective on making sure that there was like a consistent experience as opposed to a unique experience. So goodbye Canis Lupus Challenge.
It costs hundreds of bucks a day to rent gear for your family. If you want your family in lessons for the whole day, that's going to be a lot more. A private lesson costs even more on top of that.
$1,700 for a... Wow. What?
Skiing.
I wonder, I don't even have to guess. I know for a fact that the ski instructors are not getting paid even close to that. Not even, oh my God. There's like even 150, maybe even 10%. They're being paid, I'm sure, less than 10% of that cost. That is insane. That is fucking insane. You know that guy? That's right. What's his name? Rich? I can't remember his name now. Hal Singer. I keep wanting to start his name with an R. It's not. Hal Singer, yeah, economist. We just got done listening to him. He was on the Majority Report. But yeah, monopolies, consolidation has ruined skiing for everyone. This is why we can't have anything nice. That's right, season passes used to be only a few $100s. Now it's a few $100s to get on the mountain at all. Enjoy that. Enjoy that cost. But since there's no incentive to lower costs because there's no more competition, you can just charge whatever you want, even if it's obscene, even if it's just padding your pockets and paying for some, you know, whatever, yacht or whatever. Hey, you know, and there's no one policing it. Get rid of people like Lena Khan who actually care about things like antitrust. Instead, put. I know Howard Lutnick isn't at the FTC, but you know, put somebody like Howard Lutnick, a fucking CEO, somebody who has no concern about regular people, put them in charge, and then you can do whatever you want. Put guys like JD Vance in charge, and you got a problem. But JD's got the money to go skiing, and he went skiing earlier this week in Vermont.
Yep. JD, how does it feel being Putin's puppet?
How you doing, man? Okay, cool. Wow, dude sucks at skiing. Just caused an accident just now.
Oh, good.
And there were actually protests as well that were held. Oh wait, where'd it go? Wait, did it get taken down? There were protests on the street as well in Vermont. Where the fuck? Maybe we'll go back to that. I don't have it right now. Where'd it go? Where's my phone? I could easily add it with my phone. Whatever. Whatever. Do you want to see the protest? We can see the protests. Here, I'll do it. Just pull it up right now on a different window. So I don't lose my place. Yeah, JD. Apparently money can't buy skill at skiing. Clearly sucks at that. Large crowd protest vice president. Oh yeah, we'll watch this one. Perfect. Shit, why am I on top chat?
How rude.
That's incredibly rude. Why would YouTube do this to me, the creator? Incredibly rude. You would think I wouldn't want all the chats. Here's CTV News with the footage of some of the protest.
A large crowd turned out in Vermont this morning to protest a visit there by U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance.
Make America hate again.
Hundreds of people,
Putin's
many
lapdog.
carrying
Shame.
signs in support of Ukraine, lined the
never made
road
America
to the
great.
ski resort where
Support
Vance and his
Ukraine.
family
Vance
were
puts
planning to
it
spend the
in-
weekend.
puts Vance in the
Many say
closet.
they were motivated by that heated exchange between
Wow.
Vance, Trump,
Just a flag
and
with the
Ukrainian
earth on it.
President Vladimir Zelensky last
Fire
week in the
President
Oval
Musk.
Office.
Trump fans portraying America. Love those signs. Great signs. Okay. Whoa, what is this? No, we don't need to watch another. No, we're fine. Okay. There we go. Got the full experience. JD's poor skiing skills and the protests. Although, I don't know why they were wooing. I feel like they're struggling with how to protest properly. Supposed to boo, not woo. Alright. I seem to like Canadian channels here. I mean, we watch all sorts of stuff around here. I mean, I'm kind of American centric, right? Like, we see everything kind of through that lens. Always have. But we try and hit up everything, right? Canada, Mexico, South America, Europe, Africa, Asia, right? We go west to east from beginning to end. That's why we start off in America every stream. We wind up ending somewhere in Asia, sometimes Oceania, with, New Zealand or Australia. We try and hit it all around here as best we can with my limited resources. Woos for the camera? You think it was camera woos? It could have been camera woos. I could see that. Alright, speaking of Canada, let's talk about a problem making its way across the border.
What? Illegal.
That's right, and it's not people. What is it? Well, let's find out.
The border with Canada is under new scrutiny, with both countries focused on increased migration as well as drug and weapon smuggling. But there's another concern, especially to farmers and ranchers. There's an epic battle between man and beast going on, and it seems the beasts are winning. Large wild hogs are wreaking havoc on ranches and farmland on both sides of the border. Adam Yamaguchi traveled to Saskatchewan, Canada, to track the so-called super pigs.
What do you got?
Super pigs.
As the sun sets on the Canadian prairie,
My
the
God.
search begins for one of North America's most destructive animals.
These tracks are clearly quite fresh, right? And you can see them going in both directions.
Professor Ryan Brook of the University of Saskatchewan has been tracking them for years.
They're here for sure, no question. And like lots of them, not just 2, 3. There's a lot of pigs out there. It's kind of...
What's funny is today we've talked about Canada multiple times, and both times it's coming out of CBS News. And then that JD Vance video was out of a Canadian television station. It's not making any sense.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
mildly alarming.
Brook is one of Canada's leading authorities on the so-called super pigs. He calls them an ecological train wreck. They're crossbreeds, wild boars deliberately bred with domestic pigs. Big, smart, and prolific breeders. Their population now spreading out of control.
Why is it so difficult to eradicate this problem?
I think there's two challenges in Canada. One is their biology makes them very, very hard to get rid of. They reproduce faster than you can shoot them.
They will eat anything to survive, with devastating...
My God, with devastating consequences. The pigs are coming for us. Here we've been told that it's immigrants, but it's actually nature that's coming for us. Okay. Yeah, super pigs are a super problem, threatening the ecosystem. Alright, now while we are in the area, I figured we would talk about this, especially with fire season so close, with temperatures warming across the North American continent right now. Fast. With spring approaching... Excuse me, ma'am. Please hold. With spring approaching, I figured we would talk about this, because the second that things melt, let's not forget, in places like Canada, the Pacific Northwest, parts of California, right, all the way up, there's a problem, right? Sometimes these fires are so big that even after the snow falls, the fires continue underground because they have enough oxygen and resources, whatever it may be, dry leaves, dead branches and twigs, for them to continue burning throughout the entire winter. So the second it gets cold, it stops being cold. The second the things start melting, we are going to have fires sprouting up everywhere. And so I figured we'd do a little retrospective right now, while we have a moment to breathe, about Jasper in Alberta, which burned down almost entirely last year. We covered that story. It was back in April, I think. All right, let's go here.
Abide with thee, fast falls the eventide.
It's Sunday morning, and Jasper's Anglican Church is holding a service in the basement of the local Masonic Lodge after the former parish building burned in the 2024 Jasper wildfire.
This is what remains of Jasper's Anglican Church. Some of the stone is intact, and the plan is to salvage and reuse portions of it in a new religious and community space open to everyone.
A multifunctional, multi-denominational space that can be used for the whole community, and that will incorporate it won't have pews, but would have chairs and a stage so that it could be used as a theater as well.
The local United Church burned too. There have been discussions about pooling resources with that church to create a new space big enough for people of all faiths to practice their religions beyond just Christianity, a space Jasper has been lacking.
Those are your parents. Wait, what? Is somebody's... Oh, it's a joke? Okay. All right, good joke. I was like, wow.
There. We definitely would like to be able to fill that space where we can have all denominations meet.
The Anglican Church was one of the most historic buildings in town. At Jasper's archives, that history lives on.
Well, they're going to try and rebuild this church, but rather than as a Anglican church, they're doing it as a multi-denominational church, accepting to all cultures, which I think is a great thing. I think, what's her name? Danielle, what's Danielle something? I can't remember her name. Smith? Danielle? She's not going to like that. But hey, you can suck it, Danielle. Freedom. Woke Jasper, that's right, woke. They're even going to probably allow a galactic Unitarians as well, I would assume. All hail Gary. And Gary, we trust. Sounds very woke. I know, everybody's right about this. It's wokeness taking over Alberta. Danielle Smith will be very upset. All right. She's the what do you call it? Like the minister of Alberta? Whatever it's called over there. All right, let's go back to the United States. Talk about some more wildlife. We already talked about super pigs. We talked about Whale Fest. Now let's talk about bodega cats. Something that may not be familiar to those outside of New York City. But it's something important, perhaps historical, which needs to be protected and continued into the future. Here's Eyewitness News ABC 7 from 4 days ago on this incredibly important Sunday FUNDAY topic. New push underway to protect the beloved New York City bodega cat. Go Web, go.
They're a kind of constant presence all around New York City. They call them bodega cats, and you can see them in pretty much every corner store. Well, tonight, we've got details on a new push to try to protect these cats and do it without compromising food safety rules. With the story, here's Eyewitness News reporter Sonia Rincon.
This is Benito. He was off duty when we came to see him, but his colleague woke him up from a nap. He's a senior and was pretty exhausted after his shift handling customer relations.
Sometimes they come to buy something and they take the time to be nice with the cat, and the cat is friendly, so they love the cat. And sometimes they don't come to buy anything, but they just come to say hi to the cat.
There are cats like Benito in stores all over the city. The Instagram account Bodega Cats of New York showcases that to brighten up your scrolling. But it's also started a serious petition with an effort to protect the cats and the stores where they work, proposing a certification program. Cats would have to meet safety guidelines so stores wouldn't risk fines for having
Cat safety
them.
training.
They would also establish a fund to keep these pest deterrents and informal managers spayed, neutered, and healthy, helping small business owners with vet bills. Customers here say anything to protect the beloved bodega cat.
I think it's also part of like a New York City tradition for ages.
This would sort of legitimize that.
Yes, absolutely. Why not?
A store across the street has another popular kitty named Marshmallow on patrol. A worker here says he signed the petition on her behalf and fully supports the effort. Customers also like the idea of protecting cats in shops.
I don't know how they help, but I like them. Even if they don't do anything, I love cats.
Marshmallow's exact age is unknown, but she's been here more than 9 years.
Wow.
Another
9
worker
years
who's
of
been here all
service
that
from that
time
cat.
says she's
I
not the
salute you.
manager, she's the queen. The petition also encourages people signing to get city council
this
members
woman
on
is
board to
dangerous,
get the
ladies and gentlemen.
certification started with a pilot program in a few stores, and if it works, expand the protections citywide.
So they
Here we go. New Yorkers attempting to petition to protect the bodega cat. A traditional bodega accoutrement, if you will. And those cats, they do things. I see people in chat say, what do those cats do? They do things, okay? They protect the store from mice and from a lack of cuteness, okay? Write that down. Speaking of mice, I'd like to point out the professional segueing I'm doing right now. Let's talk about something that happened in the news during the week, which you may have missed. Transgender mice? What? Oh, trans what? Transgenic? What is this transgenic thing? Sounds woke. Woke mice. Let's go to King 5 Seattle, talk about these woke mice from 4 days ago.
Take a look at this. The little lab mouse could have a huge impact on bringing back animal traits long thought lost through extinction. So scientists call it a woolly mouse, a genetically modified rodent that has several woolly mammoth-like traits. Texas-based Colossal Biosciences describes a mouse as having curly whiskers and wavy, light hair that grows 3 times longer than that of an ordinary lab mouse. This could allow scientists to test theories about the link between specific DNA sequences and physical traits that enable the mammoth to adapt to life in cold climates. Kind of cute,
I
right?
was just going to say,
Yeah.
I was imagining something much worse.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
What were you imagining? That's the cutest mice I've ever seen. That's what that is right there. And yes, I was kidding, but some people were wrongly claiming these were transgender mice, which they are not. They're transgenic, meaning that woolly mammoth genes from whatever sort of samples they may have pulled out of the permafrost, wherever else it might be, that you get woolly mammoth DNA, and they CRISPR'd a mouse into having woolly mammoth traits. Pretty crazy. And that's what transgenic means. Alright, we're going to watch more of this. Just it's Sunday Fun Day. I'm trying to keep it fun tonight.
I mean, I thought the mice looked super cute, and I knew that I would be seeing pictures of them all around the world. My name's Katie Hunt. I'm a science writer at CNN. I wrote about a company that has created some mice that look a tiny bit like a woolly mammoth. So the big picture, this company, Colossal Biosciences, they want to bring back the woolly mammoth from extinction, although it's safe to say that they're still many years from achieving anything approximating a mammoth. The mice have longer fur, they have lighter fur, it's a blonde colour rather than a brown colour. They also have curly whiskers. Scientists say that technically it is quite an achievement to be able to make multiple gene edits at once in this way and alter several different traits.
They're transitioning. This is gender affirming transitioning care. That's right. One day, or species affirming transition. Yeah, one day they will be woolly mammoths. Just the transition. Inside they're mammoths. I see them for their mammothness. They're incredibly cute. That much I know. Transgender mice, everybody. Enjoy. I'm gonna stay in New York. Go here to the Associated Press from 21 hours ago, where this shocking footage popped up on the intranets. There was a lot of wind coming through the New York area the last few days, causing a number of things we're going to talk about. Things like this. Just walking down the street, minding your own business. I'm walking over here. Just walking. And holy shit, is that a tree? My God. Narrowly survived that. I love the slow-mo. Thank you, Associated Press. So good. So good and so great. So yeah, super windy. Super windy in New York. Trees were not the only victims. As these winds sparked a brush fire on Long Island. We talked about this yesterday. Let's get back into it, as that fire, as of my latest updates on this, has burned at least 600 acres on the island already. But let's go back to here, CBS New York from a day ago. Long Island brush fires prompt state of emergency.
But we begin with breaking news. A state of emergency issued in Suffolk County as firefighters battle several brush fires burning across Long Island. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Jessica Moore. We begin with those multiple brush fires burning on the island's east end. Smoke can be seen for miles there. Governor Hochul has now declared a state of emergency in Suffolk County. Here's a look at the flames on the side of Sunrise Highway earlier today. Sunrise Highway east of exit 58 is closed amid a massive effort to contain the flames. You see firefighters pulling hoses from trucks parked along the shoulder there, with smoke spreading nearly as far as the eye can see. At least one firefighter was burned and taken to the hospital. Suffolk County Executive Ed Romaine says winds continue to fuel the fires.
They spread because of the wind. So it started in Center Mauritius, then to East Mauritius, then Eastport, and then West Hampton. And now the fire's heading towards Quogue.
There are no residents at this time that are in the line of fire, but we are monitoring that very closely from the air, and you will know by telephone, you will know by knocks on your door if that changes.
Still no word what sparked these fires. The National Guard is carrying out water drops as needed. As you heard, if evacuations are issued, residents will be made aware. Brookhaven Town Supervisor Dan Panico joins us now live. Dan, do we have you there?
I'm here.
Thank you so much for the time, sir. I know it's a very busy night for you and your crews. We just heard the county supervisor talking about the impact of the winds. Tell us a little bit more about that. How tricky is it making it for crews out there when these winds continue to blow so strongly and shift?
It's going to be very tough for all of these crews, and we all pray for them and thank them for their work. It's going to be a dangerous night. The fire is only 50% contained. 30-mile-an-hour winds are going to keep pushing this 2-mile-wide blaze toward Quogue. We have almost 80 fire departments and EMS departments here on the ground. As the supervisor of Brookhaven Town, I've authorized all of our heavy equipment from our landfill, the highway department, the parks department, to be used if needed to assist all of our tankers, gasoline tankers for fuel, anything we have. We're going to help the people of Southampton and the county try to battle this spring.
And as we just reported...
Okay. DEI lumberjack, really interesting. All right, let's go through some of the other stories over the last day on this brush fire. Here was NBC News from yesterday.
Tonight, a shocking scene not far from the heart of New York City.
You just need to open up that faucet from the Finger Lakes. I hear they have a on-off switch. Trying to save the Delta smelt.
Wildfires ripping across parts of Long Island. Thick black smoke billowing into the sky. Officials telling residents to close their windows and stay inside. The fires not far from the upscale Hamptons area. Major roads nearby shut down. This satellite image shows smoke billowing from the area. Tonight, New York's governor declaring a state of emergency. Officials with this alert for the public.
This fire at its largest, which is now still burning, is 2 miles long and 2.5 miles wide. We have a number of minor injuries, but an injury that required transportation to Stony Brook Hospital to their burn center, a second-degree burn on the face of one of our firefighters.
Oh my God, it's so bad. Fire burning on the outskirts of Brooklyn, too, flaring up the...
Lake Ontario, now known as Lake America. The Great Lake of America. What is in Ontario, anyway? You say it's, something having to do with the Native Americans? We are going to write out the Native Americans from history books. We are the real Americans. But yeah, this fire really got out of control pretty quickly. Thankfully, all resources were devoted to trying to put these out. Now, of course, these fires were really endangering a lot of sort of affluent Americans, so it was taken very seriously.
Developing this morning, fire crews on Long Island are making progress, putting out several wildfires now burning on the East End.
Officials tell us the flames are now about 80% contained, and Christy Kalisian is joining us live once again from Gabreski Airport, one of the command centers for first responders, with an update. And Christy, it does seem like Elaine said that they've made some progress.
Absolutely, Doug and Elaine, good morning. That's right. They have been making some progress, especially overnight. We heard from the chief. And just letting you know also, these winds are picking up. Had to put the hat back on, but we are starting to feel that, and that's what they're dealing with now. But we heard from the chief, yes, who says that overnight there was a lot of progress made. Fewer crews had to go out just because it's a little more dangerous for them to go out in the darkness. They say some of those fiery patches were put out, and that thankfully winds dwindled down overnight, and that it made it much easier for them to put out whatever flames they could last night. And they're hoping to get things under control today, seeing more crews out and about in the morning hours here. And as the sun comes up, more crews again are being sent out since it's safer for them to respond with that added daylight. Choppers overhead have been dumping as much as nearly...
Well, there you go. 80% contained within 24 hours. They're on Long Island, but burned 600 plus acres in that time. Now, on Long Island, that's a lot of land. It's not the biggest place. I mean, it's not tiny, but it's a lot. That's a lot. Okay. Let's go to some other environmental stories. Moving along from the fire on Long Island. Let's go here, all the way to Scotland. Big news in Scotland. Big news. That being cryptozoological news. As the famous, what's it called? It's not that famous because I can't remember the name of the lake right now. God damn it! that lake with the monster. There was another sighting of Nessie or often known as the Loch Ness Monster. Wait, is that the name of the lake? Ness? Loch Ness? Because loch means lake, right? I know that much. Sorry, I'm not a Nessie expert, so I'm afraid that this is a realm which I find myself lacking in knowledge. Maybe King Vive can
Big news from the world of cryptozoology.
edify
The
us.
Loch Ness Monster may have been spotted for the first time in 2025.
So listen to this. A visitor reported seeing a large dark mass beneath the waters of the loch. They
Wow.
did capture a picture of
And
what
look
they
at the-
believe was Nessie.
And look at the quality of this picture. In 2025. Wow, what is that? 50p? What are they taking on a Nokia brick phone from 1999 or something? What are we looking at right now? What is this? This is the worst quality picture I've ever seen in my life.
The loch. They did capture
love how
a
King
picture
Fives
of
thinks
what
this
they
is
believe
news.
was Nessie. Wow. The Loch Ness Center shared the image online.
Wow.
saying the conditions of the day
Oh my gosh,
were
yeah.
ideal with calm waters and good weather. They believe it to be part of the
This
creature's
picture is almost better quality than this picture. This one was taken like decades ago. I know that much. I've seen this one before. I've seen at least one Loch Ness documentary. I love the King Five. I mean, this is galactic news, so I mean, you know, I don't think we should be held to the same standard as King Five. But my God, I cannot believe they took the time to do this story.
body. The
Nessie
image
is a
very
duck?
different from
Wow.
those taken in the past that
Never
claim to
heard that
be
one
of the
before.
Loch Ness Monster.
Oh, there we go, people. Big news. King 5 Seattle. Incredible footage. Seen nowhere else. For a reason. Okay, let's go. Let's move south. Let's go to Kenya. Talk about wildlife populations there. As conservations continue to work towards creating more wildlife corridors in the country to help with recovery efforts in Kenya's wildlife. Yes, I have heard it now. I will log that in as one of the potential identities of the Loch Ness Monster. A duck. It's an aquatic bronchiosaurus. Okay. Seems to be a lot of contention around this aquatic creature. Unknown origin. Take in the beauty, the majesty. The Serengeti.
So, true north is what? Is 0.
There you go, chat. It was AP Archive. They just threw this footage up.
Family and all this is an effort to ensure that we undertake responsibility of accounting for every species that is found on Lewa, especially the most critically endangered ones, the threatened ones, and we make sure it is a full census.
I love those aerial shots of birds going underneath. Just looks so cool. Makes you feel like you're flying. Zero editing here from the AP. They just jammed all this footage up here. But yeah, as you can see, even the military is there, attempting to help protect the wildlife. Okay. Now let's go all the way to Australia. Talk about Cyclone Alfred, which has now almost all but dissipated at least, has come down from being a Category 2 cyclone to a tropical depression, but its effects have been seen, undoubtedly.
Forecasters have warned that southeast Queensland and northern New South Wales are in it for the long haul as ex-tropical cyclone Alfred ushers severe weather and flood warnings to large parts of the east coast of Australia. The now ex-tropical low moved inland after crossing Bribie Island in Queensland, delivering Category 1 cyclonic wind gusts of up to 95 kilometres an hour in Toowoomba.
Get out.
Waves as high as 3 or 4-storey buildings gouged millions of cubic metres of sand between the Sunshine Coast and Coffs Harbour, a stretch of coastline about 500 kilometres long. Emergency services in Hervey Bay carried out multiple rescues after hundreds of millimetres of rain smashed the region in a matter of hours, in one of its worst weather emergencies on record.
Oh, the front. Motor for the gates in there somewhere.
In northern New South Wales, roads have been cut off by fallen trees and residents have been trapped due to floodwaters as the heavy rainfall intensified. The area is predicted to get more than 100 millimetres of rain, while falls of up to 200 millimetres are forecast for parts of the Gold Coast. Currently, more than 320,000 homes across southeast Queensland and 16,000 across northern New South Wales are without power.
Yeah, nearly 250,000 people all without power. Although it was less, it dissipated in time to not do as much damage as was predicted, but the damage to the beaches in terms of erosion, because of it sitting in this one spot for a long time, really sort of incredible in the amount of erosion that was done. We saw some of that footage yesterday.
Hi, Miriam at the Bureau with a Monday morning update on ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. Ex-tropical cyclone Alfred is no longer being analysed as a closed low-pressure system. We're no longer seeing the tightly rotating clockwise winds wrapping around the remnants of the cyclone. Instead, we're seeing an area of low pressure lying across southeast inland Queensland. On the Bureau's pressure charts, it's now being analysed as a low-pressure trough, indicated with a blue dashed line. However, this low-pressure trough is still playing a part in the significant severe weather event that's still ongoing across southeast Queensland and northeast New South Wales. Winds wrapping around that low-pressure trough are combining with onshore flow, that is, flow that's moving from out over the ocean and pushing against the coast. Between the low-pressure trough and the onshore flow, we're continuing to see heavy rainfall, severe thunderstorms and significant flooding through much of southeast Queensland and northeast New South Wales.
Okay, there we go. Miriam, or Miriam Bradbury, senior meteorologist over at, what's this, 9 News? Oh, I guess just the Bureau of Meteorology. Interesting. I think it's a governmental weather service in Australia. All right. You know what? I think I'm gonna do it this way. I've just been doing random breaks lately. But I think we'll take a break now, and we'll try and get the rest of everything in the last half, that being the space and the Earth news, of which we have still quite a lot to get through. We'll probably go through an entire fourth half, is my guess. But thankfully, we already achieved all the goals way earlier in this stream, so no worries about getting through it all. I just need a quick break here, so it's a perfect spot to end it with, because we've finished the environmental stuff. Alrighty, well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button, and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit that little bell icon too, so you get all the latest in galactic notifications. While you're doing all that with your fingers, I'd like to press upon you the importance of those of you who enjoy this stream to show your support, as we are completely funded by viewers like you here at the Galactic News Network. You are our only hope in making sure the lights stay on here at the space station. So many great ways for you to do just that: YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, PayPal. But the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where you will get access to an unseen number of space bennies. Only $3 a month will get you in the door. Avatar, shout out, and so much more. I'm just going to recommend to you to go onto the site and see for yourself what you can get access to. Alright, chat, that is going to be it for the space messages. Enjoy the short space break. I'll be right back. You know what that sound means, chat. It's time for us to get back to the show. The fourth half. Alright. Where to now? I guess we better start off in space. Where things have been real weird. Real weird. I can attest to that. Someone who spends a lot of time up here. If you missed it, here's an opportunity for you to get a view of the latest SpaceX US tax dollar funded launch, which did not go according to plan. Here's global news from 2 days ago on that story.
A SpaceX launch sent debris flying over parts of Florida and the Caribbean last night. SpaceX launched the Starship rocket from Boca Chica, Texas, but it lost contact with it minutes into the flight, causing the spacecraft to fall apart, scattering flaming pieces of the vessel across the sky. Come on! SpaceX officials confirmed the incident and issued a statement, which said a rapid, unscheduled disassembly occurred during the ascent engine firing.
A rapid,
Initially,
unscheduled
big
disassembly.
They call it a jellyfish.
That's a fun way to call it. That's a fun thing to call it. We could just call it an explosion happened. A horrifying space explosion. Which rained down on the people. Unjustly. And at our expense. And here's another privately funded, private, quasi-private company, Boeing. Well, that being the Boeing Starliner launch, which failed to bring back 2 astronauts. Also, a joint effort between a private company and the government that did not go according to plan, cost taxpayers money, and left 2 astronauts stranded in space for 8-9 months now.
Morning, 2 astronauts who have been stuck in space for months are preparing for their long-awaited return home. Astronauts Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore are expected to swap out with a new crew and return later on this month. It will be nearly 300 days later, almost a year, than the pair initially planned for. But the astronauts insist they're not stuck, steering clear of politicizing their time.
I don't want reality.
From my standpoint, politics is not playing into this at all. We came up prepared to stay long, even though we planned to stay short. That's what we do in human spaceflight.
The veteran astronauts have kept busy.
Now, one thing that King 5 decided to keep out of the story was Sunny Williams saying that NASA is actually doing great and that Elon's wrong about wanting to disassemble it or the ISS. According to her, it was amazing the work that they were doing, and in no way should it be interrupted. I don't have that story for you right now, but we watched it yesterday, so most of you are probably aware of it. Alright, now yesterday was International Women's Day. We didn't get to see all of the footage of it because it happened during the day, and it hadn't been posted yet. So let's go here to the Associated Press from 20 hours ago. It's still Women's Month. Women's History Month here in the United States. So we're gonna look past the fact that this was from yesterday. Let's go to Latin America. And I think also South America, right? I can't remember where this all was. Associated Press from 20 hours ago. Thousands of women march for equality and justice across Latin America on International Women's Day. Okay. This is in Chile, which is definitely in South America. Santiago. Wow, that is a lot of people. For us, 8 million is a vindication of 8M. Oh, 8th of March. I see. I just realized what 8M. I thought 8 million. I thought it was 8 million. Sorry. It's good though, because I need to turn the volume down. All right, for us, 8M, 8th of March, is a vindication of all the previous struggles that have brought us to this point. It must be said that other things have to be discussed. We are against fascism. We do not want our rights to be taken away from us, and we also want it to be recognized that our bodies are a territory, and our territories have to be protected. This was in Argentina, also in South America. Buenos Aires. Maybe the AP was trying to trick Donald Trump into thinking one place is another place. I don't know. The title was confusing, though. I don't see... Am I wrong in my understanding of where Latin America happens to be? Oh, my God. Okay, AP. Sorry, we're doing a few stories that we already did, but, you know, I like to leave in one or two from maybe the previous stream or a previous, maybe not the most previous stream, but, you know, remind people of things that happened, or maybe give people a second opportunity to see it who missed it. So I also left this in here. This is the Associated Press from yesterday. If you didn't see this, a protester holding a Palestinian flag climbed Big Ben in London, the famous clock tower. Here in Central City. Associated Press here from yesterday with the footage. Once again.
We love you! Against international law, if you want to go up against Israeli humanitarian and the largest genocide, then you do that, but it's genocide, sir. We fight for Palestine! Palestine! 1, 2, 3, 4! Occupation no more! 5, 6, 7, 8!
There we go. Crowded protesters there cheering on this man who decided to climb Big Ben. An impressive display, to say the least. Probably a little dangerous, but he seemed quite nimble afoot. Mary Poppins rescued him. Interesting, I didn't know. I assumed it was the people on the cherry picker. You learn something new every day. All right. Now, I think this is in London. I'm pretty sure. I could have sworn it was. Certainly relating to someone British. Sir Francis Bacon. The LGBTQ icon of old. I think he was around in the 16th century, I think. I should have just, I mean, I'm not Hassan, okay? I don't have 10,000 tabs. My computer would burn to the ground if I did what he does. And so I don't have information in front of me, but I'm pretty sure he like was alive in like this 1600s, something like that. And he was quite an artist. Apparently, a piece of his art is being put up for auction. I think it's at Sotheby's. I actually don't know where it is. Let's go here. I found this painting to be just insane, especially from the time period that he, like, some of the stuff that I've seen of his art is just wild. It's like, it feels like it's from a completely different century than it is from. Let's go here. AP Archive threw this this puppy up here yesterday. Actually, this may have already sold. And now I just realized this is from the AP Archive, not from the AP. This auction may have already happened. So you can see some guy with white gloves attempting to secure this painting to the wall. But as you can see, it's very like sort of avant-garde style, right? And it feels like centuries newer. And yet this guy was alive, you know, way like 400 years ago. But this feels almost like, you know, like beyond, like post-impressionist period. Like it's very, very strange, huge brushstrokes. I feel like it almost has like to some degree there's some aspects of it that feel like Asian, perhaps, like Sumier, right? The big brush strokes and all of this stuff. It's also got some other sort of aspects. It's just so it's surrealist almost. He died in 1992. Wait, it's a different guy? Wait, really? It's a different guy? There's two Francis Bacons? That's too much. That's too many Francis Bacon.
That's too much, man!
Why do I think that it's the... Okay. My brain is broken, apparently. And I did one of these. I don't know what's wrong with me, honestly.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Recalling things from a completely different Francis Bacon. But like, like honestly, I'm not a Francis Bacon, either Francis Bacon's expert. And so I guess I merged two things. I merged this video with my knowledge of Sir Francis Bacon. Is this true? Hold on. Wait. I have to Google this right now. Francis Bacon. Artist. Oh my god, you're right. He was he was born in 1909. Wow. Hey, you know, sometimes you make mistakes, and this is one of those times. Because it was Sunday Funday, and this is not of great importance. I didn't do a ton of research on this at all. In fact, I just watched the video. I was like, oh, cool. I guess Sir Francis Bacon was like doing some crazy fucking art. Nope. I'm a smart guy. Like, Sunday Funday is almost purely valuetainment. Or at least I try my best to keep it mostly valuetainment. Oh, God. I'm sorry, everyone. I failed you, and that's totally my fault.
So I just want to address something.
This is Portrait of Man with Glasses, number 3 by Francis Bacon. It was painted in 1963.
I could have taken that part of it.
The artist made
I guess I
with
missed
this
that
subject.
detail.
It's a man, we don't know who. But always with Francis Bacon, it's a little bit of all of the influences in his life at that time. It's a little bit himself. You see this huge quiff of hair, which is so Francis Bacon at that period in the 1960s. It's a little bit David Sylvester. It's a little bit Picasso. It's a little bit Battleship Potemkin.
Yeah. I'm so stupid. I can't. You know, I'm not an art curator. I don't know everything about art, and sometimes I make a mistake. Still, it's a very cool painting, and it's supposed to sell for a lot of money. £7 million was the I think the auction price, the expected auction price. 9 million pounds. I misread that. Anyway, let's all pretend like I didn't make that huge tiny mistake.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
You know, I'm sorry, but Sunday Funday, I like to, you know, just add in fun, and maybe the amount of research I put into these is lower than I might like. And then things like that happen from time to time. It's my bad. I'm sort of broken inside right now. I'm like spending the time like right now in my brain trying to separate out these things that I had somehow combined this afternoon in my head. Okay, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Let's go to Kenya. Talk about athletics a little bit, you know? It's important, you know, we live sedentary lives these days in the 21st century.
Y10. So I am a marathon runner, and usually all marathons are dominated by Kenyans. So for me, Kenya and Kenyans are champions. They are the world's best. When I compete in world championships, it's always dominated by Kenya. So as a preference for my training camp, I wanted to go to Kenya.
If you train at 2,400 meters high, your lungs expand, your red blood cell increase, and so when you go to low altitude, you feel like you are flying.
There we go. Burgeoning sort of trend industry almost at this point. People going to Kenya to train in the high altitude for marathon running, improve their cardiovasculars. All right, let's go to this story. This one is more serious news. Apparently, a great, I don't know exactly what percentage of this is, but dozens of the recent deportees from the United States to Panama have been released quite shortly after their having arrived in the country, many with nowhere to go. Let's go here, Associated Press from 19 hours ago.
Right now, I don't have any information about where I should wait or sleep, because all of us suddenly come here, no money, no information, so it's really bad situation.
Three Bulgarian nationals
excuse
have
me,
just
sir.
been found guilty.
Excuse me. But yeah, so this was the result. As you can see, all these people leaving this detention center in Panama were being held in the interim for some short period of time after having been deported from the United States, but then very quickly left to their own devices, many of whom have no strong connections necessarily even to Panama. Who knows at what age some of those people were brought or whatever, traveled to the United States, what reasons they may have had for leaving, regardless of what resources they may have had. It's just, it's a sort of horrifying situation, downstream effect of the United States having deported these people, right? It's exactly what, was predicted, I think, by many people, right? And, the other effects I'm sure we'll continue to see, right? Some people had threats of violence against them. Asylum seekers, things like that. All right, let's go now to the UK, where apparently 3 Bulgarian nationals have been convicted of spying for the Russian government. This trial's been going on for a little while, but the verdict has now come down. Here's BBC from 2 days ago.
3 Bulgarian nationals have just been found guilty of spying for Russia here in the UK.
Illegal.
An Old Bailey jury reached unanimous verdicts on all of the counts. So let's go straight to the Old Bailey because our correspondent Daniel De Simone is there. And Daniel, tell us more.
Sooner. So these 3 defendants, 2 women and a man, Vanya Gabarova, Katrin Ivanova and Tihomir Ivanchev, had been on trial since November, and they had denied conspiracy to spy for Russia. 3 other men had already pleaded guilty to being part of the same cell. And this trial is really unlike anything we've really seen in the British courts before. This was an operational spy cell. These people were going out, spying on targets of Russia, carrying out surveillance, and even talking about potentially kidnapping them, taking them back to Russia, even killing them. And as you're going to see in my report, that their targets were spread throughout Europe, and they travelled throughout Europe and the UK conducting surveillance. And my report follows now.
Okay, I don't think we need to get into the nitty-gritty of this on a Sunday fun day, but I figured I would just throw that in there. Of the people that had not pled guilty, it seems, in this conspiracy, they were found guilty. All right, now let's go to Romania, a place that we've talked about recently as their elections were suddenly called to be redone in the midst of the election itself over concerns of foreign interference. Things have progressed and also escalated in this situation. Now, the guy in question we're talking about is Călin Georgescu. It's far right influencer who essentially used his excuse me oh god, space dust, who essentially used his influence on social media to and specifically I think TikTok was his main platform. He essentially used it to gain following and eventually get seemingly a bunch of votes, although it wasn't clear what the final vote tally was going to be, because I believe there was I think it was interrupted midway. I think he was trying to remember how it went down. But basically, more has happened in this story. As of 5 hours ago, according to the Associated Press, he has now been barred entirely from that presidential election redo, which is supposed to happen soon. And chaos has ensued in the streets, protests happening in Romania. Let's go here now. Now, this guy has been using his sort of, from my understanding, he's been definitely, like I said, his right wing, and he has been using, immigrants among other groups to stoke fear and anger in people this entire time. It seems like it's sort of boiled over now that this barring of him from the election has taken place. How this will all unfold, I do not know. And I honestly don't know exactly what percentage of people are behind this guy. I have not done enough research into it, honestly. I feel like I need to with all this stuff happening. I need to really delve more into this sort of side story that we've only visited a couple of times. Maybe only one time. I'm trying to think. I think it was like twice. But I should probably put more effort into that one. But it's a all-around troubling situation. Now let's go to Paris. I don't know why I did this in this order. Oh, I know why. Because we were talking Bulgaria before it, and it's kind of out of order. Let's go back, though. A little bit to Paris. See what people are doing there this Sunday.
Paris hosted a half marathon this Sunday with a record 48,000 participants. And it was good timing because the weather in Paris over the past few days has really been ideal. Sun, blue skies, and mild temperatures announcing the imminent start to spring. Well, participants then ran 21 kilometers on a mostly flat course, winding through some of the capital's most admired attractions. The winner this year, as you can see in those pictures there, is Kenyan runner Kennedy Kimchwai. He finished after just an hour and 13 seconds. Now, for most of us, that would obviously be a huge accomplishment, but he was actually disappointed because he didn't beat his personal record nor the half marathon record of just 56 minutes and 42 seconds that was set by Ugandan runner Jacob Kiplimo in Barcelona just last month.
Dang. A great day, great conditions. Couldn't quite get there, but man, big numbers at this Parisian rally. 48,000 runners all attending this half marathon. Incredible. That's a Sunday fun day story for you people. All right. Couple of less fun Sunday stories here for you, I'm afraid, are about to ensue. But let's talk about the most recent strikes as they continue seemingly every day across Ukraine. We'll go to here now, TRT World from 22 hours ago.
The familiar orange hue of fire lighting Ukrainian skies again in the early hours of Saturday morning. Unseen are the bodies in this apartment building, killed by the latest Russian missile strike.
Tonight, Russian occupying forces hit Dobrophilia, striking several apartments and causing serious damage. Half of them have burnt out completely. These are residential. There were people inside. Emergency workers are still fighting the fires.
Reports suggested a second attack hit after emergency crews arrived on the scene. Ukraine's Interior Ministry said that ballistic missiles, multiple rockets and drones were used in the attack, in addition to other attacks elsewhere in the country, including in Odessa and Kharkiv. It comes after a series of other strikes have killed dozens, including ones damaging energy infrastructure across the country. Earlier this week, US President Donald Trump paused military aid and intelligence sharing with Ukraine.
If not
that includes
sooner.
information that warns in advance of Vladimir Putin's targets.
I actually think he's doing what anybody else would do.
At a news conference late on Friday, Trump said he was growing frustrated over negotiations with Ukraine to try and bring an end to the war. He also appeared sympathetic to talks with Russia, despite earlier posting threats on social media to add sanctions and tariffs on Moscow.
I think we're doing very well with Russia. But right now they're bombing the hell out of Ukraine, and I'm finding it more difficult, frankly, to deal with Ukraine. And they don't have the cards.
No cards.
Protesters gathered outside the US Embassy in Kiev on Saturday. Those here said they wanted to remind Trump that for them and their country, people are not cards, and this war was no game.
Ooh, I see yeah. Wow. Stark imagery here at this protest. People are not cards. It's not a game. Wait. I meant to do this one. Well, I guess this is fine to do this year. I was going to do this at the end of the show. Whatever. Actually, it's probably better. Yeah, because the end of the... I tried to wait some fun stories towards the end. Not as many as I could. Although, really, I think we did a pretty good job. Sunday Funday, valuetainment-wise, high, percentage-wise. I think it's been pretty good. I mean, we did have that unfortunate kerfuffle with Jubilee. I think we compensated pretty well. Don't worry, there's still more fun to come, like I said. Fortunately, things... Eastern Europe, in the Middle East, it's going to be tough to have fun. I'm going to try my best, but it's going to be tough. It's going to be difficult. All right, let's talk. This is what I was talking about up next, but I was going to put at the end because of what this entails. Because this is about Australia, technically. Yeah, Australia news now. Why? In the middle of talking about Ukraine? Well, this next story should explain it to you. Here's France 24 English from 21 hours ago.
For more, we'll cross now to Gregory Pless, our correspondent in Sydney. Hi there, Gregory. So this seems like quite a surprise.
Oh, you missed the kerfuffle, Dark Sparkle? Oh, God, I'm sorry to tell you this, but we tried, was it 2 or 3? I think it was 2 times that we tried it. The first time we got through like 15 and a half minutes of the Jubilee debate with Sam Seder. We took a pause after we got suspended midstream by Jubilee. People said, hey, other people got to watch it. Like NCC, I think, maybe was said. Dan from the internet, I know, was mentioned. They got stopped, but then got to continue watching it. So we tried again. And then we got stopped about 45 seconds, maybe a little bit more, like a minute and a half into that attempt. And kind of gave up, went back to all the rest of the Sunday Funday content that I had ready for us. Which may have saved me schedule-wise, if I'm not lying now that I think about it. Because we still got a bunch to go through. And we would have had like another hour, 2 hours at least of content to get through on that. But God, it was unfortunate. We were all really sad. And I was sad. I'm still sad about it, honestly. Jubilee just won't let us watch it. They're very rude.
How rude.
Don't appreciate it.
That's too much, man.
All right, let's listen to this, though, because Australia, as you can see here, Australia's it's president, right? Australia has a president, or is it a prime minister? Oh my god, my brain just broke. But yeah, here to announce that Australia may send peacekeepers to Ukraine.
For more, we'll cross now to Gregory Pless, our correspondent in Sydney. Hi there, Gregory. So this seems like quite a surprising position from Australia. Do you think that's fair to say?
Yeah, well, it is both a surprise and not. I'll start with the not. It's not a surprise because since the beginning of the Russian invasion in Ukraine, Australia has been supporting Ukraine in a very important way. It provided more than €1 billion of aid, most notably by supplying light armored vehicles that apparently Ukrainian soldiers have been very pleased with. And I should remind as well that very soon after Anthony Albanese was elected, as a prime minister, he visited Kyiv in July 2022 to meet with and support President Zelensky. Of course, at that time, the US were Ukraine's strongest ally and strongest support in this war against Russia. Things have changed, and yet it is surprising. It is surprising because Australia and the US have a very close relationship.
Yeah, Australia flying in the face of Trump and doing something pretty crazy. I mean, talk about sending troops from quite a long ways away. They're not even in Europe, but they see the importance of protecting Ukraine and their sovereignty in this moment enough to do this pretty intense sort of change in the calculus of this moment right now. Sure, it has some people rethinking things somewhere. Who and what, I don't know. But certainly adds a new element to the situation. Alright, we're gonna end this with some Sunday fundayness. Ukraine has also apparently determined delegation now to send to Dubai, right? In Saudi Arabia? Wait, no, Dubai is not in Saudi Arabia. Where is it that they're having it? I can't remember now. This is what happens to my brain. Melty. Gets melty in the fourth half. Riyadh. That's where the talks are happening. God, that took me too long to get to that piece of information. I knew it was in there somewhere. I just had to think hard enough. Had to connect the neurons to one another. That's oftentimes what I'm doing, by the way. When I just suddenly stop talking, it's just me trying to connect a neuron to another thing. Sometimes I'm as bold as searching, but oftentimes I just... Honestly, I once heard a study that it's better for those neurons to try and connect them without the assistance of a computer. So that's what I always try and do, rather than that. Although I would certainly do research, but like in the moment of trying to recall something that I know, like I try not to. I have no idea of the efficacy of that, but I do it. All right, let's do this. This isn't the final video, but this is the final video of the Ukraine talk. Somebody posted this in the Discord earlier. This is a parody video created by AI, apparently.
One half dick and one half tater. With Donald is a Vlad for later.
What you talking about?
Trembles whenever you call. I wanna be inside you like a Russian doll. I
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Illegal.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
This ad was generated in whole or substantially by artificial intelligence.
Okay, there we go. It is gross, you're right. But I kind of loved it, and it's pretty fun. Definitely Sunday Funday material. Another video I've been waiting and waiting for us to watch together. You support this use of AI. I too support that particular use of AI. I felt that was apt. As a smart use. You know, so I have my complaints about AI, but man, that was entertaining. I received entertainment from that just now. Okay, let's talk about some more serious things here once again. I know, it's sad. Don't get mad at me. I have to try to do some amount of the real news here. Let's go to France 24. 19 hours ago, talk about some stuff going on in Africa. In Rwanda, where on a mining tour amidst accusations of where France 24 went on a mining tour amidst the accusations of Rwanda's exploitation of DRC's mineral resources.
Gamiko mine, just a few miles from the Rwandan capital. Diplomatic backlash has mounted over Kigali's alleged backing of Congolese M23 rebels in order, some say, to get its hands on Congolese resources. So the Rwandan Mine Board invited the press to come have a look at some homegrown bounty. On the tightly scheduled visit, we were shown miners extracting cassiterite.
Gamiko currently produces 28 tons per month. 28 tons of cassiterite. It's a company that works on 200 hectares, mainly in underground mines, and they've built 8 tunnels that are linked together to form a network of around 15 kilometers.
As I said, Rwanda is regularly accused of illegally sourcing minerals from its neighbor. Last April, the M23 seized the Rubaya mine in DRC. About 15% of the world's coltan comes from there. That same year, Rwanda's mining sector saw a 26% increase in revenue, including a sharp 42% rise in coltan exports.
I gotta say, this whole thing feels a little weird. Like, for instance, why is this guy digging over here?
Rwanda says it follows.
Like, you see what I'm saying over here? Like, why is this guy
Rwanda's
digging
mining
here?
sector saw a 26%.
Why is this guy randomly digging right now? I don't know. It just feels weird, especially when they've got this big ass mine shaft dug out over here, right? I don't know. I'm not necessarily claiming it to be staged, but it feels weird.
Don't be creepy.
But we've seen a lot of the conditions under which people mine in this region of the world. We've talked about this problem. I don't know, something feels wrong. I don't know what it is.
Increase in revenue, including a sharp 42% rise in coltan exports. Rwanda says it follows all the rules for mineral supply chains and does its due diligence on traceability. But it's still got some convincing to do with the EU. Last week, the bloc announced a rethink of a lucrative minerals agreement it had signed with Rwanda less than a year ago.
Okay. Well, that was France 24 on the ground in Rwanda.
A team of Israeli
on a supposed mine site amidst the accusations of Rwanda mining on Congolese territory and exporting it through their country. They're trying to say, well, we're getting all of our minerals that we're selling from this mine, actually. Whether or not it's true, I'm a bit skeptical about that. But hey, I'm not on the ground. I don't know for sure. All right, now let's go to Israel, which has apparently sent a delegation to Doha in advance of another exchange of talks with the end of the first round of the ceasefire. The second round has yet to begin, with all sorts of insane suggestions and other demands that have been made in the midst of the first round of the ceasefire, whether from Israel or from Donald Trump. Let's go here to Al Jazeera English from 23 hours ago to talk about this a little bit.
A team of Israeli negotiators will travel to Qatar on Monday as mediators try to revive Gaza's ceasefire talks. Israel wants an extension to phase one, which Hamas has rejected. Families of Israeli captives still being held in Gaza have held weekly protests in Tel Aviv. They're calling on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to start the second phase of the ceasefire deal and get their loved ones back home.
Netanyahu's interests are not the interests of the State of Israel or its people. The vast majority of the Israeli public wants all remaining hostages to be returned home immediately, and they are willing to pay the price for that.
Well, let's bring in our correspondent Tariq Abu Azum. He's joining us live from Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. So, Tariq, are people there welcoming the news that Israel will send a delegation to the Gaza ceasefire talks, given that Israel has blocked all humanitarian supplies from entering Gaza, all supplies indeed, for over a week now?
Yeah, that's right. The sudden Israeli step to cessate all sorts of humanitarian aid entry to the Gaza Strip has, in fact, Elizabeth, created a deep sense of uncertainty among Palestinians and brought grave implications that started to emerge recently in Gaza, specifically that it comes at a time when the Gaza Strip is already facing severe shortages of food, medicine and fuel that had led to further complication for the entire humanitarian crisis. We understand that the first phase of the agreement was designed to allow Palestinians to have a sense of respite and to offer them another window of relief, but this has not been yet successfully met in terms of the numbers of aid trucks that entered Gaza and the level of mitigation that practically took place on the ground during the first phase of the agreement. Now we can see that the civilians are relying on community networks in order to share scarce resources, and at the same time they right now started to feel the escalating crisis worsening. Yesterday, 6 central bakeries have suspended services for thousands of people in the city of Khan Yunis. They are right now trying to secure the food items, despite all the skyrocketing prices, and aid organizations are still battling to continue providing services for a long-term manner in light of the ban of all aid entry, and in a time that aid trucks are still lined at the Egyptian side of the border waiting for an Israeli permission to access the Gaza Strip. This has been widely linked right now to the negotiations and any breakthrough that might take place in meetings that are taking place today in Cairo.
And Tariq, Hamas has said that it's positive. What are you hearing about what they've been doing? They've been in the Egyptian capital for a few days now.
Yes, that's right. Hamas has sent a delegation headed by its senior official Mohammed Darwish to carry out meetings with Egyptian and Qatari mediators in the Egyptian metropolis. Hamas, from its side, has welcomed the Arab plan that proposes the creation of an administrative committee of Palestinian technocrats that will govern Gaza and will oversee the flow of humanitarian aid entry to the Gaza Strip, which will be certainly supervised temporarily by the Palestinian Authority, despite the long-standing political rift with the PA. But it has been quite obvious that they have shown also their willingness to release more Israeli captives in return of releasing more Palestinian prisoners as a part of a comprehensive and a practical deal that will...
Oh, there we go. These ceasefire talks feel like they're in a worse spot than they were before the first round was agreed to. Honestly, that's my estimation of this thing. It seems like we've gone backwards with everything that's been said. It's only made this situation more complicated and less clear as to what's going to happen. Meanwhile, Israel has a green light to do whatever the hell they want from the United States, from Donald Trump himself, and everyone else that he's put into power at this point. Lee Stefanik refuses to say the words West Bank. She calls it Judea and Samaria. All right, now we're not going to get much out of this next one because I don't have subtitles for you. It's an AP archive footage from 18 hours ago with like 200 views, but we're going to up these views immediately, if not sooner, by like half. This is just some footage of a man who was recently released from Israeli military prison after 21 years after this ceasefire deal with his family, celebrating breaking fast during Ramadan. What are those, pickles? 21 years without real trial, a military trial.
تخيل انت اول مره يعني حدا بيقدم لك شيء بايده.
Fortunately, I don't know what he's saying here. Some of the food looks pretty good though. I have no idea what that is. That's looking pretty good.
الحمد لله رب العالمين.
Some kind of bread maybe? I think.
كان سويت له بحبش ولا اولاد. الشعور هذا لا يوصف يعني واحد.
Okay. Sorry I don't have subtitles for you. Translations for things. But it is Ramadan. I figured I would try and remind people of what's going on in Palestine and Gaza in as best a way I can. And we're still celebrating Ramadan around here. I still have up my Ramadan lamps, as you can see here in front of you, to the left of me, or to the right of me on the screen. Do me or my partner cook? I have no partner, but I do cook. I do cook a lot to keep down the costs rather than eating out. You know, buying junk food, which costs a lot more money, or whatever else the options. Considering our limited financing around here. At the Galactics News Network, I do a lot of cooking. I think there's some footage of there's a picture of some galactic bread that I cooked myself, or baked myself, a couple of months ago. I think I shared that on the Discord at one point. Alright, this is maybe one of the most, well, yeah, no, it's up there. So this is one of the least fun Sunday FUNDAY stories of the day. Let's go to Syria, a place we've been talking about a lot lately. I mean, certainly over the last like few months, we've been talking about Syria way more with everything that's been going on, and it just seems to be getting much, much worse. If you didn't hear about what happened over the last 48 hours, there was a situation that developed suddenly. I'm not even clear what it is that started it. There's claims going on all over the place as to who started the fighting, essentially, but it's mostly suggesting that Alawite Muslims in the west of the territory started it, but there's also suggestions that it may have been started by loyalist militias. There's also been a number of claims of ethnic cleansing and certainly indiscriminate warfare, essentially. I've personally been concerned about, you know, potential for a new civil war, for ethnic cleansing to be going on in this country in this vacuum. We've been talking about it this whole time. That you know, I'm cautiously optimistic, right, with a dash of concern. Isn't Assad is in exile? Yeah, in Russia, believed to be at least. But there's at this point, hundreds of people have been killed, many of which are civilians. Let's go here. France 24 English from 22 hours ago. Syria's Interior Ministry confirms violations took place against Alawite minority.
Illegal.
Military reinforcements are continuing to arrive to the region.
They're not going after the Kurds yet. Hopefully they don't at all. This is in the west of the country on the Mediterranean here, not all the way over here. Right, this is where the Kurds are mostly in the northeast. But Alawites are mostly on the coastline. And so most of this has been happening over here.
This morning, a convoy headed from Idlib to the region in order to support the security forces and to establish control over the region. The spokesperson of the Ministry of the Defense just said earlier today that the security forces have regained control over the region where the clashes took place. The Syrian Ministry of the Interior as well said that affirmed and confirmed that violations happened in Tartus and Latakia, but still described them as isolated incidents. It stated that unofficial groups had entered the region since the beginning of the clashes last Thursday to support the security forces, but official statements said as well that that these violations that are under the responsibility of those unofficial groups, and they are coming from north and other regions. A few hours ago as well, the Ministry of Defense called on these groups to return to their areas, and they stated that the area would be evacuated of anyone who is not related to the current operation. And from the authorities, they are trying to reassure Syrians as well. An emergency committee has been formed to monitor violations and send anyone who didn't follow orders during last operation to military court.
Yeah. So that number got huge really quick. Took like 48 hours for nearly 1,000 people to be killed. And it's a horrifying atrocity, is what it is. You know, we don't even, I mean, we're not even seeing numbers like that in Gaza right now, if you don't count the starvation and all that other stuff that's going on. The disease. I don't think it's even coming close to that right now in Gaza. That's just fucking horrifying. This is just going to justify, it's going to give justification to a number of people like Israel, United States, Turkey, the Kurdish people perhaps, to do things. And there's already a power vacuum essentially. I mean, the government is so in such an infant stage. This new government, the vacuum is not gone, and this feels like dramatically concerning, like beyond the actual the horror of this one thing. I'm thinking to the future right now, thinking about what this is going to mean for the region. I think it's bad. I think it's really bad. Because the fact is, the United States is already in here. And they didn't necessarily stop Assad from doing atrocities. But will they stop the HTS from doing atrocities? Use it as justification to allow Israel to take more of the Golan Heights? They already have. Will they give them more of it? I don't know. I don't know. But it's troubling. Let's go here again to France 24, who was covering this with great ferocity.
And for more on the current events in Syria, I can bring in now Nanar Hawash, a senior analyst for Syria at the International Crisis Group. Good morning, Nanar, and thank you very much for joining us. Can I start by asking if the violence of the past few days is a sign of Syria fracturing in the post-Assad era?
Good morning. Thank you for having me. The past few days, the violence, I would say, is the first test, the first major test for the new authorities. And unfortunately, it seems that they have failed at this test, sending very problematic factions to such a sensitive area and dealing with a more with an insurgency that was expected to happen in such a way has kind of negatively affected all of the outreach efforts, especially the internal.
I'm sorry, I forgot how bad the audio was in this one. I'm going to skip this, but the main takeaway from this is that these atrocities that have occurred are some of the most deadly acts that at least have been publicized in over a decade, right? That have been recorded. Granted, there's been a lot of things that have happened in Syria that have been, not made available to, the mainstream media or any media in general. But it's insane. Nearly 1,000 people dead in it was like this particular thing. This attack happened in such a short period of time, hours, maybe like 12 hours. At least God, it's insane to think that this happened in such a short period of time and devolved so quickly. Supposedly, Al-Awas has pulled them back at this point as the interim president of Syria, but it leaves a lot to be answered for here. All right, we're gonna move past this atrocity. We will be talking about this later this week. I can guarantee you this will be something that is talked about. All week. This happened over the weekend, essentially. So, there will be more to discuss. More to keep our eyes on with all of this. Let's go to India. We have mostly fun stories next for the rest of the stream. Alright. It is, after all, Women's History Month. So, throughout the month, we will be uplifting women as much as we can. So let's talk about the drone sisters in India, who are flying high to break through that glass ceiling. Get it? Because they're flying drones and whatever.
In rural India, it can be rare to see women break from traditional roles, but Rupinder Kaur is making a living and doing it with cutting-edge tech. Several times a week, she operates an agricultural drone over a farm in her hometown to help farmers spray pesticides and fertilizers on crops. Growing up in a small village in Punjab, she never imagined herself with a job like this. But with her drone buzzing above the fields, Kaur is not just changing her own life, but breaking barriers for women in her community. It all started a year ago when Kaur learned about a government program that trains rural women as licensed agricultural drone pilots. The program is dubbed Namo Drone Didi, meaning drone sisters in Hindi. It aims to provide 15,000 women's self-help groups across India with industrial drones to help empower their members. For many rural Indian women like Kaur, leaving home is a big deal. Now, her job has not only freed her from the kitchen, but also boosted her family's income.
First of all, it is a big thing for us that we are flying drones. It's not even an easy job for any common man, especially for women who are used to staying at home, and even coming out of home is believed to be a big deal, whether we are allowed to or not. We are doing this work and getting respect from society because of this. We are being respected by our families as well, and we are earning good money too.
Agricultural drones are gaining popularity with farmers like Sanjeev Kumar, who find them affordable and sustainable than hiring laborers.
The drone is saving us a lot of time.
We don't need to go around looking for water. The situation in our village is that we don't have good electricity supply, so we're required to collect water and store it. Secondly, we also cannot hire labourers very easily. Thirdly, it saves us from the dangers of snakes and scorpions. Once we used it, we understood that we can do a lot of work without all these problems.
Keir can fly her drone over 10 acres a day, earning up to 4,500 rupees, or $52 per job. She urges women to believe in themselves.
If we, the residents of villages, can do it, then everyone can. Women should not think that it is the work of men and that we cannot do it. They should rather come forward. If we can do it, everyone can.
There you go. Two women seeking to better themselves and also inspire other women around the world. It's got all the good stuff. That's right. Technology, farming, strong women. What else could you ask for on a Sunday fun day? Video games? Well, fine then. Let's go to China. Talk about a big video game that has come out of China in, I think, over the last year, which is broken ground around the world. Black Myth, Wukong. Al Jazeera from yesterday.
Black Myth Wukong is a game deeply rooted in Chinese traditional culture, religious beliefs, and mythological stories. It's incredibly engaging because it faithfully recreates the mythical figure Sun Wukong from the novel Journey to the West. This character and his story are well known to every Chinese person, regardless of age or gender. I've known the story of Journey to the West since childhood, but when I played Black Myth, I was transported back into that story. So for me, it's not just an old story, it's a new experience.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction in the 20th century.
The runaway success of Black Myth Wukong rests in its ability to reanimate a story first told in China 500 years ago. Players are immersed in Chinese mythology, a world of heroes, deities, spirits, and demons. They're taken on a journey that includes real places, lifelike renderings of temples and shrines.
The graphics are
For
incredible.
Chinese gamers who are used to spending time in a world typically dominated by stories from the West, it feels more like home. For players abroad, it is a portal into Chinese culture, and that's what makes it a breakthrough for China's gaming industry.
What's really exciting about the game Black Myth Wukong is its blend of cutting-edge technology, intricate gameplay, and really deep cultural storytelling.
Lord.
So when the game was first launched, back in August of 2024, it sold millions of copies within days and generated billions of dollars in values. That's huge. And you know, it's not just popular in China, where 70% of its sales is based. It's also getting traction globally, which is a major milestone for Chinese game developers.
Black Myth's popularity earned it the title of China's first AAA game. A AAA game typically has a big budget, a big team behind it, and a long production timeline. It is a marker of a game's quality, its graphics, gameplay, and storytelling. These are not the kind of games that Chinese developers have been known to produce.
Chinese game studios have generally focused on games with shorter development cycles, lower investments, and faster returns. Those games have shorter play times and quicker monetization, but they don't deliver rich, memorable, and profound experiences. This explains why
Shot
Black
at
Myth
League of
Wukong
Legends.
as a AAA game has sparked so much discussion.
Wait, is that League?
It challenges the stereotype of China as a producer of inferior games.
The Chinese gaming industry.
Well, there we go. Black Myth Wukong. Looks like an incredible game. Making huge Leaps and bounds in China's video game industry. First AAA game, big budget, big development. Lore, graphics, gameplay, all the stuff.
Are you not entertained?
All right. Like I said, I waited the end with a lot of fun, so we could trick ourselves into thinking we only had fun during this stream. Let's take a little trip in Japan.
A brilliant visual journey through the skies of Japan. This time, a special edition. Following a day in the life of a pilot.
I want passengers to feel safe and enjoy their time on board.
We take a rare look inside the restricted cockpit, shedding
This
light
music
on
is
the unseen
intense.
world of a pilot's work.
My God.
And of course, breathtaking views from the windows. So, flying on the wings.
Little natural wonder
The
and
capital
beauty.
and largest city of Hokkaido's vast northern lands, Sapporo. When it comes to the city's gateway to the skies, New Chitose Airport first comes to mind, with its many international routes. But did you know that Sapporo has another airport? About a 20-minute drive from the city center lies Sapporo Okadama Airport. It will be the starting point for our journey today.
Okay, we don't need a complete... I forgot there's all this stuff. I just want to see the beautiful views from the sky.
Announcements pointing out sights from the window. That's what this map is for.
Ah. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't watch this one. Alright, that's enough. It's enough traveling by plane in Japan. Too much explanation. Not enough beautiful views. That would be my review of this video. I just realized I put these in reverse order. That's fine. I'll be fine with that. I'm fine with that. All right. One more NHK Japan video. We hit all everything during the Sunday Funday. I'd like to point that out to you. You can go back and check me on that. But what didn't we get? You know, we got athletics, we got art, we got discourse, environmental news, U.S. news, Earth news. We got comedy, we got parody. We got space news. We got transgender mice, saving cats, super pigs, the Loch Ness Monster. I mean, what more could you ask for? We got video games. Empowerment for women. Technology. One thing we didn't get was cooking. Well, don't worry. We got that too.
Now for a recap of the ultimate shobu meishi tonkatsu. If you prefer not to eat pork, you can make a similar dish with beef or chicken. Today we're making tonkatsu with pork loin and pork tenderloin. Proper preparation makes all the difference. Cut the connective tissue between the meat and the fat.
Okay. Good tip.
Season with coarse salt. You'll
Gotta
need
season it.
1% of the weight of the meat.
Gotta season.
Nika's secret ingredient is sugar. A
Ooh.
pinch or two makes the meat extra juicy.
Wow. Sugar.
Press the panko firmly into the meat to keep it from falling off while
It
frying.
looks so good right now.
Heat the oil over low heat to 160 degrees Celsius. If you're shallow frying, keep spooning it over the cutlet. Remember, don't flip it over and over. Leave it alone and fry slowly for 5 to 6 minutes. When With
Making
plenty
me
of
very
oil,
hungry
flip
right
it
now.
over when it turns golden brown on one side. Drain thoroughly and let it rest for a few minutes so that it cooks through with residual heat. Remember to be patient.
Oh my god. I'm gonna end the stream now. I need to eat something. I'm kidding, but seriously, that was, wow, made me very, very hungry. Could go for some katsu right now. Big fan. I'm more of a fan of chicken katsu than of the pork version, but still very good. Very delicious. Although I really try and stick to as vegetarian a diet as I can, because I know of the implications environmentally of the animal agriculture industry and methane production. You can have a treat once in a while, though, I suppose. Certainly making me want one right now. No chicken on the space station, though. Or panko breadcrumbs, for that matter. You'll unsubscribe for what reason? Oh god, I just realized that was our second to last video. You all deserve that round of applause. Truly do, for having made it so far through the stream. 7 hours, almost on the dot. Last discussion is going to be of film and TV. I'm going to go slightly back west for some reason. I put these out of order. Let's go to South Korea. Talk about Bong Joon-ho, director of Parasite, among other things. Snowpiercer. What else? I can't think of it. Well, a new one. Something called A Plethora of Pattisons. Here's France 24 from 4 days ago. A little cultural dive.
Are you afraid to die? This time I wasn't scared.
From an outer space colony to a ghost town in the Gobi Desert to a modest apartment in downtown Toronto, well, this week's film show will take us to many surreal locales. And for all of that, we're joined by film critic Ben Kroll. Hi, Ben.
Hello.
Now, first, Bong Joon-ho is sending us out into the cosmos with his latest film, the Korean director who won the Palme d'Or and the Academy Award for his comic thriller Parasite, of course, is back now with a sci-fi blockbuster led by, if I'm not mistaken, a pair of Robert Pattinsons. Tell us how this works.
Well, it's actually about 20 Robert Pattinsons. You can call the film a plethora of Pattinsons.
That's too many.
The actor plays a down-on-his-luck bum who signs up for a cloning program to test out all the ways to die in space. Every time one Pattinson dies, another one is born to vigorously die anew until...
Look at that turn. I figured I'd let him break it to you, but I just threw in space news at the end, technically. I mean, I'm reaching, but I think I have executive authority to do that.
Day arrives when two end up alive at the same time. Now, that's a big no-no in this sci-fi dystopia, setting up a lot of action and comedy. Let's take a look.
Wow, okay, outer space vibe there. It certainly doesn't look like Parasite. What's the director going for
my
here?
God.
Well, you know, Bong Joon-ho works
this.
in two modes. On the one hand, he makes these...
Honestly, I really want to see this. This looks really good. It is, I mean, this is exactly up my alley. It's like they made this for me.
Parasite. What's the director going for here?
Well, you know, Bong Joon-ho works in two modes. On the one hand, he makes these very tight and precise Korean language thrillers like Parasite. And on the other hand, he works on these over-the-top English blockbusters, of which Snowpiercer and Okja preceded Mickey 17. So this is definitely more in that second mode. In fact, it's even more wild and rambunctious than the previous films of its ilk. Here is Bong Joon-ho bugging out. He's mixing genres, he's mixing philosophical concepts and gloopy creature designs, political satire, all into something that plays like a giant live-action cartoon. So, like I said, it's one for the fans, one for Pattinson fans, and it's one for fans of Bong Joon-ho at his more outlandish extreme.
Okay, well, in fact, we can hear from Robert Pattinson talking about his character, or characters.
I think there's something quite moving with Mickey, where he is trying to process what he is and what he's made out of, but then also at the same time has a kind of relationship with all of his previous selves, and then figure out why he's the one to survive, and like why.
All right, well, I won't watch any more of it, but I really want to see that one. Tell you that much. It's on my list. If it's already been seen, it's already out there. Yeah, it was really good. No spoilers. Well, I guess there were spoilers in there, but yeah. Yeah, it looks really good. It's our last video. Well, looks like we made it through another show, Night Chat. Thankfully, we had each other with us to get through it all. But that's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Decipher, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moa Noab, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Tracy Eva, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, but wait, there's more. Evan from Portland, Impeccable Living, McGoggles, and Lovely Pariah. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Galactic After Stream engaging in 3, 2, 1.
Tax proposal.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill. And I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks to the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes, what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election those arguments will not be made again, and I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and the children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of all that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the President, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost, Mr. President, our Treasury, raise the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Keir has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the Vice President recently made the point this was originally a Republican idea. Now, why did the Republicans come up with this idea? Well, these are exactly the same people who don't believe in Social Security. These are the same people who either want to make significant cuts in Social Security or else they want to privatize Social Security entirely. And here's the point. They understand that if we divert funding that is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, which is what this payroll tax holiday does. This is money that goes into the Social Security Trust Fund is now being diverted, cut back, in order to provide financial support for workers. But that is a lot of money not going into the trust fund. Now, but the President and others are saying, well, not to worry, because that money will be covered by the general fund. That is a very, very bad and dangerous precedent, because up until now, what Social Security has been about is 100% funding from payroll contributions, not from the general tax base. Now, once again, this is a one-year program. The loss of revenue going into Social Security can be covered by the general fund. But we have a $13 trillion national debt. How much longer will the general fund put money into Social Security? Is it a good idea for the general fund to be doing that? So I would argue, Mr. President, that this is not a good idea. This is a very dangerous step forward for those of us who believe in Social Security. But this is not just Bernie Sanders saying this. Mr. President, one of the more effective and I think important senior groups in America is called the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. They have, I don't know exactly how many, but they have many, many members all over this country. I know they're active.
Wow, a lot of stuff going on in the chat here. Bring Tina back. Tina is a Christmas edition. I did say that people could add Tina with a Patreon benefit.
Cutting contributions to Social Security signals
Talk about
the beginning of the end.
free mod avatars.
Is anything but. And this is what they say. This comes from now Barbara Kennelly. Barbara used to serve in the House of Representatives. I've known Barbara for years. She's now the president and CEO of the National Committee to Preserve Social Security, one of the strong senior groups in America. And this is what Barbara says, and I quote, "Even though Social Security contributed nothing to the current economic crisis, it has been bartered in a deal that provides deficit-busting tax cuts for the wealthy. Diverting $120 billion in Social Security contributions for a so-called tax holiday may sound like a good deal for workers now, but it's bad business for the program that the majority of middle-class seniors will rely upon in the future."
We'll talk in the mod chat in Discord about mod. Some sort of a mod benefit. There is to be one.
Says about that agreement, and I agree with them. So for all of us who understand that Social Security is life and death for tens of millions of Americans today and will be vitally important for working people as they reach retirement age, that we understand that Social Security has done a great job. You know, Mr. President, a few minutes ago you were on the floor talking about the strong work that our federal employees do, and you're absolutely right. Sometimes we also take for granted that Social Security has been an enormous success. It has done exactly what those people who created it wanted it to do. Nothing more, nothing less. It succeeded. It has taken millions and millions of seniors out of poverty, given them an element of security. It has also helped people with disabilities maintain their dignity. Widows and orphans are also getting help. For 75 years, it has worked well. It has a $2.6 trillion surplus today, and it can pay out benefits for the next 29 years. It is strong. We want to make it stronger. This payroll tax holiday, I'm afraid, is a step very much in the wrong direction, and that is one of the important reasons why this agreement between the president and the Republicans should be defeated. Mr. President, included in the agreement are a number of business tax cuts. And I'm not going to be here to say that some of them may not work. Some of them may work. Some of them will work better than others, the whole list of them. But this is what I will say. Economists on both ends of the political spectrum believe that if we are serious about addressing the horrendous economic crisis that we're in now, 9.8% unemployment, that there are far more effective ways of creating the jobs that we have to create than those tax proposals. With corporate America already sitting on close to $2 trillion cash on hand. It's not that our friends in corporate America don't have any money. We've got to help them. They've got $2 trillion cash on hand. The problem is not, in my view, that corporate taxes are too high. It is that the middle class simply doesn't have the money to purchase the goods and products that make our economy go and create jobs. So I think that if our goal is to create the millions and millions of jobs that we need, and if our goal is to make our country stronger internationally in a very tough global economy, I would much prefer, and I think most economists would agree with me, that a better way to do that, to create the millions of jobs we've got to create, is to invest heavily in our infrastructure. Now, the truth is, and I don't think anyone disputes this, the infrastructure in the United States is crumbling. I'll go into more detail about that later. Got some very good information on it. But, you know, you don't have to be a civil engineer to know that. All you have to do is get in your car today and drive someplace. And in my state and all over this country, what you are going to see roads that are in disrepair. You're going to see bridges that in some cases have actually been shut down. You're going to see water systems. I remember, Mr. President, I was in Rutland, Vermont, the second or third largest city in the state of Vermont. And the mayor there showed me a piece of pipe. It's very funny. It's an old pipe. And he said, you know, the engineer who helped develop this water system and laid this pipe, he went off, after he did this work for Rutland, he went off to fight in the war. And he knew I knew there was a catch line coming. I said, well, what war was that? And he said it was the Civil War. So you're talking about water pipe being laid in Rutland, Vermont, and this is true all over the United States, laid in the Civil War. And the result is we lose an enormous amount of clean water every day through leaks, water pipes bursting every day, all over the United States of America. But we can put people to work, improving our water system, our wastewater plants. Very expensive proposition to develop good wastewater plants. I was a mayor, you were a governor. It is an expensive proposition. Roads, bridges. Furthermore, Mr. President, I don't have to tell anybody here, our rail system, which used to be the greatest rail system in the world, is now falling way behind every other major country on Earth. In Vermont, as a result of the stimulus package, which did a whole lot of very good things in the state of Vermont, one of the things we're able to do is use $50 million of federal fund, private money, to make major repairs on one of our important railways in the state. But we remain far behind most other countries around the industrialized world. China is exploding in terms of the number of high-speed rail lines that they have. We have got to do better. Our airports need work. Our air controllers need to be updated in terms of the technology they use to make our flights safe. And the point here is that what most economists would tell you is, A, when you invest in infrastructure, you got a bigger bang for the buck, you create more jobs for your investment than in most instances giving a variety of tax breaks to the corporate world. And second of all, and not unimportantly, when you invest in infrastructure, you are improving the future of this country. You're making us more productive. It's not just creating jobs, it's creating jobs for a very specific purpose, which makes our nation more productive and efficient. And thirdly, let me tell you something, as a former mayor, infrastructure does not get better if you ignore it. You know, you can turn your back if you're a mayor or a governor on the roads and on the highways because you don't have the money to fix them today,